You said you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk. do the show and we'll fly. Yeah. You don't have to feel like you're on your own. No one should have to dance alone, not tonight. For somebody to make memories in the bank forever in time. There's no reason to be hard to find, 'cause we've already lost our mind. You and me, we're gonna write a little history. You and me, just show me love and then you'll see. Memories that we make, they are never gonna fade for a lifetime. We don't give no day if you wanna hide away. We just have you trying to play second drills up in the memory bank.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature.
Rocket League family, welcome back to the Netherlands. We're here in Rotterdam for day 2 of the fall major of RLCS 2022-2023 season. We've had a nice grace period, a nice getting warmed up, but it's finally time for some teams to go home. One day is all you get to get your feet under you here in Rotterdam. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Leif Punk. I got a Gibbs, a Bates, a CJ here, and we'll be keeping you company all event long. Welcome back, folks. I hope you guys all got well rested. Or, this is a global event. There's some people sitting down at dinner right now. If you're in America, you're getting a midnight snack.
Midnight snack. You're asleep. You're asleep if you're in America right now.
Well, no, they're waking up because yesterday, insane plays all around, tons of games. So if we just saw 3 plays in that open and highlight that won't be in our top 3, that would have made any other top 3 that we've ever done. So
crunch time, isn't it? Moving day right now. Day one's over. Everyone's had the warm-up. We've seen some inconsistencies amongst teams, but no excuses today.
And that's the beauty of it. No one's out and no one's advanced yet.
Yeah.
So now it's time to make it.
I wonder if we got more highlight plays yesterday because there was so much room for error. I wonder if the teams are going to play a little bit more safely today. Hopefully not, though. If you missed the action yesterday, you missed some incredible series. There were literally 16 series played, so we're going to talk about some of the highlight ones here. Oxygen versus G2. First big surprise of the day.
Absolutely. Oxygen G2, a lot of offense, but also a lot of wide open nets on both the fields. Defense was not at a premium at all, and G2 got so many easy goals and baits. That's what you want on G2, but they still couldn't close it out.
I mean, let's just call it like it is. G2 threw the series. G2 threw the series, and then at Game 5, Oxygen took it. They kind of just skate by the whole entire way through. G2 just kept giving them games, and then this is when Game 5 on the line, Joreuz, Archie doing exactly what they needed to do, took over.
I mean, the crazy thing about that series is that Oli was the most solid player on the pitch, and he's the rookie. But then when obviously we had the Falcons taking on Space Station, and what a game we had here, Gibbs.
Yeah, Falcons were a little bit quiet. Space Station, they're a LAN team, and they show up. And Daniel, what a performance all day from him.
I mean, he ascended. He's reaching that new level. He's doing that what we talked about yesterday on the desk. That scrub killer season 2 out. Get rid of the rookie year. I'm here to play, and he's been balling out. But Falcons, I'm a little bit worried for him because it seems like everybody's starting to figure them out. It's that solid play. Y'all know they're trying to play the 1v1s. It's low 50s, and they're going to try to air dribble over the top, beat you out. It's never a team play. It's you, me, back and forth. Everybody knows that's happening. Falcons, you got to start switching it up.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, round 1 definitely had a few surprises. Things were pretty clean over on the B stream, though.
Very clean.
All of those sweeps, exactly what we expected. And going into
Take it any cleaner.
going into round 2, though, that Oxygen versus G2 match we saw in round 1, probably foreshadowing of the problems that were going to happen with G2 there on the B stream. They did get swept, but over here on the A stream, KCorp versus Space Station was a match that was interesting. But Team Liquid versus Version 1, also a match that went the distance.
And this is another North American team that shows up at LANs. Version 1, they always begin strong. Another 2-0. Everyone's always counting them out, but every major it seems like they're one of the best.
How does this keep happening? I mean, at some point we have to just admit that they're a strong team and they're one of the contenders here at the major. They keep showing up in these stages, getting to the playoffs, and they're poised right now, T-Bates, for a top 8 spot.
They sure are. It just seems like we call them day 1 merchants. Well, not we, but there's people out there who call them merchants. We're going to see if they can keep it up in day 2. But, of course, this was the matchup of the night. To close it out, if you were with us for all 9 hours, you definitely saw this one. KCorp versus Space Station, or should I say Batira versus Daniel. That's exactly what had happened. Both of these young boys are balling out all the way through. Daniel was probably the best play of the day, the second best play of the day. Look at this. He pre-jumped back that, by the way. But ultimately, it wasn't enough. KCorp too strong. Space Station kickoff. Came right back to bite him again.
This is one of the most exciting game 1s I've seen in a long time there. 6-5, buzzer beater to send us to overtime, and that one definitely go back and rewatch Space Station versus KCorp. Here's the state of the Swiss after day 1's action. So many matches happening. We're there in round 3, and we'll be playing those 2-0 matches. We'll be playing the 0-2 matches. We'll actually be finishing all of round 3 here, and then half of round 4 before we close out today's broadcast. So round 3 on the docket right now. We'll be seeing the 1-on-1 matches over on the B stream. That's twitch.tv/RL Esports. Make sure you got that one pulled up on the second monitor on a spare TV somewhere. You're not going to want to miss those matches. The Club versus Power. Power, again, swept G2 yesterday. Already a banger match starting off the day on the B stream. But over here on the A stream, we'll be covering those 2-0 and 0-2 matches. So we'll be seeing teams qualify through, and we'll be seeing teams going home.
And there's 3 European teams in the top 4, and everyone's panicking. Like on Reddit, they're all like, well, NA's washed, Europe is here. But this has happened before. Fall Major last time, Europe looked strong day 1. NA bounced back day 2. Then we look at London even. NA looks strong day 1. Europe bounces back day 2. So it's a brand new day for every team here. So we really don't know what we're going to see.
I mean, we're seeing the 4 informed teams of the tournament first up here. These first 2 series, all 4 teams look super strong. But if you had to pick one, T-Bates, who you got here in the 2-0 teams? Who's looking strongest?
The 2-0 the 2-0 teams? Let me see real fast. Let me check my notes.
Oxygen, V1, KCorp, Moist. I mean,
I would have to go Oxygen.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, because they handled GenG. They looked terrible in the first series. I won't lie that. But then in GenG, they absolutely dominated them.
I mean, Oxygen yesterday absolutely can beat any team here, but they've gone to bed and gone to sleep since yesterday. I'm like,
concerning.
I think it does matter.
I've never seen Archie walk around like this. He was walking around like Conor McGregor yesterday. he was just saying like the 2-0. He asked me about G2. T-Base, what's your team? 0-2? And he just kept talking, man. He's got the confidence. They're feeling good. If I didn't go Oxygen, I'd probably say more KCorp. All I saw was material yesterday. I don't know what to make of KCorp because that exotic Itachi, you got to step it up.
Do they need to, though? Like, I think what we saw yesterday
if they want to win, yeah.
I feel like I agree that just leaning on Vatira is not a winning strategy for a 4-day tournament.
Yeah.
For getting through 1 day clean, sure, but you're going to falter someday if you can't play as a 3-man roster. Of the 1-1 games that are happening over on the B stream, which one's the most important? We got Club versus Power,
GenG
Liquid versus FaZe. GenG Falcons, why?
I just think that you've got the NA 1 seed dropping down here and versing a quality team, a team that people would pick to win the whole event. To go 1-2, then the pressure's on. So you do not want to lose that 1-1 game.
That's true.
And that is a tough matchup right there.
But I would also say FaZe and Team Liquid is 2 teams that everyone expects to be in the top 8. So if one falls 1-2, who knows? FaZe kind of looked like they were falling asleep up there on day 1. Team Liquid's one of those teams that they need to get going so then they can just do their mechanics and go off. But if they're not confident going into 1 and 2, who knows?
Yeah, I kind of like that FaZe Liquid one because I think whoever loses that's in a pickle.
Yeah,
they're in a pickle, and I don't know if they're necessarily got the clutch chain, especially FaZe with the backs against the wall that early. But this month,
but they always finish top 4 though. They always find a way. So I'm not as concerned with FaZe, but they do need to wake up.
The only team, Oxygen's not the only team that went to sleep and woke up and could possibly be a different team today. G2 and Quadrant down there 0-2. Not where we expected to see them at this point in the Swiss. If they figured something out overnight, if they were able to solve the jet lag, losing in that 1-1 round could see you with a very difficult, frustrating 1-2 matchup in G2 or Quadrant. So we'll see. Maybe James Hughes Pioneer is going to make some crazy run at this point too. We'll get to see all that action unfold over the course of today. Let's talk though, before we move on from yesterday, about the best moments of yesterday. The top 3 plays. We could have there was like 15 plays that could have made it onto this list, but we picked these 3. Tell us if your favorite play doesn't make the list out on Twitter somewhere. Hashtag RLCS. Here's number 1, Archie, man. He had a day and a half. The air dribble double pump fades.
He got a double pump indeed. I talked to him. He didn't mean to do it though. He meant to get 1 and he ended up getting 2. So I guess all that matters. And it was in a big moment. It was a series that was ugly. We just talked about G2. They honestly threw the series, but game 5, they're already down 1-0 Oxygen West, and Archie came out and made a humongous play right here.
I mean, does it not speak to the strength of this type of move, the air dribble bump, that even when he didn't mean to, he successfully gets a second block because it's the only place the defender can go. If you're in front of the ball there's nothing they can do.
And I'm glad he got the second player as well, because if he just got 1, my respect for Archie would have gone down a little bit for the air dribble bump.
But it's the Champions Field play. We love those. And moving on here, Daniel, the read from like 5 seconds ago goes up on the ceiling and just dunks it and turns it into a nice little flip reset ceiling reset, I would say.
It was a pivotal point in the game as well. He was last man and decided to go off the ceiling from defense. This is from his own half. Just to have the tenacity to do this, the courage, the braveness against KC of all teams.
That's not a pass. That is from the other team trying to make an offensive push, and Daniel goes up there.
Daniel is in 2023 right now. He is so far in the future. Literally, this is an unblockable shot from anyone else. Incredible stuff. Daniel there getting number 2. But number 1, I mean, I told you Archie had a day. Look at this. This is a team play, but the give and go off the ceiling. Crazy stuff.
I mean, I said yesterday, it was the Archie Joreuz show. Not for their consistent performances, but just for their highlight clips. Gives time and time again, they just pulled something out. Insane goals.
And GenG's just sitting there on defense like, what do we even do? They were not expecting a pre-jump pass here from Archie off the ceiling. No one expected it. That's why there's no one on defense. And GenG, maybe they could have had someone on defense because they didn't look very good. But still, a fantastic shot by Archie and Joreuz. The combo coming out in style on day one.
Both finished top 5 in stats as well after day one, so the stats are backing it up. Those two, they're in form, but as we said, it's a new day. Is it going to be the same Oxygen?
Well, we'll see. I mean, Oxygen was absolutely the team to watch yesterday. The Archie like redirect,
Yeah, that one too.
flip cancel in Game 5. That play could have made it on the list. Any other plays come to mind? That
Daniel's off
the
sidewall
sidewall.
game 1 to tie it up 4-4. Then he scored another one 5-4. Then he owned goal.
yeah, that one
And
didn't.
then Vati 1v3.
That last one maybe on
And
the
Arise won with a fake with like no boost. He faked 3 of them out.
Three of
too.
them had the whole
So,
entire venue just popping.
Yeah, so many
Everybody was
plays.
watching that game.
Yeah,
There
there
was a lot of good
There
plays.
was some Vati, you know, the I feel like the buzzer beater in Game 1.
Yeah,
could have
that's what,
potentially
the
been.
air
There's
dribble 1v3.
so many great plays there. Let us know what play was your favorite yesterday. Now let's talk about things that have been happening up here on the desk. If you've been watching all of our between the game action and our pre-show, you'll know that the same 4 people are going to be with you the entire time. We've been making predictions about who we think is going to win, and some of us have been doing decent, and some of us have been doing a little bit less than decent. Let's take a look at the record so far. We all predicted 8 matches yesterday.
I just wanted to put a little disclaimer here, everybody.
Okay.
I had low energy yesterday, and that's the reason my picks
All
were
right.
off. My usual flow on the desk wasn't
Jet
there,
lag?
but
Right.
as you can clearly see, the energy is already up from yesterday, which means that the usual picks, I know all y'all have made millions of Rocket League points on this channel. Roll with me today
Bates.
as we turn this 2-6 around.
Bates, we could have put a hamster up here and just picked 2
Stop.
random matches every single
You
time,
couldn't
and
have
they would
done
have done
that.
better than both of us. All right, Bates? There's no
You're
excuses
not a
right
master.
now, all right?
Bates, your first words this major was Bates never wrong. That's going to be the theme. And then you went 0-5 after that. So
We see what happened.
Hey, he's 2-1 in his final 3, all right?
That's right.
So I'll give him something.
You see it starting to turn around.
Twitch chat, by the way, was 2-5-1 yesterday. They had
Hey.
a 50-50 split. So
I'm better than Twitch chat. All right, I'll take
You are
I'll
better
take
than
it.
5
Twitch
from
chat.
Twitch
Gibbs
chat.
is so happy right now.
how do we factor in a tie like that? And do we give it to them as because it's kind of
No,
weird.
they
Well,
get
it's a
lost.
half game, so they won't tie us, so it's fine.
I'd nearly give him the win.
I give him a loss.
Impressive enough to get a 50-50.
I would give him
I give him a loss.
You give
Yeah.
them a lot.
I put them where Bates
You
is.
both would give them the L.
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
you? Because
I'll
you
put them
don't
where
want
Bates
them to
is.
have
By
that.
the conclusion of
Okay.
today, I will not be in fourth. I'll tell you that much.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see it happen. We got to get there, and we got a pretty close race here. We got one at 5 correct, 4 correct, 3 correct, 2 correct, right? So while we need a tiebreaker for at the end of the event, if there is a tie and who's got the most predictions, we haven't figured out what you get if you win. I think it's probably just you get something if you lose.
Pride.
Yeah, pride. You want some pride. So I want us to pick your underdog team. The team, and this is if there's a tie, this team.
How far they go?
Yeah, whoever between the two people who tie, whoever's underdog team goes the farthest. You're not allowed to pick from the 2-0 team, so you can't pick Oxygen, V1, KCorp, or Moist.
Okay.
Easiest pick of my life.
Who's your?
I'm kicking it off.
You want to go first?
Yeah, since he's last, we should
Okay.
go
Well,
on that.
that's a good
Okay.
fest. That's fair,
Yeah, because
absolutely.
I am like, give me G2. Give me G2. G2's going to turn around just like I'm going to turn around. I ain't have to worry about
They
the
have
tiebreaker.
such a long road ahead
He
of
could
them.
have just got a 1-on-1
Exactly.
save, but he went for the 0-2.
That means that I'm just going to keep gaining more points because they're just going to keep winning.
Hey, respect on picking the one that has no wins yet.
Now, obviously, like, he went G2. You know where I'm going. I'm going FaZe.
Oh, you're going
They were sleeping. First Killer's one of the best in the world. He wants to be the very best. I think they still have a chance to make a run as long as they make that bracket. We know they're guaranteed top 4. I'm hoping for a little bit more, but they didn't look good on day 1, but I think they can bounce back, so I'll pick FaZe.
There's some good choices still left out here. I think I want to go with Space Station on this one.
Okay.
They had the 5-game clutch. They ran into a transcendent Vatira yesterday. I think that team's only going to get better as we move forward. I got Space Station.
I'm going Falcons. I think they're going to upset GenG here in the 1-on-1, get to the 2-on-1, through to the top 8 after that as well. So
Falcons was the other team I was really thinking about there. Does it say anything that we're not picking GenG? Did they look that bad yesterday?
Yeah.
I mean,
In that one series, at least.
Yeah, they did look a little bit lost, but I wouldn't count him out either. But obviously, me and him are picking G2 and FaZe already, so that's already defaulted there.
Yeah,
but
when did FaZe buy you out, bro? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
they didn't. I just think First Killer is that guy.
Oh, you think he's
that guy.
Okay.
He was, again, leading all NA players in stats through the whole split. So that's what First Killer does.
Okay. Well, we got our teams. Those are our underdogs. We're going to be keeping an eye on there. The teams we're rooting for that are currently not set to win here in round number 3. Moving on, let's take a look at some hot takes from one of the talent members somewhere in the building. We don't know who this is. We're going to look at 3 things that they have said that are controversial takes, and we're going to try and see if we can figure out who this is. Let's take a look at statement number 1. First hot take on the board. Back post rotations are cringe. That's
okay. Okay.
That's Johnny.
All right.
That does sound like Johnny.
That could be a
Johnny would
Shogun.
say cringe.
Oh, that's true.
Johnny
would
would say cringe.
Who would say cringe?
Johnny would say cringe.
Can it be Rizzo?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Rizzo's not sitting at his computer.
Ooh, it could.
No,
could be Rizzo.
maybe he
Could
is
be.
sitting at his computer.
Rizzo never rotated forward anyway, so like.
That's true.
Wow.
And he had weird
All right.
controls. I think it was part of
I think
that.
we need some more information here.
Yeah,
Let's see what the
rotating the
second one is here. Until NA put together a season in the new format, I don't believe in them. So
That's
this
definitely Johnny.
very much sounds like Johnny so far.
Give us the third one.
Yeah, what's the
That's
third
a
one?
paragraph.
This is these are very long and wordy. KCorp is the most complete team in the RLCS right now. Okay, so I know this sounds like Johnny,
But they're throwing us off. They're
Right,
obviously. I think it's an NA talent.
this is someone trying to sound like Johnny. This is someone trying to
Yeah.
impersonate Johnny.
It's Johnny.
I'm going with Johnny. I don't think he's baiting. Cole overthought it yesterday.
Exactly.
I-
I'm just gonna try to keep it simple.
You know what? I'm gonna go Leaf.
You gonna go Leaf?
I'm gonna go Leaf. I think
gonna
it
go
might be him.
Leaf wouldn't be worried about back post rotation.
That's
would he?
true. That's true. But he might say cringe though. I don't know.
I think it's John. I think I'm so.
I'm gonna go
confident
James
it's
Bot.
Johnny.
I'm gonna go James Bot on this one. Who is it? Show us this person. Who is the individual? It's Corelli. Okay.
Hey, guys.
Oh, he was my
I was there
guess.
between James Bot
That
and
was rough.
Corelli.
That was
Corelli.
rough.
Back post rotations
They
are
are.
He
cringe?
said a whole bunch of things that
They
he
are
didn't. He
cringe.
doesn't even believe it.
Why?
They are, because they're slow. They're wrong. It's like the worst advice you could give a new player to the game is to rotate back post.
Huh?
What?
Yeah, get him off the mic.
I-
bro.
Wait, no, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. What do
horrible
you want
advice.
everyone front
Hey,
post?
this is ESL number 35 champion Corelli
No,
here, all
that's
right?
ESL Cup number 16.
Oh,
Gets
okay.
it
I'm
right.
sorry. 16.
Wow,
So Corelli, if they're not back post, where do you want them? You want them all in the front post?
No. That doesn't mean they rotate front post. And it's not because back post, you shouldn't ever go to the back post. It's just that when you look at the actual gameplay of pro players, they're not just like getting into a pecking order on the back post every single time. They overlap those and cut in front of each other every single time. So to just say, rule of thumb, rotate back post, bad advice in my opinion.
You said to new players just now, and no, for the new players, absolutely rotate back post.
Exactly.
What are you talking?
It's bad advice.
What?
Bad
No.
advice, straight up and down. Bad advice.
Yeah.
So
You're
if
boring
it's
and you're slow.
here, if he rotates back post today, then KCorp is not a complete team anymore?
No. It's not that you can't rotate back post. It's just that it's bad advice
okay,
to give
okay.
as a blanket statement.
Oh, okay.
Chat, if you are a Diamond 3 to Champ 2 player who queues US West around 6 p.m. Pacific time, please rotate back post. That's all I have to
Yeah,
say.
if any of y'all in my ranked games rotated back post, all you newcomers trying to get there, like if any of y'all rotate back post, you will rank up that much.
You
more.
will rank up much more. I could not
But
disagree
you won't
with
be
Mr.
great.
Crowley more.
But you won't be great.
I
That's
agree
the
with
issue.
Corelli.
You won't
I don't
be great.
rotate back post either,
No one-
Corelli.
yeah,
Gibbs, you
Good
don't
job.
rotate in general.
Exactly, but I'm still Grand
That's all
Champ
he
2 with
does.
no mechanics, all right?
What was his second
He
hot
doesn't
take?
believe in NA.
Doesn't believe in
No,
NA,
I think that's a great take.
which I mean,
Wait, he said he doesn't believe in
he
NA.
doesn't believe in NA.
Oh, gosh. Get him off the camera.
Get him
off the camera. We don't
Get
need
him
to
out
see
of
him
here.
no more, bro.
There we go. We got it. He gone. Okay, cool. The KCorp being the most complete team is kind of a
That's like a default.
that's not
Yeah, no,
that.
it's-
I take there.
That's a Collier take. I didn't think about that. It was the second one that threw me off. It was the second one. I didn't expect that. Didn't expect that from him.
All right. Well, you know what? No, that was pretty fun. That was a good stuff. Thank you, Crowley. Appreciate you coming out. He's casting some matches today. I don't know what they are.
Yeah,
So
who knows?
you can catch him on both streams, folks. Make sure you got the second stream pulled up as well. Twitch.tv/RL Esports. We're gonna have a full docket of matches on both streams here to start off the day. We could take a look at the schedule we'll be playing. So remember, over there they're gonna be playing the 1-1 matches on the B stream. So you'll get to see those Falcons, GenG, Liquid FaZe Clan, bunch of important matches.
And one thing we've seen so far, round 1 and round 2, no regional matches. We'll finally get our first because there's 3 Europeans in the 2-0, so we have to. KCorp versus Moist, but there's so many international matches coming up that are so high pressure. Quadrant Pioneers in the 0-2. G2 and James Cheese even, we talked to Realize and we saw him on Twitter. He wants to take down G2. He lost to him last fall major. He wants to win this one bad.
And speaking of last fall major, all the results so far are going scarily similar to the prior fall major as well. I know Johnny Boy was mentioning that on Twitter as well. So if that result plays out, realize he's not looking too strong, but anything can happen.
And honestly, Power Club, I think, is a fantastic match. It's like two of those expansive regions that are looking very strong. Well, obviously, Power beating G2 and Club. We expect them to be in a race for a top 8
and
spot.
they smacked Pioneers as well. They've beaten them twice now, Pioneers, at Worlds and at this major. So the Power Boys, they want revenge for their region.
Lots of excellent matches coming up here on both streams. We will also play through the beginning of round 4, the 2-1 matches after this bracket, or this list of matches you see in front of you is concluded. So stick around. We'll have quite a few matches today on both streams, but to start things off, version 1. The Purple People leaders up there have yet to lose. Can they go 3-0? Oxygen, did they wake up with the same energy they had yesterday? There's only one way for us to find out.
And Oxygen is all about offense, leading everyone. 3.75 goals per game. Number 2 is KCorp at 2.8. So that's almost a full 1-goal lead over the entire competition. Version 1 on the opposite side. They're doing it with defense. Number 1 in defense, 1.11 goals against per game.
Version 1 looking to get a invitational, a major win here, and also looking to make all 3 majors this year.
Being here in Rotterdam, it's a wonderful feeling. We missed out on the fall major last season, so it means a lot for us to actually be here and have a chance to make every single LAN event this season. With it being the first major of the season, I think a goal that we're shooting for is a solid top 3, top 4 finish. And of course, we always are looking to win the event. That would be very nice to get a major win under our belt this season. For those of you that don't think we stand a chance, I don't feel like you've been watching us play over the past year. If you opened your eyes, you may have seen that we are one of the best teams in the world, and we can absolutely take any one of these tournaments. So my role in the team is as a disruptor, of course. I take people off the field, I make space for my teammates, and I try to make their lives as easy as possible.
From done here in game 6, the card and Kyle will go spring to the backboard, and a chance now for version 1 to press the advantage. Oh my God! Oh my!
Yeah, so this tournament means a lot to me personally, because I think this is a big chance for us to make a big statement for the first event of the season and kind of start off on the right foot and let everybody know that we're here to play and we're here to win.
They've let everyone know they're here to play and here to win. Can they close it out 3-0? The big question on everyone's mind. The biggest thing for me has been we haven't seen this guy pop off just yet, and yet they're still 2-0.
Yeah, Beast Mode's played 9 games. He's yawning again. Version 1, wake up. But he's only scored 3 goals in this tournament so far. He's in the bottom 10 of all players in this competition. And if this turns into an Oxygen offense that is popping off, Beast Mode has to wake up.
I mean, I haven't seen him put in a day like he did yesterday, but they're still 2-0. Yep. There's still time, but Calm, he was a man that stepped up yesterday along with Torment. Didn't quite see the trash talk yesterday. A little bit tired, a little bit of a slow start, but they still got the wins though, Baz.
They sure did. And V1, we talk a lot up on this desk about identity. They definitely do know their identity. It's defensive heavy, counterattack heavy. That's exactly how they beat Liquid. Liquid was overcompensating on the offense. V1 said, "Don't worry, we'll just go to empties." A couple of those games, beat them in game 5, and it's all because that young man right there, or should I say, old man in terms of Rocket League years. Yeah. He's holding down the back lines and allowing Beast Mode to roam and allowing Calm to do exactly what he does.
Yeah. So we talk about number 1 defense. We're going to talk about Torment, obviously, on V1, who's holding down that line. He's doing a great job. But again, if you need offense, you're going to have to have Beast Mode.
Yeah, there's few people you want on your back line more than Torment down there, but he's going to have his hands full with Oxygen.
The feeling's been good. I mean, we had a great start to the season. We won the first tournament, and then we did okay in the next 2. So it went a bit down after the first one, but now we're like back to feeling good again.
He's lost a couple. He was going to go for one himself, but he couldn't quite get the flip reset to earn it. Here's Oli for Oxygen, an org that came into the scene at the start of RLCS. Throws Exotic completely off guard.
Our team should fear us because we're one of the most mechanical teams in the world. We have Joreuz, Oli, who are 2 of the most mechanical players, so that's why he should fear us.
Flying sky high, falls back to the ground, and Archie lets that ball go towards Exotic. Gets the redirect! Magic is made on Wasteland!
we're the best team because we have the most synergy. We can easily have the best offense in the world as well, so I don't think anyone can stop us. It's obvious we came here to win, and it's obvious we're the best team here, so we're going to win.
Now, Oxygen, we've gotten to talk to them a little bit after their gameplay yesterday. CJ, I feel like their opinion is if we don't know what we're doing, nobody can know what we're doing, and that's unstoppable. It's worked so far, but I feel like that strategy could really easily collapse on you.
It can, yes. Joreuz did say himself that he laughs at teams that do replays on these guys because they don't know how they play. They don't have a set style. It changes depending on who's feeling it, who's in control. And so far, Gibbs, it has worked.
And Arch and Joreuz both at 1.38 goals per game, #1, tied. So if they were just a two-man team, they would still be the #2 offense here right now. That's how good these guys have been, but Oli's been assistant as well. But all of Oxygen is clicking on the offensive side. But we saw two different Oxygens yesterday. So when they played G2, their defense was abysmal, but they still had enough offense to get through that series, and then everything clicked when they played later on in the day. So we don't know what.
Well, they didn't have to play defense against GenG, did they? So we didn't really see their defense get tested, and that is their talking point for that team. That's their biggest improvement, I guess, area is their defense. But if they play like how they did against GenG, they don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, when you're putting up 4 goals per game, then you don't need defense at that point. It won't matter because you're still going to win most of those games.
Sure are. There ain't no question about that, Wade.
Yeah, these teams both ready to go, having to start off the day with match #1, so hopefully they've been able to wake up successfully. It's about 1 p.m. here, so.
That could be a factor as well. We saw V1, they did play the first series yesterday, so they're used to being in this situation, but Oxygen didn't play it first up, so how's the sleep schedule looking for these boys?
Yeah, I'm also, I am curious if we love to talk about Calm and his chirping. I feel like we are seeing a shift from version 1 away from that. We saw him a little bit start to pop off at the end of the series yesterday. It's very different than his normal mentality of I'm trying to get in your head to gain an advantage when I'm behind.
And I don't think that really works against like Archie and Oxygen because Archie is just so confident all the time. Maybe it works on Joreuz, maybe Oli, but I don't think so because I think Archie, he thinks he's the best. Even if he's not, but who cares? Because if he thinks it, that's all that matters, and he showed it yesterday with top play after top play.
I think the biggest thing with V1 as well, it doesn't matter who they're coming up against, or even if they were the NA1 seed here, they're still underdogs in any matchup that they play, and I think they love that as well. I know Con mentioned it in the video, people just not doubting them, always putting them mid-table, but I think that plays into their hands. They're underdogs, just having that mentality that, the world's against them.
Yeah, and we talk about this as EU home soil, but every day that North America teams are here, they will get more acclimated, so they should be getting more rest. Who knows?
Well, let's see how you guys think this match is going to go at home in the fan vote. Use the hashtags in chat to let us know your opinions. Hashtag V1, hashtag OXG. And we'll make some predictions here. Let's go by order of who's in the lead in the predictions. So we'll start with you, CJ, and then go to me.
I feel like I've just pumped up V1, but I'm going to go Oxygen. I just think that I was so impressed with what I saw yesterday, and I was gonna pick. I was gonna pick them against G2, but I just felt like we had this G2 energy.
Now you're calling back your pick.
In my own head, I've predicted them the whole way through, so I'm gonna go Oxygen in this one.
All right.
Okay, I hate this because this feels like two agents of chaos clashing, and I feel like anything could happen. You've got the demos of V1, and they thrive on throwing teams off. You've got Oxygen, which who knows if they woke up in form today. I feel like in this situation, version 1 has lost the 3-0 round so many times.
So today's the day?
I think today's the day. I'm going to go with version 1.
All right, well, it's #1 offense versus #1 defense, and I played a lot of defense.
You did.
And that did not work for me in my pro career. That's why I don't play anymore. So I'm going with the offense. I'm going with Oxygen.
You had a career?
They are, barely. I have a career up here.
Wait a second, time out. I don't believe you ever had an RLCS career, but it might just be me. I don't know.
Rocket League career.
Interesting.
I'm going Oxygen.
Okay.
What you got, Bates?
V1, they were beating European teams yesterday. Oxygen, they were beating NA teams yesterday, so that absolutely means nothing. They're still playing each other. I think that Oxygen's offense is just going to be a little bit too much for V1 right here.
Okay.
And I think they're going to end up taking them down in 4. The counterattacks, it's not going to be enough. V1, you got to show me something. You got to show me some offensive prowess. I haven't seen it yet.
I am banking that the Oxygen woke up on the wrong side of the bed today, and we're putting a lot of money on it here, folks. Ooh. Oxygen, the favorites in chat as well, the favorites on the desk. Can they make it deliver on Manfield here, folks? We're ready for match #1. The team that wins this gets to skip tomorrow. They're going to be 3-0 and done with the Swiss straight through to the playoffs. Version 1 in the blue, Oxygen in the orange. Let's play some Rocket League.
Oxygen have breathed fresh air this entire event, but now they entered the Beast Den. And you can tell, as both teams try to stake their claim into the playoffs, this one might get a little muddy. It's Dazrin and Cole on the call. Cole, V1 versus Oxygen, live.
I've got no idea which way this one is going to go as well. As the desk said, something's got to give. Version 1 have beaten 2 European teams so far to get to this point 2-0. Oxygen have done the same to North American teams. So this is a fresh day. It's a new start. Version 1 have been relatively inconsistent, but still up there in North America's best. But Oxygen Esports, they're a team that from one day to the next have been completely different. So as scary as they were yesterday, Daz, it could be something completely different this time around.
You heard the desk talk about it. Number 1 offense versus number 1 defense. And against each other's regions as well. Both teams have held strong, but only one of them is going to move forward here in this particular matchup. You're already seeing some of the demo plays come off here as well, as Version 1 have been starting things off on the hot streak. They've gotten a couple of shots here in the opening minute, and also have been able to hold on to possession too.
Yeah, that's what we expect from Version 1, especially when Beast Mode has the ball, but there was no one there following up for him. A real chance for Version 1, just a little bit too passive there, not as far forward as they should have been, and that'll be disappointing, but a good sign that Beast Mode is getting that much time. A real warning shot for Oxygen.
Yeah, they were talking about Calm on the desk as well, wanting to see a little bit more of him as you see him play off the backboard and Torment tries to come in and get involved.
Joreuz is already going for pre-jumps in defense, and it's not leaving them in trouble here. Version 1 continued to come forward. It was Joreuz who went for an early jump a little bit earlier on and didn't quite land it, which is allowing Version 1 to buzz like flies in that orange half. This is the real chance now for Com. It's up early for Oli. That definitely must be something that Oxygen have figured out. Version 1 love taking it to the sky, so if you can meet them in the air already, they should have less time.
Confidence is key in terms of these matchups, but it's been a lot of defense Oxygen have been playing so far this game. 4 saves, that was their first shot recorded. Archie trying to bring it all the way around, but the offense seems to be short-lived for the time being. Joreuz trying to get control of that ball, and Oli will play this off the backboard, but it's straight to Beast Mode. Lots of eyes are going to be on Beast Mode over the course of this series because he's going to be needed if Version 1 want to break through against Oxygen.
It's nice to see the Version 1 half of the pitch. It's been a few minutes now, and it just seemed to be full-on Version 1 pressure non-stop. All 3 of them involved in everything. Torment has run out of boost. Beast Mode's there to the side, wants to get it in the center. Archie up early again, and one thing we are seeing is Oxygen are forcing these 50-50s in the air, but that does mean they can be faked. Maybe Version 1 have seen that. Com's got a couple of fakes there. Archie sends it wide, but it's all been Version 1 up to now.
Has been. That being said, though, they haven't been scoring. They put on all these shots. They're sitting with 5 shots right now, and it just goes the other way, just like that. Oli starting us off here.
Just the second shot for Oxygen. It was Oli, he fakes the flip reset and then has the presence of mind to get the second touch, and he has been so impressive for Oxygen.
But on the other side of things, I'm just surprised because I feel like someone from Version 1 should have put a hand up there. I didn't necessarily expect that one to go through, and yeah, here we are. And almost another one. This time it'll be saved out by Com. Version 1 with so much pressure in the opening half of this game, and it amounts to absolutely nothing. They concede a goal on the 3rd shot from Oxygen.
It's the real battle of the mindsets here as well. Oxygen Esports 2 quietly get in their opponent's heads. I still think of Archie stopping playing very early on yesterday against G2 in game number 5. Whereas Version 1, you know, famously, classically, they'll be in your heads, they'll be shouting and even laughing at you. So sort of loud killers versus quiet killers in this one.
You can tell V1, despite having the stat lines of a really strong defensive play, they were just kind of caught off guard when they finally saw Oxygen in that half. You had said it yourself. We hadn't just seen Oxygen, this offense that everyone's touted. We didn't see it. And it wasn't like the goal from Oli was necessarily too impressive. He had space and he utilized it. It just feels like V1 may be a little slow here off the start of the series.
Only a man who is definitely doing his talking on the pitch as well. He's with Archie and Joreuz, and they will be expected to do most of the communications. Whereas Oli, he's just putting his fakes in, he's buying his team time, he's starting to get in Version 1's heads. All 3 Oxygen players are. When they get under your skin, they're really difficult to wrestle away. Version 1 needs to get control of this ball again. Archie's pre-jumping once more. Beast Mode can get a couple of touches, but Joreuz close to come so quickly. Only up fast again, and Archie helps him out. Oxygen squeezing the life out of version 1, but they can do a pre-jump in return. Beast Mode to the ceiling, but it's met on that backboard.
Good try there for Beast Mode. Ball going the other way. And like the pass here from Common to Torment, now V1 racing against the clock. As Archie goes up, he beats out Beast Mode, but not before Beast Mode gets a piece of the ball. You saw that. Archie almost had a read on that. So close. Now we're starting to see the offense, but here is a chance for a counterattack. Cut out by Oli. Big challenge here in the corner. Torment and Archie. It doesn't seem like this one's going to be short-lived, but for V1, they're losing a lot of time here.
I know he does that brilliantly time and time again. If he can get a touch on the ball, he's going to buy so many seconds. He might even buy his team a goal here from his own half, but it has been defended for now. Here's Joreuz. Beast Mode's waiting in front. Joreuz fakes the flip. Tom reads it, sends it down. One more chance maybe for version 1 bubbling up, but Oli, who else, kills it downwards, and Oxygen take game 1.
Good game 1 from Oxygen. They really had a solid defensive stance there in the opening minutes, where it was just constant pressure and attacks from V1. Even though they looked a bit uncomfortable and it seemed like the defense was bending, it never broke. And all it took was really one strong stride there from Oli to go through. That being said, for either side here, it hasn't been a clean game at all. And I think as these guys get warmed up, it is their first match of the day, you want to see them just, again, get a little bit more comfortable, especially in the air, as a lot of shots, though, as you look through the replay, get saved, and here's the one that goes in. Just all it takes is a moment there, and Oli just capitalizes on his opportunity.
I think in a series like this, between two teams who want to play as fast as possible and on the front foot, I know Oxygen did a lot of defending, but normally they will want to play more positively than that. They were defending positively. It does take a player who can just buy themselves that split second of time. In that game, it was Oli. Oli's the one who managed to fake someone out and get a second touch. I think that is going to be the key to this series. So with regards to version 1, I'm looking, of course, as always, at Beast Mode, but more specifically, why can he buy himself that same amount of time that Oli had last time? Already straight away, he's got a clean touch, and it's almost just devastating start for Oxygen.
Almost a devastating start, but similar to game 1, they're able to hold off. Joreuz tries to move this upfield. Torment to Beast Mode. Good control, great first touch, but a little bit too far away, so now Archie can take it. You start to wonder, what exactly is the approach offensively for version 1? Where are those adjustments that are going to be made coming into this? As even though it was a quiet game, it was definitely a close one. Close save too as well. Com picking that ball up off the goal line, looking to carry it downfield.
Joreuz there with another early read on Com's play, but Com gets it past a couple of them, and he's the man who springs into life in and out of a series. Maybe he'll be the one to just take it upon himself and wake version 1 up, getting that first goal in the series, which is starting to prove a little bit elusive. This could be it. No, again, it's over from Torment. Com's following up. Joreuz set into the center is a little bit risky, but Oli was aware to it. Gets it past Torment. Maybe he gets it past Beast Mode as well. Tries another fake, but Beast Mode has been made aware of that.
Oh,
it's an open for Oli, though. What happened there?
Absolute disaster there on the back end for V1. Beast Mode with the initial challenge. Torment and Com both in the corner, and Com bumps into Torment. No one hits the ball. It's an open look, and it's a free goal for Oxygen.
That is a very tough goal to concede. There was not even any pressure on the version 1 defense. That's pretty ugly. It could get even worse right now. Archie takes a good first touch, but it's sent to the side by Torment. This is a position in the series where Oxygen can really capitalize. Frustrate version 1, maybe beyond what they can bring back. Oh, especially if they dunk it in like that.
Good challenge there from Oli, but it will get sent downfield. Yeah, this is very concerning if you're a V1 fan. Very concerning. But now it's not.
It changes quick, does.
It changes just like that. That's a big goal, though, from Beast Mode. They're finally able to get some space. That demo from Torment is huge, and Beast Mode puts it on target. That's going to nullify what looked like a building disaster from version 1. This brings them back into the game.
I agree with you. It was starting to look like version 1 were going to be fully tilted. That's such an important goal, especially as they got it their own way. A demo, another one comes in as Com launches a grenade from one side to the other. They are reverting to old tactics version 1 right now. They've had enough of Oxygen closing them down before they start the air dribbles. Get them out of the game. Let's frustrate them and get ourselves a goal or two.
But this is good, though, because on the other side, you got to think, once Oxygen scored that first goal, they got to think, oh, yeah, we're in these guys' heads. They can't even get a clear off their own corner. Like, let's take control. But version 1 say, no, that's not the case at all. As a matter of fact, you just woke us up. as we're approaching that halfway mark. Looking for another chance. Joreuz not there in time. And V1 trying to move downfield. Nice chip there from Torment. But you see Oli carrying this one all the way over Beast Mode's head, back into the midfield. Possession has been changing left and right as both teams trying to get control of this game. Chance here for Comp. No, never mind. Joreuz says toodaloo. And that one sent back to the blue half.
A taste of Comp's own medicine just when he thought he was able to pull the trigger. It'll go again from his own half. Joreuz is going to scuttle back and wait. Beast Mode comes in, but his touch not the best. A few loose hits actually from both teams at the moment. The game lost its shape a little bit after a few demos had interrupted everything. The fast Oxygen defensive rotations have been just somewhat slowed down for now, but that's a good touch of Archie. Joreuz comes in. Oli is going to have to let this one go, at least for now. Tee up Archie for another approach.
Version 1. Very big community, very big scene as well. I mean, they've got fans even here watching in the Netherlands, and it'd be nice for them to be able to come out and not see their team lose in the first match of the day. That being said, that's not the case right now because it's been all Oxygen as they move forward. Look at this from Oli, just pushes it past Torment.
And it has to be said, it's more poor defending from Torment, a man who you expect to be the experienced one, the leader of his team. Him making poor touches like that is not a good sign for version 1. We were saying maybe they'd had the tilt shaken out of them by the goal that they got, but it didn't seem to suggest as much. They'll have to come again. Com's behind the ball well, so should be able to get a decent dunk here, but Archie squeezes the ball past him. It doesn't mean a lot in the moment, but gee, these are just the split seconds, the 50-50s that are going to start to annoy version 1 even more.
Look, even some of these touches off the back wall, they're doing everything they can to really disrupt version 1. Torment, though, lead blocking, looking to take Joreuz out the play, but holds firm, gets a solid save out. Com now taking a shot at it, but Archie says, no, sir. Moves this back into the midfield, and here we go again for V1. A minute remaining, down by a goal. They need to make something happen here on Aquadome.
V1, who again have been pacified. There was a moment there where Joreuz and Archie double committed and the ball went loose. I was thinking V1 would come forward, but somehow Oli still got not just a 50-50, a clean hit on it. Version 1 need to get their aggressive balance back. Com wants to find Torment. Torment's just rotating back, which means the pass goes to nothing except for Joreuz. They're not on the same wavelength right now. And that's because Oxygen are playing this one so well. They're not at their best. They're not blitzing version 1 away, but they're showing great patience. There is still only one goal in it, though.
And that gets sent way downfield. Gonna be even a more monumentous climb. Good save out from Torment now. That'll be V1's 8th save of the game out of the 10 shots Oxygen have put on. And ball sent way back downfield. Needs some magic here from V1. Otherwise, Oxygen put this series on match point. 5 seconds left. Torment in the air. Trying to stay as close to this as possible. Archie goes to challenge, she gets beats out. This one off the corner. Can Com get there? Takes control. Puts the shot. And it's in! Com equalizes and we play on in game 2.
Just when I thought they were looking too sluggish, it was patience that was the virtue for Com. The temptation to shoot that straight away must have been so high. In fact, Joreuz assumed he was gonna. But Com, he slows it down after 0 seconds when most players would have snatched at it and forces that overtime brilliantly.
Well done for V1. They pick a play together and it works.
Oh!
You can't stop Oli! He shuts things down. 6 seconds in OT.
The match just can't be stopped. They've just conceded a 0-second goal, a good one as well, and then 6 seconds into the overtime later, Oli, the newbie, does that. Just imagine that at this arena, Dutch fans everywhere, and Oli, the Dutch player, scores a goal like that in overtime. It is going to be electric here in these coming days.
Absolutely electric, and my goodness, from Oli, that one, like you said, 6 seconds right off the kickoff. Oxygen are playing no games here. V1, even when they put everything into a play, they get the overtime, you think the momentum shaking, Oxygen's able to snuff it out.
He's the one who's doing all the snuffing out as well. Oli is at the heart. Increasingly, he's getting better and better with every series.
He's got a hat trick this game.
Wow.
Every goal from Oli. And you talk about that offensive output, 3 goals out of 5 shots, doing just a fantastic job.
Oh.
And I've even talked to him when we were sitting on the Rizzo stream there, just to kind of getting to know him a little bit more. They said the first matches were a little bit shaky, a little bit uncomfortable. Now he's in the zone. Now he's in the zone. Now He thinks that it's easy. He thinks they can beat anyone.
Did I just spot a little eyebrow wiggle to the camera as well? Is
eyebrow,
that only
that's what I'm
starting to
saying.
have some fun in this LAN arena? You know, it's a new world for him, being in an RLCS LAN. It's different. The pressure is higher. The production value is unlike anything he would have seen before at smaller LANs he may have attended. This is the big leagues. And Oli is making everyone else look pretty average right now, bearing in mind who his teammates are as well. Imagine out-mechanicking Archie and in particular Joreuz. That's no mean feat.
You're right. Absolutely. I mean, I've loved it. Being able to see this Oxygen team where, I'll even be honest, going into this, I had complete question marks. Didn't know exactly what was going to happen here with this team. And now, I feel like the sky's the limit.
They're answering every single question thrown at them from everywhere in the community, but in the more short term, they're answering all the questions that version 1 are chucking at them. They're coming forward with these solo approaches. They're trying to use the wings, trying to use the walls, but Oxygen are reading everything. No longer are they forced to pre-jump in defense as well, as Oxygen with complete control. Another infield pass comes in, the ball rolls out, and Oli can do anything he wants with it, including the Apache, who sends it home. It's an unbelievable goal yet again for Oxygen.
And of course, it's Archie in the air early. Beautiful redirect into the right side. My God.
The smiles as well from Oxygen. You can't blame them right now. They will be fully convinced they're going 3-0. Version 1 is so dangerous. One demo, one good play could completely wake them up, but oh no. Daz. That's not what you want to see.
You don't want to see that at all. Archie, regular shot, beast mode. You think it's a traditional save, easy save you would think, but gets the wrong flip on the ball. And
now, I don't cast North America as much, but tell me, Daz, beast mode, he's pretty mechanical, right? That's not tough for him, that block.
That's not.
He's pretty good, one of the good ones.
Right. You don't expect that. And a worrying, hopefully, not a worrying trend, but definitely a worrying goal given up here from V1. Backs against the wall in this series.
Oh, look at that again.
Another pass out mid. Archie chilling on the V1 backboard as Oxygen are in full attack.
Oxygen as well, who have completely adapted their playstyle throughout this series. They started off more defensively. They let V1 have a lot of the possession and the pressure. Still managed to win that first game. Somehow they eked it out of a 1-0. Now they are in their full fluent form. Version 1 doing everything they can just to keep them out. But I like this from Version 1. What they have to do is make sure they don't concede a third goal in the next 20 seconds or so. If they score themselves, it's a bonus, but Joreuz is still quick when they do have to defend.
Joreuz again, looking for that pre-jump out. V1 not done, but ooh, that one they're gonna want back. Play going the other way. Calm, looking to see if he can pick this up. Joreuz there to meet it. Look at Archie being able to bail him out before Beast Mode can get to the ball. Feels like, especially when you look at Beast Mode, not able to really do too much in this game. He's trying to, but it feels like Oxygen have him marked.
Yeah, they do. He does seem like a man who has no control when he has it. He's being pre-read. Archie's defending the backboard so well as well. And then when Oxygen come forward, just complete control of it. The ball is at their whim, at their mercy. Torment's putting that one to the side. There's some boost, but the challenge is good from Joreuz again. But this is better again from version 1. They're at least getting some control in their own half. Getting each other's way a little bit maybe, but Beast Mode gets out of the way and gets a demo. Torment is in. This could be a big moment in the series. Oli's bypassed. Is anybody coming in for version 1? Beast Mode is a little bit weak, but Com has another chance to put this ball home. He tries to put a pass down. It's the wrong decision, and Oxygen can send it away again.
They have the right pieces, but they're not putting them in the right places. Incomplete, as they're trying to piece together the puzzle that is Oxygen. They may have one, though, as Torment is able to make it a 1-goal game.
And the exact sort of goal you want to score, a mistake from the opponents. They will know that that will just shake Oxygen Esports just the tiniest bit. Archie making a mistake like that. It's a freebie for Torment, but the pressure was pretty unrelenting. They've done so well to break down Oxygen Esports' boost supplies. And version 1 in the end, via a little bit of help from their opponents, do get their rewards.
Can they will themselves back into this game? Can they will themselves back into this series? That's what we're trying to figure out right now, as Joreuz takes this one, looking at another Beast Mode, great cutout. The follow-up touch there is fantastic too, being able to send that to the sidewall really limits the options that Oxygen have. And you can see how they're struggling. They're trying to work that into the corner. But also, they are killing time on the clock here. Minute 20 to go. As Torment play out, but no one's there.
He just didn't have enough time to adjust his car. He'd got further than he ever thought he could with no boost. I don't know how he made it. That distance, it didn't quite have the finish. It's another chance though for version 1. They are having shots. They're stacking them up. We've had 5 now in this game, with surely more to come in the next 50 seconds. So these
That's an open net.
interfield cuts are going to be so important for Oxygen. Torment does get back.
He got back in time, but you saw that play from V1. Again, beast mode, as he goes up for a touch there. He tried to pre-jump a demo from Archie. Archie was able to dodge it. V1 starting to go all in on plays, but the shots are just too good the other way around, and they cannot stop this Oxygen squad.
I can't look at beast mode again. This was actually an own goal. It was off the post. And let's see it off beast mode.
Yeah.
The youngster, the mechanical carrier of the team, he'll have his, more experienced teammates. Assuming they do go on to lose this game, there's still 40 seconds left to cheer him back up, because this has got to hurt when you're a young man at a LAN. That's a couple of really tough defensive moments. He has to get himself back on this. He has to do it fast. Com to the backboard. Last chance to do now for version 1. Torment is bypassed by Archie. And Joreuz is trying to get it past beast mode. He'll back himself here. He fakes it down to the floor. Com can take a touch. Archie's coming in again. Oxygen, more proactive defending from them. And version 1 just keep getting sent straight back home.
Winner gets a trip to the playoffs, and they also get a break tomorrow. And that is looking like it is all Oxygen all the way through. Try as you might, but the beast has lost its air, and Oxygen have taken full control of the series and made quick work of version 1. 3-0 sweep.
I mean, I don't think anybody predicted a sweep that clean from Oxygen against version 1. We were expecting a close series. We were expecting both teams to get under each other's skin.
It felt like it was just over just like that.
As soon as the first goal went in game 1, when Oli scored it, it just seemed like version 1's flame extinguished.
Yeah. Snuffed out. But my goodness, again, I'm still kind of in a shock here, especially when you see what this team can output. Everybody from Oxygen getting involved here. Oli had 3 assists. Archie had 3 goals that game. But I do think, even though Oxygen are playing very well, this one kind of felt like V1 beat themselves here a little bit.
Oh yeah, if version 1 had just had a bit more, just gone for control, not made any mistakes, even if they lost a little bit of firepower up top, just sacrificed that to make sure they didn't throw anything away. Perhaps they could have grinded out a win in one of these games, but version 1, they tried to continue to play their style, and what they did the best was the demos. They did work for them, but Oxygen is just so good.
As we take a look at the replays, you can kind of see exactly how this one went. I mean, even the defense from Oxygen was solid. And here's Oli with that first goal, and then, like you said, that was kind of the catalyst that really gave Oxygen that confidence. And as they continue to get in control, even when V1 looked like they could have turned the tide, madman right there, Oli, fantastic work from him, just willing Oxygen forward. It was very impressive to see, as V1 are now playoff now.
And we are going to get to hear from Oxygen Esports. Yeah, Oxygen are, it's fine. With Leaf over there on the stage. Leaf, I am just so curious to know how they put together such a good performance.
Well, then hopefully I can get down to the bottom of that, because with me, Joreuz from Oxygen. So how was your free play session?
Oh yeah, it was great. I didn't have to do anything personally. I think I've got a 0% goal participation. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't matter. We still got the win. That feels the best.
So teammates here are looking good. On Sunday though, then you're gonna have to be the carry, right?
Well, if I have to be, I'll try to be, but I hope not. I think Oli can manage it himself. He proved that today.
You have the same mentality as me. I hope I don't have to do any work and my teammates carry me. It's looking good out there. I want to talk though, because you guys don't play till Sunday, but you actually have a lot of family and friends coming. Like, how many in total?
Yeah, I've got 27 in total, maybe 26. Someone might cancel, but yeah. Well, they won't come tomorrow. It's kind of weird actually, because when I get back, I have to message 27 people individually that they don't have to come tomorrow and they can come Sunday, because they all don't really follow the esports and they just want to watch me play. And I'm just getting messages constantly like, oh, is Joreuz playing today? When, what time? Do I have to cancel my work? Blah, 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 blah. So yeah.
Well, good luck with that. I was gonna say if they're showing up tomorrow, who are you guys gonna be cheering for then? Because you get to be a fan tomorrow. Are you gonna cheer for any teams?
I'm gonna cheer for Power, my boy Amphis, yeah. But I don't think my family's coming, not gonna lie. They don't, sorry Rocket League, but I don't think they really care. But they just care about me. That's kind of wholesome, and yeah.
It's very wholesome. No, I love it. I mean, throughout Rocket League has like a lot of really supportive families, so it's great to see almost 30 people coming out to support you. So that's gonna be really fun and loud on Sunday. Now, I want, before we go to break here, just to ask you, it was Itachi, I believe, that said, I asked him just the difference between NA and EU right now, and he said that EU was way better. Not even just like slightly ahead, but way better. Are you on that train as well? Like, is there a drastic difference?
I think so, yeah. Even in scrims leading up to the event in practice, like, NA is just not much competition in scrims. They could be better in tournaments. They proved that in other majors, but this was like a whole nother level. On Dignitas, when I was still on Dignitas, I would use stuff like we would have difficult scrims against G2, FaZe, but it's not happening now. It's just like straight sweeps sometimes, 8-0 in scrims, and that's never happened before. So I think EU is way better right now.
There is a divide happening. We're going to see if it carries on because we got a lot more Rocket League coming your way. We're going to break, but day 2 carries on with the 2-0 teams. The blue wall takes on the blue wetness. It's KCorp versus Moist.
That yielded some form of success. But what else have we gotten? Nothing, because they don't have the boost to challenge in the midfield. They don't have the resources. They're getting demo, boxed out. It's so similar to G2 and the way they looked, unable to handle power, maybe not expecting it.
The club
now in a position where they could be 1-2 heading into tomorrow, or heading into today, rather. And Torsos flips around. Astromik trying to recover on the play.
Speed. It's not even comparable. Like, Lost shouldn't even have gone up for that with how much he got dusted, which is surprising. This is the club, one of the fastest teams, I'd say, here.
Ooh, Torsos, what a pass in front!
Oh,
that was an absolutely magnificent play from Power. Fever puts it in the back, and Power have the lead.
Torsos, thank you for blessing our eyes right there with that pass in the corner. That was 3 different touches to weave around the club's defense and set it up.
You've been talking about Fever all series long, and he continues to deliver, but Torsos, how about his effort? And not just today, but yesterday against G2 as well. Lost in Astromik, trying to make things work, but they're just a little haphazard in front. And I think Club are overthinking this. They're overthinking their rotations.
I agree.
I think there's not
so
really
much
a thing as
hesitation.
overcoming.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta rotate, go next, hit the ball, instead of trying all of these like, oh, feigns, oh, I'm not gonna go for it, you go for it. Like, sometimes you just gotta play like standard Plat Rocket League.
And that's where I feel like there's so much hesitation slipping in. They might not have expected Power to be this demo heavy and speedy behind the ball, but I still think they have.
Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly night and day, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly, yeah.
Certain but death. To make it out of here, take a certain finesse. Down trying to earn him a rep. It's coast, gotta learn to respect. Really, I turn up for less. Like who now? It ain't even worth it to guess. The man going now, you looking nervous and next. And you gon' end up right with him on a shirt with some text. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little buddy cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas, I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cup, but the fully stock on the dresser. I put his car to your sucker. You know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winner in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him, mirror bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this my whip got your last name. Two down, one on top on the phone. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee saying with your chest when you talk to the goat. Gotta learn to respect. Stand with your chest when you talk to the goat. Gotta learn to respect. Stand with your chest when you talk to the goat. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little buddy cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas, I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cupboard, the fully stock on the dresser. I put his car to your sucker. You know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winner in that fang, got his ass flame. I told him, mirror bust it down, leave the back plane. That's why this my whip got your last name. Two down, one on top on the phone. Leave the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee said with your chest when you talk to the goal. Cold to the shit, gotta learn to respect.
Oxygen made quick work of version 1. The next match on the docket quickly becoming one of the most popular rivalries in Rocket League, KCorp, featuring Vatira taking on his old roster, Moist Esports. The blue versus blue here for the top in Europe, and a 3-0 in the Swiss at the Fall Major. Welcome back to Rotterdam, folks. We've got a crazy one in store for you. That match we just watched, though, pretty solid. Oxygen definitely woke up at the right side of the bed, CJ.
They did, and now we have Europe guaranteed to be the 2 3-0 teams going through with this next matchup as well. So how many times does this happen, Gibbs? All the talks about NA, and all of a sudden, there you go through. However, Power have just beaten the club down here as well. So Team Power 2-1 now in the Swiss.
Good for them, man. Club 1 and 2 will play tomorrow. 2 elimination games to try and make it to the bracket, but like Europe is looking fantastic, and the European players are even saying like scrims, like NA looks incredibly weak right now. So interesting to see, but now Europe has to play Europe, so we don't know who's going to win at this point.
We know Europe's going to win, folks. Let's take a look at the schedule, give you an idea of where we're at and what's coming up throughout the rest of round 3. The club, you can see it there, dropping 3-1 to Power. Power knocking down G2, and now the club as well, 1 win away from being in the playoffs and representing OZE. Meanwhile, up here on the A stream, we'll see some Quadrant Pioneers and some James Cheese G2 for some elimination matches a little bit later on. But for now, it's time for the Battle of the Blue. KCorp, the Blue Wall, taking on Moist Esports, the wetness in the house. Who's going to take this one down? This is always a spicy match here, Bates.
It sure is a spicy matchup, and it's even spicier nowadays. Cavati, he's left the team that gave him his shot. He left his boys, Rise and Joyo. He went to the French organization, and in Astro, he played for KCorp last year on that first rendition, and they moved over to Moist. They had a trade, and now they're both playing against each other at this Fall Major.
Well, if you ask one fan base, there's only one team where the color is blue.
This tournament for me is really important because it's our best shot to win LAN, because like we're playing really well and we feel like we're better than all the other teams at the moment, and for me it will mean a lot to win it for KCorp, for the fans and for our families and friends.
Vatira picking up control with boost. He's got over 1 to the goal, reset, and Vatira ties it up all by himself.
The general feeling in the team is really good. We know each other for a long time. We're really good friends. We have really good synergy. We spend good time together and we always support each other, and it's really cool. Our team is the best team because all of us three really good individually. We're really fast, really mechanical. We play really well together. I think that's what will bring us the win.
Fiftying his way past everybody once again. Vatira's pre-jumped him, and they've managed to connect. An unbelievable pass. What on earth have we just witnessed?
Pay attention. It's our tournament.
Those mid-air pass plays we were just seeing, I feel like, are the zeitgeist of KCorp. That is what they do best.
I mean, Corelli talked about them being the most complete team, and I think there's these intangibles as well with Carmine. It's just about their hunger and their drive. Whenever they're playing, it feels like it wouldn't matter if they were playing their parents in a game of Rocket League. They'd still celebrate exactly the same and try just as hard. There's just something about this team, Gibbs. I don't know what it is, but they just always give 120% every time.
And I'm not going to lie, when Vatira moved, I was like, this might not work out because he's leaving a very talented squad. But I think Vatira has shown he's the best in the world because, yes, Exotic and Itachi are great players, but now they have risen to the top because of their teammate, Vatira.
Was it a one-man show yesterday, babe?
Yeah, it was. It was a one-man show yesterday. And I call it like it is. I don't need to be nice to these players just because they're behind the screen putting their fingers on the controller. It was a one-man show. Exotic and Itachi, they were okay. It was all Vati, though. That's the main reason they beat SSG yesterday. If they won't be successful, those two are going to have to step up.
Well, Vani here did leave a roster to form this super squad, and they're doing the best to make him regret it. It's Moist on the other side.
To me, this tournament's just like any other major, you know. We've done it a few times before, we've won one, and we can do it again. Reach our goals, we just have to do what we normally do, you know. We're chilling, we're a good team, we're good friends, and we can be happy just having a good performance, and if we do, then we should win anyway.
Won't get an opportunity here. Now Exotic trying to pick it up, but runs into Moist. Pass play in front of the box. Wow, as Astral puts it in for goal number 2.
Moist connects.
For this tournament, you know, we've been scrimming, we've been doing our thing, playing ranked. I mean, when we play, we just have fun, you know, we're good friends, we're a good team, and we know it, and we don't take ourselves too seriously. Sometimes, you know, having a lax approach can help you win. The other team should probably be pretty worried of us because we're a bit annoying, you know, we get in their face, we get a bit confusing. We're definitely an unorthodox team and, you know, you'll never know what we're doing. You've seen what I've done with Musty Flicks, you know, might go for a pogo this tournament, you never know.
I'd say for Joyo to start it, or not Joyo, excuse me, Rise to start things early. And then speaking of Joyo, here he comes, hit him with some mechanics. Oh, baby, it was a beautiful shot.
We're the best team here because we know how to win. I'd like to see someone try beat us, to be honest.
You'd like to see someone try to beat them. Two teams have tried, both have failed so far. Moist trying to go 3-0. Astral here is the most veteran player on the roster, and yet it still feels like the other two are the captains?
Yeah, it's tough because obviously he hasn't seen as much tournament experience in terms of wins or grand finals as his two teammates, but he's been around for a very long time, and that's why they picked him up. They know that he's one of the best in Europe with the mechanics, but the team they weren't cohesive throughout all those online regionals, but it seems like they're finding that form now.
And Astral's one of the best performers on LAN as well, which is a massive reason why they picked him up. And look at this, man.
You gotta wave. You gotta wave.
Give us the wave.
Oh, no.
He's smirking.
Hey, there we go. Yeah. Joyo, he's always stepping up, and he just feels so comfortable when he gets in a LAN environment. None other than Rise, though, teammates. I don't know what it is about this guy. He must be the only person that gets better on LAN, not just like stays the same. He gets better.
He's one of the few that actually does rise to the occasion. No pun intended. This young man here, we actually know what he can do on the offensive end, but his defense is always phenomenal on LAN as well. And when he's on, it doesn't matter what version of Moist we're talking, the Astral version or the Vati version, this Moist team becomes one of the best, if not the best in the world.
KCorp versus Moist. Is there a weak link on the field? Is there a single player here that you're not confident in when they've got the ball?
No, like I think the only weak link was coming into this event was like the Moist team as a whole, just trying to figure that out. But now that they have figured that out, both these squads, incredibly scary, and either one of these could easily take this series.
Well, I'm excited to see which one gets to move through and skip the action tomorrow, folks. Let us know how you feel in the fan vote with the hashtags there. Hashtag KC, hashtag MST. And we'll make our predictions. We'll go down the line on this one. I'll start. Why do I do this to myself? It's KCorp versus Moist. This genuinely feels like a coin flip. I don't know that I would put one team above the other on any, consistently. But with just how strong KCorp is, I agree with Corelli earlier. They are the most complete team here. I don't see a way that Moist is going to get through them right now, especially if they're playing like they were yesterday, and I feel less worried about them sleeping and waking up and being a different team here. I'm going with KCorp.
The blue wall, they had a couple holes in it. It was a couple of loose bricks yesterday, and they eventually just managed to escape before the spaceship could take off. I do not believe that the drip drops are going to let that happen. It's going to be a little bit too wet here. Moist is going to take this one, and for the reason that I just believe that Rise, Joyo, they wanted a little bit more against Vati. He left them high and dry. Rise is on vacation. He really wants to take this. Vati's 2-1 against them right now. It's going to become 2-2.
I think Bates is reaching a little bit. I think KCorp was still very solid yesterday as a team, not just Matira. I'm going KCorp.
I'm going to go KCorp as well. I want to go Moist, but I'm going KCorp. I think this team, there's just something about them, and this matchup in particular, have had the advantage so far in the online split. I think that'll continue here. KCorp are taking this one out.
Two of the iciest teams in all the world clashing yet again. KCorp, the blue wall showing up in chat. They're the favorites there, and we'll get to see them try to defend their titles here on the Rotterdam stage, folks. KCorp versus Moist, one of the most classic matches up in our game right now. Who's going to take the win and be 3-0? Let's find out. It's time to play some Rocket League.
KCorp holds the head-to-head record this season, 2-1 over Moist Esports, but they mentioned it on the desk as Rise gets better on LAN. We remember the historic performance at the Winter Major, and now this rivalry comes to a head on day 2.
It's KCorp versus Charlie's Angels. We have been waiting for this one all day long. KCorp and Moist. Man, you can tell This one is going to be one to keep yourself locked in for. Both teams trying to get into the playoffs. And who's going to get that first strike? It looks like Rise, but Vatira denies his former teammate's shot.
It looked like there was absolutely no hope for KCorp there, that Moist was going to get the opening goal. And then, as he's done so often, Vatira comes in from out of nowhere, swoops in to play hero. And now KCorp breach the center line. Rise tries to send it out. Itachi's right there. Again, a lot of familiarity between these two rivals. This dumps off to the corner from Vatira. Well won by Joyo, and then dumped right back into the corner. Wonder if we could get maybe Astral and Vatira to exchange ceremonial own goals with these two squads, or these two players, up against their former teams from last season.
Well, you should have asked them before they started.
I really should have asked them before they started. Maybe we can get an admin.
No,
that's the last thing we need right now.
That's right. But, oh man, what a read there. Good touch there from Rise to be able to get that follow-up. And now you see this one going across. It's going to be interesting. I want to see the KCorp approach here against Moist. And also, even as well, seeing how Moist can handle this KCorp defense as Astral to Rise. Rise, he has Joya playing really close here. Third is decently far back as corner boost is stolen. But the cut in here as your ball's right into that corner is very aggressive. Still though, Moist keeping up with the pace of play. I like what I'm seeing from them here off the start. They've got 4 shots and 4 demos, but still not enough. And guess what? KCorp, 1 shot's all they need. First one goes in.
Itachi with his 5th goal of the Swiss stage, diving in against 2, no problem. Itachi over his former teammate, Astral in the net, 1-0 to KCorp. Out to the corner here from Exotic. Itachi, the low man on the totem pole when it comes to scoring for this KCorp squad, but he also comes in with 6 assists, double what both of his teammates have. As Itachi will collect here, he'll have a touch, but nobody diving in to try and get him another assist. I think the most impressive part of this Carmine Corp squad, Daz, is actually Vatira, not just because, okay, it's Vatira and we think he might be the best player at this event, but it's his shooting percentage, where he's the top scorer on the team on the season, but he shoots in this event like 58%, which is miles ahead of second place. And when you think of how low shooting percentages often are for players and teams, going over 50% is an astronomical level.
It works though with the play style. We saw this yesterday when they played against Space Station Gaming. KCorp will pull a team out and they will strike hard. They are 100% here in terms of shooting though. 2 for 2. They get these teams, they pull them into uncomfortable positions and then they set things up to where they can be great. They're not necessarily being super flashy and trying to put on offensive pressure. They just wait for the right moment to get the easiest shots.
Itachi up the ladder, met by Rise. We just need Itachi to come up with a demolition and he'd have ones literally across the board. This goes to the corner, out in front, Itachi's there, and he scores!
1, 2, 3, it feels like Carmine Corp can't miss. Again, off the backboard, to Itachi, goes in. This has been the bread and butter all game long. Someone from Moist needs to put a 10 up there and stay up there because they have been abusing it on the blue side.
Well, after Exotic did a lot of the heavy lifting yesterday, he's taking a back seat and watching this 2-man game, and a beautiful game it is between Itachi and Vatira as Moist Esports trying to find a way to stop the bleeding and figure out this Carmine Corp squad. All the advanced numbers from this KCorp squad, they don't really wow you, they don't impress you. You look at their boost consumption and their boost pickups, they're not managing their boost particularly well, but they're efficient. As Exotic just throws one downfield, and sometimes everything just goes your way.
Oh, that sucks. If you're Moist, that sucks. I'll just be straight clear with that. You're going for a challenge in the corner, it pinches all the way downfield, doesn't even hit the ground. I mean, you know, that would get points in a freestyle competition, maybe like 2, just because of the fact that it didn't bounce. That being said,
Did get points in a freestyle competition just by virtue of the fact it went in.
That's it.
So Moist down 4 goals. Then after that one from Exotic, that's kind of the sign that, all right, we go next. As we see Moist play this out and wonder if they can get any forward momentum at all going into game 2.
Yeah, that's how I feel. It really feels like Moist don't know what's going on. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I mean it is to where they're playing right now. They have the offense. They've been out shooting KCorp, and they've even demoed. They have 6 demos this game. The defense hasn't been there, and they haven't been able to find the back of the net at all. And we know Moist, we know that they're all super mechanical, but that's not enough here. And the goals from KCorp are not flashy at all. They haven't been flashy, but they've been efficient and they've been on target. And when they're on the press upfield, they make Moist look very sloppy defensive-wise. Astral will get his first one as the clock ticks down, but Moist got a lot to do if they want to recover in this series.
Yeah, you talk about the demolitions, 6 of them so far in this opening game for Moist, and almost none of them have been of any consequence at all. That's not their style either. It hasn't been their style in this event. They haven't racked up a lot of demolitions. Really, Joyo has, nobody else. I mean, Rise came in, I think, averaging like 1/3 of 1 demolition per game into today. It's just not how Moist gets the job done. It may have to be how they get the job done, but it did not work in game 1. KCorp all over Moist in game 1. A 4-0 lead drops to 4-1, but 1-0 in the column that matters.
It's just business for them. That's what it really looks like.
That's a great, that's a great take.
They lock down, and when Moist come at them, they sit, they play the defense, and then when they rush upfield, again, it didn't look like a flashy game from KCorp at all. They didn't need it to be. Like, you can even tell. Let's take a look at the replay. Again, ball off the back wall. Itachi just goes. Even more plays that happen. Again, this one, this is for Vatiri. Just needs to get a beat on Joyo. You got 3 defenders in the net. No one's putting a hand up. They finally are able to kind of slow things down and get a goal here, but a lot of work needs to be done if KCorp don't have to work in order to score.
Remember when Bates used to call Team Envy the Machine? I don't think there's actually been a team in the RLCS in a long, long time that has fit that bill more than this KCorp squad. Again, they just come in, as Daz said, all business. And yeah, you occasionally see a smile, but they know what the task is at hand. Yeah. Avoid Saturday. Get the job done now. And it feels like they play almost with a chip on their shoulder. They play with a level of efficiency that we don't normally see at any level of Rocket League. And here they are again, trying to control the opening kickoff of Game 2 on Aquadome after a dominant Game 1 victory.
What did Itachi say at the end of the interview?
Yeah, he said, pay attention, this is our tournament. And so far, they've challenged anybody to say otherwise, and nobody has stepped up.
In full control right now, at least in the driver's seat. We still have at least 2 more games to go. As Rise trying to change the narrative, and that one will go in. Exotic does not get the touch. It's anything but, as Moist will pick up their first goal.
And Exotic actually had a chance at this here, but just couldn't pump the brakes quick enough. It does go in, so Moist get one to go their way. Rise gets his 13th goal of the tournament. Came in leading all scorers. Probably dipped a little bit after what we just saw out of Oxygen. Impressive performance as that was. Here goes Itachi with the entire Moist defense in front of him, and it does not matter because he sets up Vatira with a little aerial physical play.
It's perfection, literally. First touch out, Rise gets a mistouch. Vatira still reads it just under the bar. The shot is perfect there from Vati. Again, first shot of the game from KCorp. It goes in. This team is so efficient.
The whole team was there. Somebody challenged. Somebody was there for the follow-up. It did not matter, as Joyo will make the stop here and prevent a second quick goal out of KCorp. It just, every conventional strategy you've got doesn't matter. Great pass over to Itachi, it goes bar down, and Vatira could not catch up. Here goes Moist on the counter.
That was the first shot they missed this series.
Wow.
This series. That's what I'm saying here. Good though for Moist to be able to finally be able to force some mistakes here, as we have seen KCorp not necessarily look as good as they were in the first game. Moist made some adjustments, forced the defense off, but still, it does seem like, at least in terms of the feel of this game, that KCorp are still in control. They've had the possession on Moist half for so long, but it is still tied up, still plenty of time in game 2.
Joyo again has the lone demolition for Moist as they start to march downfield. He's on possession now, just around Exotic, but Exotic able to stay with him, pester him the whole time. And Rise unable to stay with this play, so Astral has to jump up in front of Itachi. Exotic, launch one in. Rise over to Joyo. Long time duo. Does Joyo have another touch? No. And Itachi right over to Exotic, and here's the counter-attack. Nobody got back in time, and Vatira gets him right between the eyes.
What is this 1-2-3 play here? Itachi to Exotic. Look, the camera's trying to keep up because they're going all the way around the field there. In the midfield, Moist don't know where to be, as it just feels like KCorp are playing free play together.
And this is a KCorp squad. Again, they're not going to starve you out. They're not going to pick up every boost pad on the field. They're not going to outpace you very often, but they're just always in the right place at the right time. They don't need to make up for any mistakes with just speed or mechanics. They've got probably the best game sense in this event, as Exotic able to get back, challenge that play from behind in the air, didn't matter. And the 2-1 lead right at the halfway mark of game 2, closing in on a spot on Championship Sunday.
I am liking what I'm seeing from Moist here, though, at the halfway point. It does feel like they are starting to get more control of the ball. They've been playing it in the air really well, but they need to be able to convert it into a goal. Joyo is going up for this. I think he was looking for a bump. Infield pass to Rise, went for the low shot, trying to throw things off. And that's what I'm saying. The creativity is starting to get there for Moist, and they are starting to bend KCorp's defense. It hasn't broken just yet. They still maintain the lead.
Vatira, what a dunk against his former team, read their soul and ripped it out of their body.
Kids, close your eyes.
Oh.
You don't want to see that. That one.
Ooh. 3 shots, 3 goals. What was he, 1 shot, 1 goal last game? That 58% is somehow going up in this series in the 2-0 round.
And in a matchup where you would think it would be anything but. You would think that if there's anyone who would try to really force the issue for Moist, or for KCorp, it would be Moist, but it seems like it is the opposite. Moist look cool, or Moist look uncomfortable.
Yep.
KCorp cool, confident, and collecting.
And Exotic will just walk the dog home again, even through a little bit of traffic. It's just Moist is having a tough time somehow keeping up with KCorp. The challenges, resource management, positioning, it hasn't been perfect, but it's as close as it gets.
You can see a couple of smiles there on the boys from KCorp. Just very comfortable, as this game is almost certain in the bag for them, unless we see something here for Rise. Flip preset, Exotic has the read. Follow up from Joyo, looking for the double. Does find it, and hold on. Moist with a quick run, they're able to make this a 2-goal game.
Yeah, something for Moist fans to get behind here as Joyo sets it up for himself. Brilliantly done. And he gets Moist back in it. Down to just a 2-goal deficit. We talked about Vatira's efficiency, by the way. His shooting percentage in this event, I can't believe I'm going to say this, 66%. 2/3 of his shots have found the net.
You just don't miss.
That's right. That's, I mean, he's going to be closing in. He's going to be closing in on a record. If he keeps that pace up, he's going to shatter whatever the record is, which I'm sure Direct will tell us eventually. As this is popped out, Joyo down to 35 seconds, plenty in the tank. And at least Moist are building up here for an opportunity to try and make it a 1-goal game, but the KCorp defense standing tall. Up to midfield now, Astral, and maybe just taking a little bit too much time now, and reality starting to set in here in game 2.
Yes, Itachi's all over the ball, trying to kill the clock. Moist still trying to force the issue. Still some fight left over on the Moist Esports side, but unfortunately, despite all that fight, the time is against them. And Astral will get one more go at it. That one will hit the ground. And match point. situation. KCorp take game 2, and they look dominant, dudes.
Wow. 4-1 in game 1, 4-2 in game 2. What do you got for an encore? Game 3 on the horizon, and that squad over there, Moist Esports, trying to find a way. And I've been in that man's spot, Noah, trying to figure out exactly how to turn things around. And by the way, on that note, shout out to the Pack back home.
Okay.
Winning their quarterfinal match to go into the state semifinals. But Vatira has been the story here. Big dunk. Again, perfect shooting, 3 for 3 in that game. It does not get better than what you're watching right now. This had heavyweight marquee matchup written all over it, Daz, and it's been nothing but KCorp. That man right there has been the show.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. You see him saying, let's go. They're trying to close this one out quick.
I feel like if he could opt to take 5 seconds between games, he would. Just end the game, go into the next one.
Yeah. They're ready. They're ready and they're locked in. Now can they close it out? Game 3 on your screen here, as Moist have been looking for just something to break down KCorp. But it's been anything but. As KCorp have been controlling this series, it feels like they don't want to let up on that anytime soon, but maybe there's some adjustments between games that may do something. I say that, and a demo on the play, it doesn't matter. Vatira has an open net, and KCorp back in the lead.
Doesn't matter. Jockeying for position with Rise, boxes him out, extend a little stiff arm, and a 1-0 lead for KCorp, 26 seconds in, Daz. And for Vatira, 6 shots, 5 goals so far.
Already off to a hot start there. Now, Rise on this one, straight to Joyo. It goes off the back wall, shot not necessarily on. Astro a little too far forward, so has to try to keep this ball in play. Joyo not going to be able to make contact. And Joyo and Astro both up. Vatira beats both. Exotic on the back wall, drops it down for Vatira, but can't necessarily get the shot on. Would have been a great play, but they'll have to hold for a 1-goal lead for now. As another shot comes through, and Astro will end up picking up the stop.
If you wonder why we highlight the efficiency of KCorp so much, outside of the obvious, yes, better efficiency means better success. These two teams in particular are #1 and #2 in defensive shots allowed. KCorp coming in, allowing 6 shots a game. Moist right behind them at 6.2. You have to take advantage of the opportunities you're able to create. Not given that you create for yourself. And KCorp have done that. Moist have not been able to generate those high-quality looks. That shot will be blocked away by Exotic. The pressure on here for Moist is short-lived, as Exotic should have this away. Oh, that's a good read, though, by Joyo. Can he stay on this? He does, and made life difficult for Itachi. So this is a better-looking attack out of Moist, but they're still not able to generate shots, and finally Vatira bombs one away.
Yeah, you can see Moist trying to let loose there, but even as they try to do so, again, KCorp's awareness has been a big factor in that. The infield passes that Moist have to adjust to whenever KCorp are on the attack have been something that really kind of slows down their pace of play, because instead of them being able to control the game, they're playing reactionary. Itachi,
what a great play.
So close to that one. Almost a bounce there. Awkward for Astro. Joyo coming up to stop the double. And sends it straight to Rise. Moist clear out the danger. They need to get back into this game. Halfway through, they're still down by 1.
I do think that there were some questions when KCorp ultimately decided what their roster was going to be after going after Vatira. Would they keep Itachi? Did he earn his spot? He has certainly earned it. He's erased any doubt at this point with his clever play at and around midfield. Out of the corner here. Here is Itachi. Stuffs Joyo, and that slows down Moist enough. Everybody else gets boosted up. And KCorp ready for another defensive stand, which is, it just consists of Vatira touching the ball, throw it in front. Itachi's there, and he almost gave him a 2-goal lead.
That was a bread and butter, though. I thought that was going to go in. The percentage chance for that's high, Stacks. Another shot. This one actually misses. Oh my goodness, it's so uncharacteristic. They're missing shots
right? Yeah. Vatira's shooting percentage in this game has plummeted. 1 goal from 4 shots. My goodness. This is a scary, scary team. Only up a goal, though, with 1:30 to go.
Yeah, it's not.
And Moist hanging around here. Astral's got to dish this off to the corner. Exotic's waiting for it. Indirect in front, but nobody there, so he'll just delay and force Joyo to burn a lot of boost. He's happy to do so. Rise, stopped by Vatira. And who's going to take charge here? Astral, get the dunk, and we're tied.
Astral
One's wild.
Forces his way through on this one, Stacks. You can see again, that bounce up. Exotic didn't know what to do. Think he gets taken out the play, and Astral goes low and under KCorp's defense. Moist here on their last life in this series. They got plenty of life in the Swiss stage, but of course they want to go through here, especially against a win on KCorp. That being said, tied up ball game, final minute.
The goal very clear. Not to play in front of the crowd on Saturday. Just save that for Championship Sunday when we'll play out the entire top 8. Astral chasing this one into the corner. Exotic could put it away, but there's Joyo, bouncer into the wall, and Itachi's there, gonna slow things down. And it's KCorp's game, we're all just kind of playing in it right now. Vati over to Exotic, and the shot blocked wide. Follow-up from Itachi. He comes up with another clutch goal, and KCorp leads.
Oh, the first initial shot, look at the pass. So much power behind that, forces the entire defense to jump. Itachi, great ability to get up on that from his position. He was coming from the corner and able to put that shot just under the crossbar. Super effective is KCorp when they're on the offensive press. And now Moist have to force the issue here.
Astral ranging back with Moist running out of time here in game 3. They have battled and battled against KCorp, but to an unsuccessful end so far, as that's just pushed wide, and Vatira will try to run out the clock, down to 7 seconds. Rise needed that boost to be there, it was, but now he's way behind the play. Joyo from midfield, caught the defense napping and ties the game.
Great effort for Rise. Itachi's doing his best, but Joyo's just faster. And Moist not done yet. We are overtime bound unless something happens right here on this kickoff.
Johnny Boy probably watching this like, all right, how do they screw up this kickoff? Nobody did. All right, deuces into game 3 overtime. Can Moist keep this affair going? Rise takes that away from Vatira. So important, of course, not to get caught napping at the start of OT, where we see so many lapses in defense. And both teams have managed exactly that.
It's getting scrappy, though. You're seeing KCorp look for some demos. They've only got 1 this game. Moist has 7. So you can see the difference here. KCorp may let this one, we talk about how composed they are, but they are stretching here, and Moist are getting a lot of touches past them. It's not looking good for the boys in blue, but for Moist, this is everything they want. That scrappy game is going to open up opportunities, and now you're starting to see them put on more shots.
Well, this has got to be a relief for Rise to play against a team in KCorp that is not necessarily bullying the opposition around. Nobody was demolished more than Rise yesterday, 21 times, well clear of JNaps, who was second. As that goes back into the corner, and Exotic gives way to Joyo. Vatira with Joyo chasing him, not phased one bit, but Rise keeps this in and available for Moist Esports. Here goes Astral. Can he get any contact at all? No, but he will steal boost as a consolation prize.
Touch out. And it's starting to feel like things are resetting for KCorp. They're very comfortable playing defense because they know that, at least in the strong counterattacks that they can make, as they're looking for one right there. Exotic, good 50, but Rise on top of it. Does he have control to 50? Vatira does, but Joyo won't be able to get a piece of it. Actually sets it up in midfield. Astral in a tough spot. Exotic's up looking for the bump, but Itachi is the one that carries it all the way through. And that one will end the series. KCorp going to top 8.
Itachi came in the 3rd highest scorer on the team, and all he did was casually drop 4 goals and a trio of assists as part of a 3-0 sweep for KCorp as they sweep the Swiss as well. 3-0 onward to Championship Sunday.
Right. They are done here in the Swiss stage, and you know, the last game was the closest one. The last game, especially towards the final seconds, where you know Moist get that equalizing goal, it seemed like okay, maybe Moist does have something figured out because KCorp did kind of look a little sloppy, but it's little by. Not that it wasn't that big of a deal, I think, at the end of it, because like we said, once KCorp got set, they had that breakout moment, and Itachi was just a great carry. But besides that, there were no signs of weakness for KCorp. Game 1, Game 2, clinical. And like you said, it was business, and it was pretty much up to Moist to be able to force the issue. They were playing from behind from the start, and unfortunately, they couldn't catch back up.
At one point, Vatira's shooting percentage, by the way, reached something north of 70. Yeah, I think it might have come down a little bit there. 1 goal from the 4 shots, but still just a dominant performance out of KCorp. For 2.5 games, Moist certainly made it a game of it in Game 3, and maybe that's encouraging because you have to imagine you back Moist to find a way into the playoff bracket as well. Then it's best of 7s, you get a little extra time, you get the use of a timeout, and maybe, just maybe, when it matters most, Moist might be able to overcome that hurdle. But today, it was KCorp, led by Vatira, and now Leaf is standing by with KCorp.
That's right, yet another victory under KCorp's belt, and standing around to chat about Itachi joining me again. You guys are looking unstoppable.
Yeah, we are. We're playing well. We're playing well.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yesterday. You said this is your tournament, right? Like, you guys are taking it. Do you think there's any team in this whole tournament right now that could maybe even at least give you a little bit of a challenge? Because it looks like you're cruising through.
Yeah, like obviously for me, Oxygen can be a really good match, but even I think Team Liquid can step up as well. But I don't see anyone else like being good. I'm not even scared of Oxygen or Liquid. They're just playing well, but obviously we're way better.
Good match.
Yeah, maybe they can get 1 game, maybe.
Yeah. But you guys now managed to skip the next day. You guys got the day off. You'll go to Sunday and play in Championship Sunday. Is the plan for tomorrow? Like, what do you guys do? Like, do you just keep warming up? Do you take a little bit of a step back? What's the plan for the next day?
Yeah, tomorrow is just a chill day. We're going to Scream, as always, and let's just chill with our friends, families that are coming over tomorrow. And some World Cup matches. Morocco is playing tomorrow, so we'll be watching, and that's it.
Now, I've talked to you a few times, and I feel like we talk about Vatira a lot, but Exotic, talk to me about what he brings to the team, because I feel like he's always there, he's doing his job, but we don't talk about him enough. So talk to me about what he brings to the team.
Exotic is a really calm guy. Like, he doesn't have much experience, and he's playing like he's been here for like 5 years. He's super chill, like he's confident, he brings a lot like on the team about the hype. He's really funny, like he only brings positivity, and it's really good.
And just curious about this matchup. I know specifically for Vatira, this matchup is going to mean a lot, but does that translate to you guys as well? Does this matchup mean a little bit more every time you get the win?
Yeah, for sure. Like we take every win. Like for us, every game is important. Every game is a final, and obviously we always try to give our best 100% every game, and that's what we're trying to do.
You're giving your 100% and you're getting dubs. I'm going to let you start your little mini vacation early. Have fun in scrims and good luck on Sunday. We got so much more Rocket League to come your way. An unthinkable matchup is on its way. James Cheese takes on a struggling G2 Esports in our first elimination match of the Fall Major.
Nice though, as Kingsley sends one to the backboard, tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, Fire tries to clear this away. Landing on the foot of Andy. Picks up the steam. It's still there for Kingsley. He scored!
Yeah. In that situation, it did work out. The first man got dusted. KV1 had a booming clear. And they have found a transition out of it. Knight up early. Daniel over one, and LJ, nice positioning back for the solo one, and finds Arsenal out of the midfield, who's looking for some fancy triple taps, even off the ceiling. But Space Station Gaming have thrown a couple of shots and not gotten any answers.
KV1 chippy against Arsenal. Knight, did he just find the gap? Nope, he can't win the corner boost either. Arsenal protects it. KV1.
Big bump.
Wasn't the best though for Secret. Knight looks for KV1, rips it over to LJ.
Oh, what a clear.
Rips it right back.
That was a massive clear. I thought Daniel would be cherry picking, and Daniel is actually looking for some demos himself. As KV1's the one who gets physical. Finally, they have changed that stat line, and we won't be seeing 0 demos for them. They've actually got 2 demos and 0 demos for Space Station Gaming. Feels like game 1, is it not?
It does feel a little like game 1.
We haven't seen that follow-up now if Space Station Gaming have gone up for this air dribble that we see again and again.
Space Station somehow generated 6 shots already. And that's the 7th off the post, and it bounces out. Oh, there's been so many times. They love that left post.
Yeah.
They really do. That cleared out again by Secret. The Space Station trying to mount more pressure, but Secret have got the clear. Now it's about hanging on. And they grab the midfield boost, but they just give LJ midfield for free, but he couldn't grab a hold of it against Knight. Knight high against the backboard. Up is KV1. Sad next up. Light shot. And KV1 tried to help out, but Sad's got possession. He's got the pass. Knight the shot, but it's wide off the post. Where else could he go? There were 3 Space Station cars in his way. KV1, one more. Across. There he is, saved by Daniel.
Lovely attempt from KV1. Getting flashy, Team Secret putting on display what they are capable of, especially when they have boost, who do jump for that ball, but got Sad early on getting in front. And there's space given from Daniel, who now decides to challenge, but might be too late because Sad can bump you out the way, and KV1 goes for the shot. Arsenal had it red, and down the other way we go.
A lot of good ideas from Team Secret, but LJ deletes them. Arsenal denied by Sad, and he gets wrecked by his own post. LJ sends it across. Arsenal still calls it chaos. Knight and KV1 bump into each other. LJ gets another 50, but can he get the corner out? Arsenal calls him off. Knight pops it out. That's just for Daniel. Off the board! He had the opening, but he couldn't deliver.
Give that crossbar and left post a bonus at this point. You're paying them salary. Now they deserve a bonus. So much work, so many shots.
Oh, he called him out!
Not going for him, and KV1 called him out. Knew it was wide open, beat the man in the midfield, and got a goal because of it.
Oh, I thought this was going to be disastrous because it kicked off of the car, but KV1, he didn't actually bump into the player. I was looking at wide cam, and I thought he ran into Knight on the play, but he didn't. He landed, went straight for the ball, caught Space Station out on the rotation. Team Secret, they might lose every kickoff, but as long as they can hang on to the ball right here with KV1, Daniel not going to let it happen. The pass to Arsenal. He plays it wide across the double. KV1 jumped early, and he got bit. KV1 jumped, and Arsenal put him in the ground.
And it's all because of Arsenal, that player here, deciding to go and hit that ball to the left side. Such a smart placement. There's always a player who wants to shove everything, every touch, towards the net, but Arsenal, he uses the left side of the goal, the left side of the backboard, and then gets the follow-up to pass into the midfield, knowing that he can do it by himself, get a couple of touches, and then find a setup. That's how you get work done. Space Station Gaming quick to tie it up in 15 seconds to go.
They don't delete Arsenal there. He just might put in another double. Here's Daniel. Not enough to keep going. LJ pops it wide. Sad bumps him out of the way, but Daniel bails him out. KV1, last man back. Daniel leaves it for Arsenal. Pops too high. Space Station Gaming. One more bounce on the ramp. LJ up in front. Back over to Arsenal. Arsenal 2 touches out, but KV1 puts it on the ground. We go to OT.
Space Station Gaming throwing a little bit of extra seasoning with those passes. flowing into the midfield. Oh, when the kickoff worked for Arsenal, that got the first goal, and we do see a team secret kickoff win, which is unusual. Flip reset 2 from Sad, a good touch out. And Knight's not able to take control of the game.
Secret, I think they can smell the opening. KV1 punched it beyond midfield. Arsenal had to let the ball go. LJ last back stat, chipped it off of him. Arsenal chips it by Knight and right into LJ. Now the transition begins. Arsenal denied by KV1. Deletes Arsenal as well. Gets it over Daniel. Gets a favorable bounce. Arsenal on the spot. He's not gonna get there. Secret on one away.
He must have had ball cam on. He didn't see the striker crashing the net. Arsenal just spawned. He's got to jump. There's barely any boost. Only 32 is named.
We've sent 2 teams through to Sunday, and now it's time to send 2 teams home. G2 Esports going to be taking on James Cheese, here supported by the Chalked Podcast. This is just not a situation I thought we were going to find ourselves in on match 3 on day 2. G2 having to play for their tournament lives. I'm way fucked by T-Bates, Gibbs, and CJ. James Cheese, though, first time on the broadcast. Your boys here, CJ.
My boys, you said we didn't expect G2 here. I didn't expect James Cheese here in the 0-2 matches, so I'm disappointed in them so far, but maybe they get an opportunity on the mainstream, on the A stream, to bounce back.
Oh, you sound like the coach. I'm disappointed in you so far.
I talked to them before. I said, it's time to step up. It's time to shine. It is do or die right now for both of these teams.
For sure, folks. So we just see KCorp get the sweep on Moist. I think how any of us expected that match to go. I mean, we expected KCorp to win.
It was just so controlled. It was so controlled. KCorp just looked in control the entire series. Moist, game 2, they finally score first. They're trying to pump each other up. And then it was a 4-1 game 2 anyway. It didn't matter. KCorp, so good.
Even game 3, they were fighting back, but it just felt like it was too much of a mountain to climb. Once you go 2-0 down against KCorp, who's going to reverse sweep that team? They're always going to, at least get one game along the way. So again, it was similar to online, wasn't it, T-Bates, where KCorp just have the edge over Moist.
They do.
This little rivalry that we have now with Rise and Joreuz.
I know. Vati doesn't care about him. Vati's just here to be the best in the world. And I think Rise, Joreuz are too worried about him. And then for any team going up against KCorp from here on out, I think the game plan needs to be just the man of Vati and say, Exotic Itachi, can you beat me? If you do, I'll tip my cap. But I'm not losing to Vatira. He is doing exactly what Prime Justin used to do, controlling the pitch, controlling the pace, and it's exceptional. It's been a while since I've seen that. I'm not going to lie. Even Monkeyman hasn't done it.
And they'll be the #1 seed going into the bracket. That's where people expect them to be, so they have held court for their #1 overall seed. Oxygen will be the #2 seed.
2 European teams.
Yeah, we'll see them. I mean, it's unfortunate that we don't have one more round of Swiss because KCorp versus Oxygen sounds like such a banger match, and they're going to have to win quite a few games.
Sounds like a great final, though.
It could absolutely happen, folks. Here's the schedule we've got for today for the rest of round 3. We'll have some of round 4 after this as well before we close out our broadcast. Currently, Space Station and Team Secret playing it out on the B-Stream Secret, as we just saw there during the break on match point with the lead. Space Station on the brink of going down to 1 and 2, so not quite on Elimination Station just yet. We'll see Falcon versus GenG after that. But here on the mainstream, it's time for the 0-2 matches. James Cheese, the first time on the main broadcast, taking on G2 Esports, who have yet to win after a close game 5 to Oxygen in round 1, and then getting kind of bopped a bit in round number 2 there by Power. James Cheese here going to try and find a way through.
And this is what happened at Fall Major last time with Realize's team, Tokyo Verde. They played a G2 that was 0-2. No one expected that. G2 did bounce back at that point, but Realize has tweeted he does not want that to happen again. He's ready for this matchup.
No, he doesn't. And look, James Cheese, there's 0-6 right now, Wave, but it's a good 0-6 if you watch the games. Like, it's not as bad as it looks on paper.
They're guaranteed 9 games. Every team is guaranteed to play at least 9 games here. This is going to be game 7 for James Cheese. They can extend that total, though, with wins, and they could possibly extend it by a lot if they're able to get the match win over G2. Let's meet them for the first time. This is James Cheese.
そうですね、ここに来た意味なんですけど、今までの世界大会で、なかなか勝利を挙げることができなかったので、今回の大会で その勝利を目指して頑張っていきます。そうですね、自分の目標を達成するためにはやっぱり大会を楽しむことが一番大事だと思ってます。今大会のために準備したことは、チーム一丸となってその実生活でも一緒にチームメイトと過ごすことによってチームとの仲を深めることを大事にしてきました。チーム内での自分の役割はやっぱそのフリースタイルだったりとかで相手の予想をつくようなプレーをして、相手の守備を崩していくことですね。他のチームが自分たちを怖がる理由はやっぱり自分たちがそのプレッシャーのあまりない、チャレンジャーみたいなとこがあるので、やっぱりそこが一番みんなからしたら怖いところだと思います。
Realize has been in this spot before, facing off against G2 for their tournament lives, but the strength of the roster around him has improved significantly.
K-Dog, an absolute veteran as well. He is the man with the international experience on the team. He's the man with runs on the board as well. Top 4 at a World Championships, if you don't mind, and some records against major region teams.
That was like 7 years ago.
Hey, last
still
week
happened.
was pretty good as well. So he's the man to look for on this team.
So this is the APAC #1 seed. Last year, they played 45 games against these major regions. They went 1-44, but then we saw this squad. They go into APAC and just dominate. 21-1, 21-3, 21-2. So these guys were clear a tier above APAC, but can they show it on the world stage?
Everyone's been throwing up the Wakanda forever this whole entire tournament so far. That's been interesting, but this young man here realized, representing his region, he has absolutely performed every single time he's played on the LAN stage. He wants to get the W. We've already touched on it a little bit. He tweeted out this time last year, he got swept by G2. He wants to make amends for that, and he plans on doing just that.
That looks like they're getting ready, getting strapped in to the main stage for the first time here. Virtuoso, a rookie for RLCS lands. This is his first time playing at this caliber, this tier of the RLCS tournament. On the other side, though, G2 Esports, it's crazy to see them here. This is the runners-up, the finalists, the second best team in the world last year. Nothing's changed about the roster. What's going on?
It's the runners-up, Gibbs, but it is the NA 5 seed. So if you're purely looking seeding-wise, this isn't as crazy as a predicament right now as you might think.
And if you want to talk about pressure, all the pressure's on G2 here. They have to perform. I get they're an NA 5 seed, but many people had them in top 8 and making a run because of their international LAN experience. But G2, they need to show it now. Last chance.
Now I'm taking all the pressure off the table here. It's hard. I got to do it. The world champs aren't even here. If the world champs aren't even here, then there's absolutely no pressure for the people who lost to them. G2, they're playing with house money at the moment. Because, listen, you start off 0-2. If you end up losing, you can just say whatever. It's one bad split.
This is the worst copium I've ever heard.
Now you move on to the next split. Winter is when they started picking up at the end. We all know that last year. They could do it again.
How does this happen though? This was 3 months ago, the World Championship.
Yeah.
This wasn't, this wasn't a crazy long time ago, and they're in this spot, NA 5 seed, and playing like the NA 5 seed right now.
Yeah.
It blows my mind that things can move so quickly in this game. It is such a game of inches and pixels.
That's crazy. I mean, we talked about BDS, World Champs, not even here.
Not even here.
That's why, like, every player, anytime you're at a major, you want to perform because you never know that it could be your last.
I mean, Bates, as the resident G2 expert, like, who needs to step up? Who is the person that can carry the rest of the team up with him?
Well, I mean, we saw what Atomic did on offense yesterday. He was absolutely phenomenal, and I know the stats, they all take into calculation, assist, and all that, but he wasn't that great on defense. I need Massimo. We're on a first-name basis like that. I needed him to be great on defense while still executing on offense. But really, I also need Chicago and JNFs that poise. I saw them yesterday. They were never in the midfield, CJ. Never. There was never the second man following up any play.
I mean, we speak about jet lag for the NA teams. These guys have been jet lagged since Worlds, clearly. They took a longer off-season. They didn't quite get back into it in the online split, and they're still trying to regain it. Seth, you even tweeted about it last night. He said that we're playing like we've won the whole thing already. Yeah. We're just not into it. Our minds, we're not focused right now. We're not playing like this is a major, and we still need to make the top 8.
Just an update from the B stream. 3-1 Secret takes down Space Station.
NA's in shambles.
Listen, they're going to say NA's in the mud, but I'm not worried about that. We can talk about it a little bit later. On the other side, James Cheese, sponsored by Chalk Cast. Chalk Cast ran by Rizzo, CJ, and
He's
Johnny.
tilted because of the NA results. He's tilted. He's tilted.
Think about who's doing the Chalk Cast. CJ, your former teammate. You just played with him a couple months ago, the World Championship. He's on the other side. We just saw James Cheese. They played against KCorp yesterday. Outshot him in game 1. Didn't look that bad. Do they really have a realistic chance against this G2 squad?
I think they do have a chance. If Power can 3-0 G2, like if we predicted this before the tournament, you could call everyone crazy. But at LAN, this is a whole different story, and we saw G2 basically capitulate yesterday against Power there on the B stream. So anything is possible. Kami brings the experience, and these guys have had 2 series under their belt already. As we said, it was a 0-6, but it was competitive. They were out-shooting Kami and Corp, who were the top seed right now. So it's not that big. It's not that big of a gap, I guess you could say.
It's so funny too. Like we're sitting there like, wow, Power 3-0's G2. G2 must really be in a bad spot. Power just 3-1'd the club, who 3-0'd Pioneers in round 1. Like it's such a circle.
Yeah. And then you look at the other side of things as well. GenG 3-0'd Power, who then got obliterated by Oxygen. So it just shows that LAN, you can't really, you have results to go by, but sometimes you just got to go with that gut feeling.
And it could just been a bad day for G2. It's hard to play 2 matches back-to-back when you're not feeling it. Now they had a day of rest. We'll see if they come back, and now they should be ready for a JMCs. You would expect with Coach Sasu there.
Do y'all believe that Virtuoso's very demo-heavy play style is going to work out against the G2 squad?
I feel like he's going to have to try, though, because I feel like you have to get into their head in game 1. Because not only do you have to win 1 game, which will be probably a surprise for James Cheese, you got to do that 2 more times. Get in their head game 1. Like, G2's already tilted. They had a terrible day 1. So I think game 1 is so important for James.
I think it's a new day as well for G2. So they would have reset, come on, guys. What are we doing right here? But it might just take that 1 goal. If James Cheese can get the first goal on the board or first 2 goals, that mentality that they might have rebuilt from, having a night of sleep will just drop again, straight down to those bottom levels. So game 1 is, we can say every game is massive, but if James Cheese is going to win, it's winning game 1. They're not going to be able to reverse sweep a G2 that gets a bit of momentum.
What was the conversation like around the Chalks podcast picking them up as a sponsor?
James, why don't they have an org is basically what we were saying here with James Cheese. So we really want to help James Cheese get picked up. So if any orgs out there are watching, pick up this team. The #1 team gives. Tell us the record. What was it, 21 game wins?
21-1, 21-3, 21-2 in the 3 regionals.
They're going to be at all the majors. They're going to be at Worlds. Pick them up, please.
They lost 6 games.
Yep, 6 games total. And only 1 series, they lost 2 games.
They were getting octane ratings of over 2. Like these guys
these guys were the top 3 performers by far. So all 3 members do.
They went on an international stage.
That's the thing. They're not just here. Obviously, in APAC, it is a bit of a weaker region, but these guys want to perform internationally. They're not just here for a holiday, teammates. They want to perform, put the runs on the board. They've had a bit of practice as well, and without the boot camp that some other teams have had, you have to think that they're going to be improving with each series more than other teams that have already been boot camping. So there are a few things in their favour, and also Coach LBP behind them as well, giving them that mental support. There he is there, hanging out, and he's going to be the hype man.
They're also just one of the most unique teams in the field, period. They're the most international team in the field, period. There have been very few teams in RLCS history that have 3 players from 3 different countries, much less 3 different regions of competition that have come together to dominate.
It's exciting. It might be the future of, I guess, Rocket League Esports. But, if you look at the James Cheese roster, if we're going to give reasons for them to perhaps be able to take this, this is 2 out of the 4 members is Renegades last season, and we took down the NA5. We beat Optic. So if you want to look for something there, Gibbs, are we reaching? Maybe.
Coach. And you guys beat the EU #1 as well. Hey. It's possible.
Right.
It is possible. I think it is very doubtful, but
y'all can't see CJ's face, but he can't even believe what he's saying right now. He's absolutely smirking. 2 of the 4. One of them was his coach.
One of them has a massive impact.
Okay.
It's all about game 1, though. Like, I feel like if G2 gets tilted, those nerves are going to be there. The pressure's going to be there. No one wants to be the first team to lose to APAC.
Yeah, I feel like
there's no way. No one wants that. Like, SSA, yes, they have lost to APAC, but none of these major regions have. G2 does not want to make history.
I mean, we have to talk about Realize as well. This guy finally is coming here with a team that has dominated the region, and,
Look at
and
these
they're going to
stats.
be competitive internationally.
Put it on paper. It's
give me
a
the
3-0.
Give me the stats
Stats
from this major. Give me those stats.
Don't worry about
Give me
it.
those stats. Don't give me the regional stats. Give me those stats.
I mean, but look at those regional stats, though. Those are pretty
nice.
Those are some pretty big numbers, folks. All right, now it's time to put our money where our mouth is, find out what's actually going to happen. Let us know what you think is going to happen with hashtag JMCH. That's a really ugly hashtag, but they're a great name and a great team, I promise you. Going up against hashtag G2. Let us know how you feel in chat. I think there's a clear favorite here. I know I'm going G2.
G2.
Let me start.
Go ahead.
Start? Let me go
ahead,
over here.
DJ.
Ladies and
I
gentlemen.
want to know what you're going.
Gibbs alluded to it earlier. There was a man called Realize who tweeted out, last year today, I lost against G2 and I was eliminated from Swiss 0-3. This year today, we're going to change it. Ladies and gentlemen, would Realize lie to anyone out here?
I mean,
Realize
you can't lie on the
the
internet.
nicest human being you'll ever see. Would he lie?
That's a good
That
point.
was funny.
Would he lie to anyone? No, he's not going to lie. So James Cheese, I'm going to take this. I want to get James
Let's
Cheese.
go. I love seeing the support.
G2. I'm going G2.
that
Sorry,
makes-
I can't buy it.
I think all of our hearts, well, maybe not all of a lot of our hearts are with James Cheese here. What a win it would be.
Oh,
But
yeah.
G2 is the clear favorite in this situation. Surely, there's no way, right? There's no way the runners-up lose this one. They're not going to...
James Cheese?
James Cheese is going to be the
Chat's a
favorite in
troll.
chat. All right.
Chat's trolling.
Come on.
Let's get into the game. On one side, one of the best, most storied teams in Rocket League history. The other, and the absolute David versus Goliath. James Cheese going to try and knock off the world champion finalist. Get up and get loud. It's game day. Let's play match number 3.
On one side, one of the best, most storied teams in the history of Rocket League, and on the other side is G2. Johnny Boy, can G2 possibly deal with the might of the brilliant, wonderful James Cheese?
The pressure's really going to be getting to them here. It's happened again. It's the second season in a row that they're in the 0-2 round. And this time, I think they've got tougher competition. That was APAC's first LAN back then, first international LAN. G2 were able to take them down and start their attempt to regain through the fall major last season. And this season, I think everybody would agree, James Cheese have looked more competitive than APAC were at the start of last season. G2, if they've regained here, if they're showing up today with their A game, yeah, I think they're going to win this.
They've got tournament winners on their team of James Cheese and Cammy, and they have got regional deep runners in the form of Realize and Virtuoso as well. So there is a wealth of experience in the late game in tournaments, but of course it's different when you're on the world stage. You are against a wounded animal in G2, but surely so much better than what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, you'd think so. We thought the regain would begin yesterday. Well, it has to begin today. They have no more chances. I mean, based on what you mentioned on the desk, they're playing with house money now. I disagree. I think you mentioned it yourself that no, they're trying to recoup their losses here. They need to win 3 straight if they're going to make it out of Swiss, and that's, I think, the bare minimum that G2 would expect coming into an event like this as the runners-up of the World Championship, Winter Majors last season. Both teams had some reasonable opportunities early on. G2's pace has been there. They've been the faster team up until now. That's not something I could say in their matchup against Power yesterday.
James Cheese are getting better as this tournament progresses, though. They got no goals against KCorp as JNAVs try something into the center. Against Falcons, they got themselves a couple of goals in the latter 2 games in that match. So that's improvement. That's all you can do. But
there you go.
All you can really do is try and defend that, and it can't be done for now. Atomic opens the scoring.
Yeah, great mind game by Chicago on the back wall there. Virtuoso thought Chicago was going to flip into that early. Instead, he just delays it, drops it down into an unmissable position. G2 do lead 1-0. Now, James Cheese, like you mentioned, they've kept the last 3 games they played against Falcons very close, 1-goal games. But they did concede early in every game they played. It seemed like they just didn't start with the discipline you need at this top level. Now that they're down by 1, I think they're actually likely to kick it into a bit higher gear. But I think G2 have got many more to go to as well. It's such a nightmare matchup for them. We keep wondering when are APAC going to run into another newer region team in one of these rounds. Nope, it's G2 2 years in a row.
James Cheese are playing proactively from the back, though. They're meeting G2 in the air, showing some good speed. They're not letting them have it all their own way so far. Obviously, it's not led to any goals, and G2 did manage to break through James Cheese at that little moment of magic, the fake on the back wall. But other than that, I'd say James Cheese have been going toe-to-toe. They're looking adequate at facing off against G2 right now. That can, of course, change, and G2 are having all too much pressure in the James Cheese half for their liking. Here is Chicago. Clean touch from him in a second one. But Virtuoso on the backboard. And defensively, I'd say, apart from that moment where there was the fake, James Cheese looking okay.
Yeah, they've had effective clears this entire tournament. They are able to get the ball out of defense. They don't often get stuck here. That's not really been one of their weaknesses. I think they've had reasonable pressure. They've been reasonable in the possession department as well, and all the matchups we've seen from them. Their main problem has been the finishing touch. You know, when they create opportunities, I think they almost surprise themselves and think, wait, we did that. We got an opportunity to score on a world-class team. They're just not quite ready for it. You need to be at this level. You need to be there, preemptively almost, for an infield pass. Realize had half a chance there. He's decided to leave that, and it's great comms there by James Cheese. Kami called Realize off that. Realize immediately flips back onto the wall to give Kami the touch. And look at this passing play. Virtuoso completely starved on boost there. If he had just maybe 20 to play with, then he's got a shot on net. They're still knocking on the door of G2.
And some effective bumps as well from James Cheese. A pass comes in again. Atomic intercepts. It's good there from them though, from James Cheese, the APAC team, the best APAC team that the region has ever had. 3 worldwide players coming together to elevate that region. I'm sure as the season goes on, everybody there will be improved from playing against a team of this quality week in, week out. Talk of quality, talk of that pinch, Atomic, wow. I mean, that was a great read. The ball had an incredible amount of pace on it, and somehow he managed to get up and put it in time and take a nice touch as well. That is the difference to what James Cheese are used to playing against, and that's the difference as well when Chicago pre-flips like that.
Well, G2 really have. They started off with such a high level today compared to both of the series we saw from them yesterday. The Oxygen series was a close one between G2 and themselves, but G2 were not clean at all in any of the games. They were, I mean, that series as a whole was a mess from both teams. And G2 against Power were nowhere to be seen, but like you mentioned, unreal save from Atomic. I think out of everything we've seen so far, hold that thought. There it is again, the finishing touch, lacking from James Cheese. I was going to say that. I think that defensive play from Atomic will give G2 fans a lot of hope about the result of this match. Those are the mistakes we're seeing from them yesterday. Very uncharacteristic mistakes, not mistakes we've seen from them today.
Atomic tends to be the barometer for how G2 are playing. Another chance though for James Cheese. They are breaking through this G2 defense. Another one for Realize, saved this time by JNAPS. G2 having to play fast in the back half of the pitch. Realize keeps the pressure on. James Cheese attacking all the way into the end. Kami, another clean touch. They are getting these hits, Johnny.
Yeah.
They just can't quite put it away.
They outshot KCorp 9 shots to 4 in their first match of the entire tournament. James Cheese can create chances. They've been creating chances against everyone they played against. They've done it against G2 here. It's taken them, that's the problem. I mean, how many chances there do we see hit the post, hit the bar, going to a goalkeeper's reach? It's just not quite good enough from James Cheese. They haven't been able to provide clinical finishing. The likes of which G2 have every tournament we watch them play. 3-0 is a fair scoreline. The difference is quite simple. G2 are there to take their chances, and James Cheese are just not.
Devastating finishes there from G2. They had 5 shots overall in that entire game between them all and scored 3 of them. 60% success rate in their shooting. Very impressive and a professional performance from G2. For those fans who are hoping that 1, they'll beat James Cheese. That is the assumption here.
Yeah.
Right, but 2, they have to build on that. They still have a reverse sweep of Swiss series to have just to make it into the playoffs. I think they're getting their fundamentals correct at the start is exactly what they need at the beginning.
Yeah, it's an ideal game for G2. They've just got to try and limit mistakes in a matchup like this. They know that. They know that they've just got to try and play as consistently as possible and let their experience do the talking, let their mechanics do the talking. This save by Atomic was really quite spectacular, and that led to the second goal as well. The third was a nice little cherry on top, but at that point the game was all over. But if you look at the stats, more shots for James Cheese. This is not the first time that they've done this in the event. They do create chances, but as we could see from that game, G2 weren't all that troubled by any of them because there's always someone else there. There's always a last-ditch save. There's always the crossbar, the post to the rescue. James Cheese have to up the accuracy. They've got to up the confidence with their shots.
The man that we just saw on our camera, Virtuoso, he was famed once upon a time in Europe for going for demos. He was beyond the demo meta you see today. You think of Com going for demos, you think of Arsenal.
Yeah.
Virtuoso did it way more. This guy was something a little bit different. He tweeted out when searching for an EU team a year or so ago now that he was changing his game style. He was no longer a quote-unquote demo merchant. He needs a little bit of that back because actually against G2, he was going for some bumps and it did manage to shake them a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's something that he can bring into his game as and when it's needed for James Cheese.
And you know, I honestly think G2 have looked pretty susceptible to that. Oh, Atomic just saved his own teammate's shot there, and it will not lead to a goal. Now, it's not a terrible play there from Atomic to make that save because it looked like the goalkeeper might have it covered, but obviously he's trying to redirect it into the net, not redirect it into the crossbar. So, mistake with the execution. The idea, however, although it might be a bit of a controversial one, I don't think it was a terrible one.
It's the first time in this series that James Cheese have got away with anything. Up to now, whenever G2 have come forward and had a real opportunity, they've taken it with bullet-like accuracy. That maybe will just remind James Cheese that G2 are human too, and maybe give him a bit of a shot in the arm. But G2 are going to come forward again. Chicago is just waiting for Atomic's touch. JNaps is the one that it falls to, and they don't give them opportunities twice. This is G2's lead.
Yeah, Atomic just guiding the ball into the corner, showing a very effective way to center the ball, just popping it straight into that diagonal wall. Look how quickly the ball gets into the middle. It's a very easy angle for the striker to shoot at, running away from the defense the entire time. 1-0 G2, they continue to be the more clinical of the two teams, despite the slight mishap from Atomic earlier on.
It is the difference between the two of them, how accurate G2 have been. I'm sure they'll continue to put some more shots on now. They're starting to warm up, get used to these land seats again. Chicago can't quite put that one on net. They're forced to realize a really quick pass into the center. Virtuoso's shot is saved.
I like that he's really sent that one as fast as he could towards the goal. They've lacked power in a lot of their shots, they've lacked conviction with their finishing. But he definitely didn't on that occasion, just sent it flying towards the top corner. If G2 save it, so be it. At least you've tested the keeper.
Chicago is trying to sneak in, and Chicago is sneaking in, and it's 2-0. That looks so simple for G2 as soon as Chicago got the ball. He just sent that one forwards, realized, didn't quite get the read either. Maybe he wouldn't have been able to get there in time, even if he had. Chicago isn't going to miss that one. So it's a patience game for G2, and it's working well for them.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the openings, and that one came off the back of an attempted back pass. Kami trying to hold on to the possession. James Cheese have pretty well this event. And G2, known for their interceptions, they are really on the ball today. This is far better than the G2 that we saw yesterday. If they can keep this up, I don't know if James Cheese have got that level in them. I don't know if they've got the ability to perform in a threatening way against a G2 like this. They need G2 to slow down a little bit, start producing the level that they had for much of yesterday.
Maybe a goal for James Cheese could just start to swing things back to G2. It seems unlikely at the moment as JNaps is going forwards again. No space at the end on this occasion. But Chicago will keep it there, and we are struggling to see orange territory at the moment. Even when we do have a bit of a clearance back, it's just a G2 player that gets that ball in, has it stick to their car so well. Virtuoso does have Realize is capable of scoring these ones, but can't quite connect there, didn't have the pace on the ball. And G2 can come again.
Yeah, I think the shot from that range is a bit of a speculative effort from Realize. I know he's capable of catching those kind of plays into air dribbles, just like this. Reset for Realize, wants for the bump as well, and Virtuoso's there to follow up. And look at the clock, plenty time for James Cheese to work with. Massive play from Realize. Atomic's scared to fly into this one because Realize is actually flying in front of the ball. Virtuoso trusts him, buries it in the top corner.
Perfect supporting play from Realize, a reminder of what he is capable of, why he was wanted to be joined by Kami and Virtuoso. Two such experienced players might double down here. Realize, shoots. It's saved by JNaps, but there is some pressure still for James Cheese. Have to make something of this. Kami's getting a chunk of the G2 defense on his way out. Another shot is just about saved by G2. Maybe if we had to critique, we'd say these shots are a bit central, but the shots are starting to rain down from James Cheese.
Yeah, just a bit too close to the G2 goalies. It's when they can get that goal from point-blank range, that shot from point-blank range. And it might cause problems like this one might. That's well dealt with by Chicago, just lofting it into a position that's not the easiest for the third man of James Cheese to confidently move in on. They are more than competitive in this match. The G2 that have improved since yesterday still. James Cheese, they look like they've got a chance. They look like they can take games. I think saying that they could take a series is still a bit of a stretch, but game by game, you never know.
I'll tell you what, all hell could break loose if James Cheese do manage to get this second goal in the next minute or so. Some of the pendulum will have an almighty swing. G2 are capable of stopping it right now, though. That's all it needs. One chance. JNaps again, deadly.
Oh, that's a fantastic read by JNaps. I think James Cheese were probably looking at Atomic in that position thinking, is he going to go for this? Is he going to jump up early? JNaps with an uncontested shot. Showing the legendary striker status once again.
Just keeping James Cheese at arm's length for G2 right now. Back to the two-goal cushion. It could be about to be halved yet again. Virtuoso can't quite get the challenge, but Kami sneaks it in, and we are back to one.
Well, look at the kickoff plays from James Cheese. Intentionally losing it towards Virtuoso, who air dribbles it. And completely denies the clear that G2 attempted in that play. Just cushioned the blow. Kami slams it in the top corner. It's been about the quick follow-ups for James Cheese. Both of their goals have been when their second man is right behind the first man, giving G2 no time to react.
Both from measurables as well, but the risk of that, if they start to believe it too much, is they can be met in the air. G2 are realizing what James Cheese are trying. Shown a good professionalism to close it down, reminding us of their own speed. Atomic to the ceiling, Atomic to the backboard. Chicago puts it away, and again, the 2-goal lead is restored for G2.
And James Cheese tried to make the same fake kickoff, or same losing kickoff strategy work again, but G2 were all over them. Massive pre-jump, sets up immense pressure, and Atomic knew that even if he misses that one off the bar, he's got another player behind him to put it in. James Cheese will switch up this kickoff strat. They don't want to play the same one 3 times in a row. And I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good outcome.
This is ridiculous. That's 3-4 goals in the last 30 seconds or so. They just keep on coming. James Cheese refusing to be beaten.
Oh, Chicago
was chasing. Yeah, he was chasing a bump or a demo.
I don't think he realized the shot was coming in that quickly. He thought someone else could cover the goal. He was the only player in the area. He could have saved that, but he went for boost.
Well, all that's come before leads us to this. 1 goal needed to force an overtime for James Cheese. Realize he's going to send this one out wide. It's met by Kami, it's met fast by him as well. Chicago is back in time. Virtuoso is closing him down. Buzzing around that half. Kami is just a little bit behind in the pass and realized the ideas are correct yet again from James Cheese. Not quite the execution they need. Atomic does some good work. Clears it so long. Buys some time for G2. Realize has to beat JNaps, isn't able to. Virtuoso maybe trying to force one more chance of the flick. It's over, it's killed, it's dead, it's 2-0 G2. But what a fight that was towards the end of the game.
Yeah, massive improvement from James Cheese. They're just fully committing with their offense. You know, that does leave them more open to G2 counterattacks, which I think is likely to cause them to concede more goals if they continue to play this style for the rest of the series. But this is, I think, the best chance they've got. This is the way that they can get G2 into uncomfortable positions, that they can create real goal-scoring opportunities. That's the first time that I've seen a really good comeback attempt from James Cheese. They had 2 3-2 losses to Falcons yesterday, but before the comeback started, they were down 3-0 both times. So they, you know, maybe relied on Falcons just dropping their, or taking their foot off the pedal a little bit. You know, this one, coming back from 2 down multiple times, keeping it very close. G2, they scored some great goals. You know, they were forced to play well here. I think the G2 we saw yesterday, I don't think it's even a stretch to say that the James Cheese in Game 2 would probably have beaten them if G2 showed up with yesterday's form. So full credit to G2. They have, you know, gone to bed. They've woken up on the right side this time, and they're showing up with a much better game plan, much better execution on the last chance that they got. No more losses allowed. No more losses have been had.
JNaps and the G2 gang trying to set up a very long couple of days of Rocket League, leading to that quarterfinals to finals Sunday as well. So they're aware they have a long road in front of them, G2. First, they have to take this first step to take down James Cheese, an opponent who, at times certainly, are looking pretty dangerous. Not easy, it's never going to be simple for G2, especially with Virtuoso in the sky, hitting that backboard. Atomic sending it out wide, but another good start for James Cheese. Look how much pressure they're getting straight from the kickoff, Johnny.
Yeah, I think they've decided to just completely go for it here. Enough of this nice guy rotations. Let's just try and put pressure on G2. If they win, if they counterattack us, well, they're winning anyway. We might as well try and go out on our shield, go out fighting. Oof. They've got the mechanics to do this. I think they've got the individual skill to do this. Great recovery by Realize. He's passed 2 here. 50's it past the 3rd, and the mind game was there. Unfortunately, no finishing touch.
Great comms from G2 to get it to this point with JNaps, who doesn't aim for the shot, instead puts it into the center. He had a teammate that was very fast arriving. And he tees it up for himself, actually. So good decision making from James Cheese as well. Both teams trying to mix up their approach. No one's trying to be one-dimensional. Maybe James Cheese realizing in the last one they were a tad one-dimensional with these air dribbles being followed up. Quicker passes, more 1-2, more interplay from them. We remain at 0-0, and while we're there, James Cheese are another chance.
Well, that's not a great touch. Bart had to rush back to that one. He did well, spacing the ball. That's something that I've been impressed with from James Cheese when they're last back. They play the positions very well, but they are very much struggling to get the ball clear at the moment. G2 circling around, intercepting early. This is forcing the boost totals from James Cheese players to run very dry. They're really being tested at the moment with their boost management. That's a nice knock on by Kami. G2 deciding to just leave the ball in the corner there. They're not too worried about leaving the ball in a position like that. They're inviting James Cheese in to an overextension. Look at James Cheese spreading out left and right. They're covering the interception angles at the other side of the field, just like G2 often do.
Patient play from James Cheese this time, but G2 are going to break free. Maybe all it takes again is one chance. But no, not this time. They're a little bit too far back. Cammy was able to see the ball away. Realizes in a race with JNaps. We'll call that one a tie because it gets into the center. Falls for Chicago in the end. The most open game we've had so far. The most even, at least according to the eye test, matchup we've had between these two teams. She's trying to be the first to just break through, get the first cut on the G2 defense, but somehow it's kept up. Atomic has been doing that for years, and it's another great save at the near post.
It's exceptional by Atomic. I mean, the ball is inches away from the goal, but Atomic knows as long as he can keep it on that side of the post, James Cheese can't do anything. That's not a position you could really score from. G2, once again, happy to let James Cheese have the ball in their own back corner. They're just waiting for that chance to send it out into the middle and hit them on the counter. And there it is. There's the chance for G2 to do just that. Looks like Atomic ran out of boost and couldn't really chase it, but he's still up there. G2, half an opportunity. They're starting to read those outlet passes that James Cheese have been utilizing all series. James Cheese on the ropes. They're hanging on.
A top block on the backboard though from Realize. That was the moment that G2 were about to pounce, but it was just pulled away from them at the last second. That seems to be the case so far on this game over and over. Realize he sends it backwards. JNaps is waiting. It was what he wanted, but he did not want that bump. So James Cheese can come forward. Atomic. A little nibble from his teammate to intercept the play that James Cheese was starting to build up. So he can get the ball and send it towards Virtuoso. There's Atomic in front of him. It's still very open between these two. Just a gaping match right now. Cammy, he's on the side. He just wants to get that extra touch. Can he get it past G2? Goes to the flip reset. Wants to get it over the top of Chicago. Just one pass away, time and time again.
Well, James Cheese are being given so much space by G2 in this match, in this game.
That's it.
Do they have the mechanical play? They don't need one. Realize there's an open net. James Cheese, for the first time, have a goal lead in the fall major.
A big moment right there for James Cheese. And it's the perfect time to score as well with 1 minute and 4 seconds remaining. The big question now, do they choose to defend? Do they try and double their lead? How do they play this one? It's Realize who has a chance for an air dribble. These have devastated G2 in the past. Chicago's up for a quick pre-jump. Cammy waiting, Virtuoso waiting underneath it. So they've survived pitfall potential number 1, the kickoff. Can they make it through to the finish line?
Well, that double commit meant that Cammy absolutely had to get that ball into a safe position, and he did. Just over 40 seconds left. James Cheese have got to keep all their players relevant in every play that they make. Recoveries have to be prioritized. G2 will really press them as this game comes to a conclusion. And a heavy hit from Atomic. Test James Cheese once again. They're expertly controlling the ball. Just surviving, but not long enough. JNaps collects a downward 50-50. And a sigh of relief from G2. They've come back.
A sigh of relief, but they did have extra gears to work up to as soon as they needed to. They just stepped up 1 or 2 to bring themselves back into this third game. 21 seconds remaining. It's still going to be tense till the end. Kickoffs have been good for James Cheese. That one's not quite what they wanted. A little bit more wayward than perhaps they've had in the past, but Cammy is able to take it away. JNaps just touched it. It's a race between Realize and Atomic. To the right it goes this time. Chicago's pinch is good. That head to be right. Or else maybe James Cheese could have been in. Maybe they still could be. Virtuoso to the ceiling. JNaps closes it down. Overtime is approaching. Cammy has Virtuoso in the center. Can he prod it towards him? Don't think it's going to happen. Vert does keep it up, though. A couple of chain dashes. Chicago and Atomic getting in each other's way. Realize if he wins this, we could be talking. Realize gets it back towards Cammy. It's blocked out. Realize still keeps it up. So does Virtuoso. And then via the ramp, it's sent down. Few deep breaths. Overtime.
James Cheese decide not to try and send the kickoff to their back corner. It goes to D2's back corner though, and they have got an uncontested shot to win and sweep James Cheese out of the tournament. G2 back on track.
Has to be said, the better team won in the end. James Cheese put up one hell of a fight, but G2 always had that little bit extra in their locker. When it was required of them, they had the professionalism, they had the experience.
Oh, look at that, they had the stock buff. Chicago took his shoes off. That's the difference.
Is that a thing?
Is his shoes off.
Is this a Chicago invention, or was I not aware of this one?
Honestly, given how cold it's been in the venue the past couple of days, I'm surprised to see that. You must have some very good socks on him, but well done. G2 in a very high-pressure situation for them. I mean, it's a high-pressure situation for both teams, both facing elimination. But while James G's are staring across the other side of the room and seeing such phenomenal players, such a storied team, and knowing that they're really up against it, you know, G2, they're up against it as well. They've got so much to prove because everybody had such high hopes for them coming into this event, and they have not delivered. Now, finally, getting the job done. I think anything less than a sweep would not have been acceptable from their perspective, and they've got the sweep that they wanted.
G2 have successfully ascended the molehill, but now they still have the mountain to climb. 2 more series before they make it through to what I would say is par for G2, the quarterfinals, the top 8. Even then, if you'd have asked them before this tournament if they'd have taken quarterfinals, they would absolutely have said no.
Well, you know, James Cheese, I think they can really take a lot from this. This was an absolute gauntlet that they've been put through. They've had to play KCorp, who are looking like the best team in the entire tournament. Maybe Oxygen would have something to say about that, but definitely top 2 in the entire tournament. They've had to go through Falcons, proven team. Now G2, another team everybody thinks is going to be top 8. You know, we're going to see James Cheese again, surely, and they can really build on this. They can keep improving throughout the season, and later on in the year, I think we are going to see a series win for them internationally.
Well, what will be different for G2 Esports going forward after their tough beginning? How are they playing so much better today? And most importantly, is Chicago wearing insulated socks? There is one man who can find us the answer to all those questions, and his name is Leaf.
I hope I can find the answer, because right now with me, J-Naps is coming on. Maybe we'll have the insight here. Cole wanted to know, because we saw some meta. Maybe this is the difference. Taking off the shoes, is that the difference?
I mean, I keep my shoes on. Are you talking about Chicago?
Yeah.
Him and Rizzo have been doing it for a while. They used to do it back in the old RLCS days, but me, I'm a more shoes on type guy, so I can't really speak on the no shoes meta.
That's fine. I want to talk because, like, I feel like we have a lot to talk about. It's 30 minutes, 30-minute interview here. Let's break down what's been going on. Obviously, it's been a rough go for G2, and I think the fans and analysts, we all want to know a little insight of what's been going on here.
I think our practice has been going really well, and when we come on stage, we kind of just lose everything we've been working on. And after the performances yesterday, we kind of changed our play style a bit and just talked how we really wanted to play. And I think right now we're playing with way more confidence and pace and just knowing we're better than every team instead of we were kind of playing slow and methodical before. So I think on LAN especially, you have to play with that confidence or else teams will just walk over you.
So now that you're aware of what you have to do, how do you get onto stage and then make sure that confidence is there? Is it coach? Is it you guys talking to each other? What is it that makes sure that you have that confidence?
Honestly, a lot of it has to do with game 1. If you come out game 1 swinging, get a couple goals and you're feeling good, then the rest of the series is kind of easy. But for us, especially against Power yesterday, we had a terrible game 1 and then it just fell apart after that. So I think just playing our style that we want to play right away when we get on stage.
And you feel like you did that this game here?
It was better than yesterday, but definitely not what we thought it could be. I think we wanted more goals and we didn't get that many, so.
Hey, you got another chance now. You guys are still going. I just want to know your thoughts on we're harping so much on UNA, but it does feel like there is a bit of a divide right now, and you guys are unfortunately on the wrong side of that. SSG also just lost to Team Secret, so NA in general having a bit of a rough go. Do you feel like EU is really a bit of a step away that is going to be hard for North America to keep up with?
Maybe play style wise, I don't think the teams are that much more skilled than the NA teams, but I think Oxygen's play style, for example, was kind of what I was saying earlier. They're playing full confidence, just going for everything with pace, and I think EU teams match up better on LAN because that's what works on LAN. That's why I think EU's doing better. They're just faster in general, and NA teams online especially try to play super slow and methodical, and that doesn't work as well in LAN.
Hey, well, thank you for winning, so I'm not the only Canadian on camera anymore here. But congratulations, you guys get to keep going on. I know G2 fans are going to be happy, and we have a lot more matches coming your way. So, another elimination match nears us as KCP faces down a formidable opponent in Quadrant. Stay with us through the break.
came in earlier. I believe it was the first goal of the game. You saw TRK struggling a little bit to handle that ball.
That's what really doomed him is the first touch, keeping his momentum going backwards. He kind of floated with the ball towards his net, allowed apparently Jack to catch up to the play. See if Falcons can get one back here early off the kickoff. Chronic denies. Still plenty of time though, 3 minutes for Falcons. GenG are getting annihilated in the demo game there for just a moment. 2 from Falcons, taking away GenG's attack.
Khaled.
Oh my gosh, another one.
And that's Ahmad again. Ahmad happy to demo. Even in the Space Station series, when Space Station started demoing and Falcons responded with some demos of their own, it was Ahmad who was leading the charge in that. Oh, a bad miss. The corner from Khaled, who's also low on boost. This could be a counterattack opportunity, but Ahmad gets a nice clear downfield, slowing down GenG. TRK, light first touch, wanted to pick up the wall and does so. Off the ceiling into a 50. Khaled to the corner, up in the air, Ahmad. Did he get his flip back as well? Well, it doesn't matter. Leaves it now, rebounded TRK. Ahmad off the post!
Whoa! Khaled?
And Khaled gets blocked out by apparently Jack, who was running on fumes, but managed to make back-to-back saves.
How on earth did apparently Jack make that save? How did he even keep up with the play? It was coming off the post. It was coming off the crossbar. He had 2 shots he had to save. He was the only man back.
After that first save off the post, you know, I think, do you even look or do you just expect help? But no, he stayed in the play, took matters into his own hands and blocked the follow-up Khaled shot, which I thought surely was going to be a goal.
And that's just instinct from apparently Jack there. Those reactions are insane.
Also he had like 5 boosts.
Yeah, he had nothing. Now look at him go again, taking a couple challenges. Khaled wins out here. And now time not on your side here for Team Falcons. We talked about how much, okay, there's time left, there's time left. There's not a lot of time left now. Just over a minute for Team Falcons, and they still are no closer to chipping away this lead. Apparently Jack putting on a show on his goal line off a high-quality attack from Team Falcons.
Falcons, they have been threatening, but they just let too many goals in early. There were 3 goals in the first 36 seconds, and we might see another one. No, Chronic missed that shot high and wide, and that looked like it should have been a goal. But at this point, I'm sure GenG's happy with letting the clock keep rolling, especially with the hot hand they have right now.
There's still a lot of demos coming out. That's a big whiff there from TRK. Khaled having to weave on his own side to get this ball. It's very clear.
Oh, that was a nice shot.
It's a great pass. It's clear that those Falcons have picked up the demo game. There's 5 demos here in this game so far. It's time ticking away here, and 10 seconds left. TRK might get one for the road. But Team Falcons came up almost empty here in game 3. GenG's defense, apparently Jack's defense, unstoppable. And GenG now up 2-1 here in the series.
See if one more
there
comes at the end. TRK padding the stats a little bit. That goal not going to do much to help this game, but maybe will help with the mental going into the next one.
7 saves coming out from GenG. Only 2 of them were on Jack. Chronic was getting
the 2, and I don't even know if the one where he pinched it off the post counted.
Yeah.
And sometimes when the shot comes so immediately, you don't get credited for the save. The Rocket League system can be a little bit funny at times, but regardless, even though apparently Jack only had 2 saves credited him, we saw 2 unbelievable saves to keep that ball out of the net. And I mean, GenG, they had a very slow start in game 1, but this game we saw every member get involved. Apparently Jack was kind of carrying things offensively, but this game, it was really a team effort.
I still think Falcons have looked good offensively. They've carried a lot of the possession on the final third, or at least in the attacking half, and I feel like GenG have just relied on counterattacks or great plays, a couple of kickoff goals as well, which is no crime. But I think that for Falcons, when you look at really all the games that we've seen so far, in all of them, Falcons have been pressed up for most of the game, in my opinion. And I feel like they need to convert more. They need to have a higher efficiency rate right now because they're spending that much time. And granted, we've seen them really get GenG on the ropes here, but they cannot push through to convert. And I think that's...
Frozen over like I am.
The first team has been sent home from the fall major, and it's time to send one more before the day is over. Quadrant taking back to the field up against the Pioneers. Can the Pioneers knock off the hopefuls from Europe? We'll find out here in just a few moments. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Wave Funk. We've got Bates and CJ as normal. Gibbs feeling a little bit under the weather. We're going to give him the rest of the day off. And we got Dazarin up here in the meantime. How you doing, Daz?
I'm doing fantastic. You know, I was there for the first couple of matches. I saw Oxygen absolutely destroy. I saw KCorp absolutely destroy. Everybody's getting destroyed today. Like, something's going on.
I think as well, I think Gibbs saw James Cheese up 1 goal in Game 3, and he's gone, oh no. He's got to get that. Gibbs, it's okay. G2 have gone through. They're 3-0. They're still alive.
He felt sick to his stomach without seeing that lead there, folks. It's been all sweeps on the A stream.
It'll end eventually. It's probably going to end right now.
Right now he's calling it, folks. So this one will not be a sweep. Quadrant versus Pioneers does sound like a pretty spicy matchup. Right now, GenG on the B stream up by 1 game on Falcons. That one's still going on, so make sure you tune into that one for an exciting match. FaZe and Liquid will follow that. But for now, on the A stream, it's time to see Quadrant again. We saw them way back at the very beginning of day number 1. That did not go their way. They only were able to get 1 game off of V1, and it was honestly kind of a fluke pinch own goal that cost in version 1 game number 2. So Quadrant there, not looking great at the start. They've got to put it together here against the Pioneers though, Bates.
Yeah, Big Cannon, aka Cash. He's going to need a little bit of help from EXO and Mr. Wave himself. Wave has made every single land, but I need him to start producing right here. And the Pioneers on the other side, Power, they seem to have eclipsed them, CJ. They seem to be the best team out of OCE.
Yeah, Pioneers not really showing up so far. I mean, the club handled them with ease. This matchup feels weird, Daz, because it feels like a great game for both sides to get the momentum going, but it just like which side's going to get the edge.
Yeah, so it's just basically like who's weaker at this point, Wave.
For sure, yeah. Let's meet Quadrant as well. Let's bring them onto the field. I feel like that does summarize the 0-2 rounds, right? Yeah. Who's able to lose less is you're not worried about winning right now, you're just losing less than the other team.
Yeah, so far in this tournament, I've seen a couple teams, Quadrant being one of them, with SSG and KCorp being the other 2, where one player in particular is really dominating the pitch, and the other 2, it's how much they can help that dominant player. Cash, absolute phenomenal display to start off yesterday against V1. Dropped 702 games in a row. He was scoring every single goal, but he wasn't getting any help from EXO. Wasn't getting any help from Wave on the back end. But Tiro's getting help from Exotic and Itachi. Daniel's getting some help from Arsenal and the likes and LJ. So Cash, I need to see this young man right here, EXO, give him a little help of hand.
Exactly, and you know, like EXO's sitting in that middle seat. He's sitting in there for a reason. I think I talked to Cash earlier before this event even started. He was saying, you know, yeah, I'm gonna pop off. Everyone's expecting me to pop off, but EXO pops off just as well. So he has a lot of faith in EXO. I agree. We need to see a little bit more from him. And honestly, it really does come down to all members of Quadrant playing at a higher level.
Sure does. What's interesting as well is that after that first loss, they wanted to put Cash in the middle, but EXO's still in the middle. Cash is the hype man. He's known to have that, you know, even the first series, we thought he was going to go toe-to-toe with Com as well. So interesting that EXO still is in the middle, but relating Wave T-Bates. He's the LAN veteran of the team, but not quite getting the LAN performances that we want.
Oh, most definitely. He has not performed up to his standards. I think that he has a little bad rep. He hasn't won on the LAN series in quite a long time. But with that being said, I expect him to play a little bit better this series. Hopefully that ends up going well for him.
Yeah, 1 veteran, 2 rookies. That rookie status kind of ages with every match that happens here. So we might see Quadrant in different form, especially with it being a different day. But they're going to have to deal with some fierce opposition from the boys from down under. It's Pioneers on the other side.
Pretty much my philosophy is just get the ball in the net. Doesn't matter how bad, how good, just as long as the ball goes in, you win. That's my role, is to just score. Doesn't matter how it's done. As a team, I'd say we're pretty scary because once we find our footing, sometimes takes a while, but once we find it, we're very, very, very consistent and we're very aggressive.
It's what we've always wanted to see from them. Yeah, certainly they need to fix the defensive holes that they're leaving.
Got close, not quite there, and now Banana Head the other way. Scrub as the lead blocker does enough, and they're playing too quick. There's nothing else to say.
Our one expectation is to hopefully get a crowd game. I think you have to go 1-3 to make a crowd, so that's, I'd say, a relative expectation for us. Top 8 would be very nice, but going 2-3, I don't think any of us would be very upset with that. We're working on things, and hopefully just all pays off.
Keeps pushing it towards the placeholder's goal. Ball gets centered. Banana Head beats Missy. Banana Head runs to beat. Vortex can't make the save, and we go to overtime.
How does he do it?
You come here to have fun. Winning's a part of it, but you're overseas with your best mates playing a video game. It's like, you'll be upset when you lose, but at the end of the day, it's like always going to be a good experience.
Pioneers just trying to make it in front of the crowd at this point. Quadrant also, same stakes here. You lose this, you go home before you get to play in front of the audience.
Yeah, the Pioneers boys, they've had an interesting online split back in OCE. They dominated the first regional and then just fell a little bit short. Power took the next 2. They are the #1 seed in OCE for a reason, though. They've got the runs on the board. Superlocker, he's been the man to watch. And Scrub as well. He needs to be the hype man sitting in the middle, Daz.
Yeah, I think you're right on that point, but also, you know, you go back to the Banana Head interview, and for me, he says, you know, it takes a while, but at some point, you don't have a while, you know, like it's 3 in, 3 out. You would think that's enough time. It just feels like for Pioneers that, you know, they're playing against themselves here, and they haven't necessarily been able to find all the pieces together.
That is not Banana Head.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Super Lucky though, he's feeling it. Oh.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that means either.
I don't know what that means. But I will say that this Pioneers team, it seems like they've lost that little bit of magic touch they had last season.
Yeah.
They had that underdog mentality started in London, and it just kept riding in the World Championship. Where, like, it felt like they actually had the opportunity to beat the best of the best, and now it seems that went away. I don't know whether it's because of the break, but we've seen that, though. G2 has lost a little bit of magic. BDS are not even here. Completely new season.
Completely new season indeed. Quadrant with a lot to work for here. Pioneers as well. Again, the loser of this match going home. Just an update from the 1-on-1 matches. GenG did get work done against Falcons. They get that one done 3-1, and they'll improve to 2-1. We'll see them a little bit later on today. Now, for this match, and the fans at home, let us know how you feel about it. Hashtag Quad, hashtag KCP, and we'll just go down the line. CJ, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I've got to go the OCE boys here, KCP. I think we saw it with Power. They were abysmal in the first round, got 0-3'd by GenG, and it just takes one game, one series to bounce back to form. I don't think KCP have done that yet, but this is the perfect opportunity against the Quadrant, who is probably looking the weakest out of the EU teams here right now. So I got the Pioneers.
He says that, but y'all don't got the cannon. I'm going Quadrant all the way. You might as well put me up for them. The way these guys have the mental fortitude, the energy, the way they get that momentum, they get it going, it's going to be, I think it might be a little bit of a shouting match between the two. But I think once Cash gets started, and if EXO can just step up just a little bit, it's going to be enough.
This match is going to be physical. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be scrappy, and it's not going to be clean, pretty Rocket League. So if you want to see a Vatira S show, tune out right now. But you want to see a quality W coming out of one of these teams, you better stay locked in. I do believe that the Cannon will come out on top. He's just too talented. That's the theme of this weekend so far. When you have the best player, he's got to lead you to the victory. Cash is the best player on this pitch right now. I'm going with him.
Man, Pioneers have yet to even get a game win at this point, but Quadrant's only gotten one, and it was the very, very beginning of day 2. This is a hard choice to make. I feel like you could flip a coin, but I think I'm going to go with Quadrant on this one as well. I think that they will feel the weight on their shoulders of wanting to make it in front of that crowd and get that win. How does chat feel about it? Quadrant, the favorite on the desk, and a narrow favorite in chat as well. We are ready to play. One of these teams going home, one gets to play in front of the audience here in the Netherlands. Let's get over to the pitch, over to Manfield for some Rocket League action. Get up and get loud. It's game day. It stays game day the whole time, folks. You got to stay loud the whole time. Let's get in. Play some Rocket League.
When you qualify to these sort of events, you always look towards the stars. But for both of these teams, it has been going nothing but wrong. Sugar here joined by Johnny, and we're stuck here with 2 teams, Johnny. I wish this major was going any other way.
That's a very negative way to look at it.
It's been a negative start.
We're going to find out very soon which one of these teams is stuck in there with the other one, and who is stuck with a wrong prediction on the analyst desk. Cash trying to make a statement early on, but that will be defended well. A key for Pioneers defending a player like Cash, of course, is to get a couple of players between him and the net. One of them challenging early, one of them ready to react to Cash when he inevitably outplays the first challenge.
You know, as well, since we are bringing the crowd in very shortly, there's a lot of things happening right now where I'm sure a lot of fans out there are thinking, oh, I'd rather Quadrant get through. I want to, cheer on Landon Oz's team. But Pioneers, they don't get through. We can't do a Banana Head chant. Like,
it's a tough one. I mean,
it is. We still haven't heard the Banana Head chant live.
We have not heard of it. It's a shame. There are about 10 of them. There's never been a player in Rocket League with more chants pre-written for the final day when he shows up on the big stage, qualifies for the main event of an RLCS major or World Championship. Quadrant want none of that. Pioneers probably looking with envy at the success of their regional counterparts, Power, who have just taken their second win of the day. Second win in the tournament, I should say, sitting pretty at 2-1. That's a nice little cut off there by Relating Wave. Looks like Quadrant are not bulletproof to start this match. They definitely do have that star quality. Ixo hasn't really made as much of an impact as we know he can. Banana Head make that move. Oh, great 50-50, but the dem on the recovery by Relating Wave, and even better to not run through the ball and own goal like we see so many do in that position.
Relating Wave probably up there with players that really need a big performance. When you look towards Cash and Ixo, they've got time. This doesn't need to be the greatest tournament ever for them. But for Relating Wave, there's suddenly a word that's getting cropped up around him recently, which is onliner. Yeah. And I'm sure he would love to shed that as quickly as possible.
Well, he's the only European to make all of the international events that have happened since the Open era started. He's also not had many moments to really write home about. I think his peak was probably at this very tournament a year ago at the Fall Major, and he took down NRG at the time, NA's #1 team. Since then, not really a lot has gone right for Relating Wave. He's of course qualified for these events online. He's done a fantastic job landing himself in rosters that can make these events time and time again. I think it's just inside his own head at this point. He's a good player. I think his playstyle should work on LAN as well. I don't think he's got a bad playstyle for LAN at all.
It's steadfast. It should be the consistent part of the squad.
Yes, very solid and just very consistent. We see that working so well for teams like KCorp, but I think it's just inside his own head. He needs that one good result, and this could be it. Cash with a nice snipe to put them up by 1.
There was a sigh on the opposite side from Scrub the moment that one went in. Cannot afford to let the heads dip this early on. It is 1 goal, 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Quadrant, though, looking to try and make it over to the crowd days. And that was the setting that we put up at the start of this tournament. You just needed 1 match win, and you get to make it in front of the crowd. Oh, Cash!
Whoa.
He's outdone all of them!
Well, what on earth has happened here? Kickoff goes towards Quadrant, but Pioneers they've aired the ball. I mean, that is just a massive misplay to miss the ball completely in that position. Of course, Cash is flying behind it. You know you've got to be fast and you've got to beat it to it, but it looked like the job was done there, and then the player just flew right by. They're going to maybe get some kickoff revenge. No, the shot's not good enough. I want to also point out, Ixo did very well to set up that play that just happened for Cash. It's not going to work past Relating Wave. Pioneers still hunting a goal. Yeah, notice whenever 2 teams close cheat on the kickoff. Oh dear, another miss for Pioneers. I've not even got any time to talk about Ixo's brilliance because Pioneers can't stop missing the ball. What on earth is this?
After a day like yesterday for both these teams, when you're coming into this without a win, it was all going to be about the reset. You are up against a team that is in a similar spot to you, and you wanted to take the front step forward.
Oh my
goodness. And instead, Pioneers have taken 1, 2, 3, 4 steps back.
You know, this might sound crazy, but this might be a mistake from Quadrant. They've hard read the kickoff there. Ixo realized exactly what Pioneers have been doing the last few kickoffs, and he's countered it with a later approach, a little bit of a higher hit on the ball to dunk it straight down the middle, over the top of the close shooting player. But why use that when you're already winning by 3? They could have saved that till later on, surprise him with it, and maybe catch them off guard in a moment in a tie game. But yeah, that's obviously me just nitpicking. Quadrant are up by 4. Can't really complain about that, can we? No. But Pioneers have got plenty to fix. They just keep missing, and this is unlike them. The confidence is just completely gone. It's a team that were full of confidence last season, and they, right now, just look at the faces. They're down 5-0. They have yet to win a game at this event, and they're not going to win this one.
On their opposite side, Relating Wave positively beaming after that last goal went in. This is an important minute and a half as well for Quadrant, because it's probably the only minute and a half they're going to have in this tournament that they can relax a little bit in, where they can get comfortable with the surroundings around, which they have not done up until this point. Ixo on the board. Starting to realize that maybe it's not as difficult as he's made it out to be in his own head. Cash clears yet again, Relating Wave. Oh! There you go, he deserved it. Oh, we need to, I'm going to position that post needs to be a little bit wider.
That was a great touch by Relating Wave.
That was a confident touch.
A very deft impact point on the ball. They're going to get 1, Pioneers, on the board. There is not a lot of time left, but they're doing a lot of talking here. I think this is probably just a moment where they can at least talk to each other and think, what are we doing wrong? What is going on? Let's just get our heads up. I mean, we've missed the ball twice. They've scored a kickoff goal for 2, 3, and 4. And, you know, if they could just get the simple stuff right, I think they're in a decent matchup here. Hold on, they might actually have more opportunities. It looks like Quadrant not interested in giving them anything interesting to play for at the end of this one. Like I was trying to say earlier, you know, Quadrant have done well this game. They've controlled Pioneers in every aspect of this. They've, you know, put them in positions where mistakes can happen. It's not mistakes that you'd think would happen at this level, especially not from a proven team like Pioneers, but they can happen. This is a high pressure situation. You win or you go home, and Quadrant right now have been by far the more consistent of the two teams.
Well, in best of 5s, we do not have access to the timeout. It was as good as towards the last stages of this game. Both teams able to just talk it through. Some important talks as well, because you can talk all you want before you sit down at those computers. Suddenly, once the series gets started, it all feels that little bit different. Quadrant 1. Your opponents very much needing to find the answer. For the Pioneers, it will just be go next. Unfortunately, Johnny, it's been go next for a little bit too long now. It was go next yesterday in round 1. It was go next yesterday in round 2. You can't really go next anymore.
Yeah, a little bit of a nervous nibble and a hoodie there from KCP. I mean, that was one of the crazy misses that you really don't expect to see. Well finished by Cash, of course, but what is happening with the miss before that? And Quadrant, of course, just running up the score. But yeah, Pioneers, a bit careless on a couple of the kickoffs. Bit careless on a couple of the overhead clears. Apart from that, we would have had a 1-1 game or a 2-1 game for Quadrant. So it's just it's fixing simple mistakes for Pioneers. But until they do fix the simple mistakes, I don't really think Quadrant have to take any risks. Just get players behind the ball and wait for those mistakes to happen. Because if they're happening in game 1, then you know you'd think that they continue to happen in games 2 and 3 as well. The pressure's not going to get any better for them. Pioneers 0-7 in games at this event. Is this the one? They finally get a win.
All-important win to send you through to tomorrow's matches. Get yourself in front of that crowd and just soak up that experience. You know, for the Pioneers, they're in London. They got missed out on that a little bit. You would have liked it, but again, there's no one available to run onto a challenge for KCP. Instead, they're scrambling back, and Archie's just too far forward.
Did Super Lucky think that he's got a flip or something? Did he think Cash still had a flip to work? I'm just baffled. I don't know what he's doing driving forward like that.
I just saw the end of the name, but I went with that.
It's like a Super Archie.
Super
Archie's in these 3-0. He's already through
I
Swiss.
mean, it has been super archy this event.
Absolutely has. Super lucky. I mean, that was super lackadaisical. He just drove forward and did absolutely nothing while watching Cash put the ball over his head. You know, advancing wasn't a terrible idea because Cash didn't have a flip. He was just air dribbling the ball back down to the ground. He doesn't have a flip in that position. I think Super Lucky must have known that. But why he didn't jump up to challenge as Cash was on the downward trajectory is beyond me. I mean, this is just more and more question marks from the Pioneers.
Pioneers, their worst work has actually come when they're in offense, because it's the transition back over. It's like they don't want to admit when their turn is over. To begrudgingly accept it, and by the time they are back, the damage has been done. Cash unmarked for the longest time. And there is the example, a gallery of goals for Cash.
Too much time, too much space, and too much of the goal to aim at. Cash snipes the far post perfectly. And that one you can't really blame the keeper, but where's the midfield pressure? Where's the cohesion in defense? The rotation for Pioneers with so many gaps in it. Well, they might get one off the kickoff here. Is that going to go in? No, it's between a shot and a pass, and it ends up being good to be neither. Quadrant remain 2 goals ahead. Pioneers probably should have had one there. They finally got the better of Quadrant on a kickoff. Quadrant have done a fantastic job. I was trying to talk about it earlier before Pioneers just started missing the ball consistently. But Quadrant, every time Pioneers come away with the ball and kickoff, you'll notice that the player who cheated up close turns around and pressures it. They're not giving anyone a free touch. That's really hindered Pioneers in the 5 or 10 seconds after kickoffs happen.
Now the backboard, the best opportunity they're going to have in a while. Save. I don't think the shot was going to quite dip down in time. There's nobody in the midfield either, but look at the amount of time it takes for Pioneers to still get somebody onto it. They still get it back to Banana Head underneath him. And I think what we just saw is a good example of the point I was trying to make earlier on, Johnny. Spalaki just in the midfield. He was in the area, but he was not relevant in the area. He had to turn himself back around, give up the possession. It's too tight on the rotation. There's no room for error.
You know, it's bizarre to see. You've got to think it's mental, because this is a team who just halfway through this calendar year were sweeping BDS out of a London major. That's, you know, just a short 40-minute flight away from where we are now in the Netherlands. But the Pioneers who have shown up, they just can't produce the same quality. I've, you know, heard that they are not feeling confident at all. Practice has not been all that great. They've, you know, come in as the 2nd best team in the region in terms of recent results. #1 seed, but that's off the back of winning Regional 1. The Regionals 2 and 3 both went to Power. It looks like, yeah, they just can't play at their level unless they're confident, and they are definitely not confident right now.
They've got 2 minutes to find that confidence. They've got 2 minutes to find some goal-scoring opportunities. Nice pass off to Banana Head, but he needed to make contact, and, well, hat-trick for Cash. But this one, he did not have to work all that hard for.
Yeah, attempted back pass. Wasn't actually aimed too badly, but Banana Head completely misses the read. And it's not even a ball that you need to be necessarily reading. It's not a bounce he needs to be reading. You could just wait and see where that one goes, but another complete miss from Pioneers. And if they keep going this way, this series is going to be yet another sweep on the main stream.
Yeah, we definitely switched up from yesterday. B-stream, rapid fire. What was it, about an hour and 20 minutes we had to wait over there for round number 2 to begin. Ixo, oh, he's just waiting for them. And the consideration of heading back on the rotation, just got there as and when he wanted to. Pioneers just looking for anything right now, as they come to reverse sweep in a series that they really have just not shown any life. Cash looking for his 4th.
They're just fully on autopilot right now. There's no direction. The team plays that we're so used to seeing between these guys, the plays that they're setting each other up for success, haven't been a factor. Yeah, if this is the London major, then I think somebody would have been there for that, but they're just not on the same page. They're predictable. Quadrant have just easily countered them anytime they try and make something happen. And it's just been the Cash show in offense. Anything he does just looks unplayable. Pioneers can't stop him with any of their individual players. They don't have the cohesion to stop him as a team. It's as good as game. I think, you know, you wonder what they're looking for. I think probably the forfeit button at this point. Can't do that in RLCS. That would mess with the stats, but they might as well.
Messages from a very angry direct very shortly. That was the case. But yes, it has been very much, and I'm going to say this sentence aloud because it was a rough day for him yesterday, exactly as Bates predicted. When he came over to him, he said, one team has got the cannon. They've got Cash. Cash has been the step-up player. He's been the one scoring all the goals. Quadrant 2, KCP 0. KCP have scored 1 goal in this series so far.
And it wasn't relevant either. It was late in the game when it was already as good as over. I think, did it come after 5-0 if I'm not mistaken? So, as good as no goals. We've seen absolutely nothing from KCP that would indicate that they've got any intention of winning today. We've seen more complete whiffs on the ball than we have realistic chances to score. And these are not whiffs that are particularly difficult for players like Pioneers. I mean, what is that from Banana Head? This is a guy that's been credited by many top players live on RLCS during interviews as one of the future players who's going to bring OCE to the top 8 of a tournament. But they're just not able to do it today. And this isn't because they've fallen off. I think it's just fully mental. They're inside their own head. I think they've almost convinced themselves that they're not on form. But whatever they've done coming into this one, it's just been the wrong approach entirely. I think they're just putting too much pressure on themselves.
Yeah.
They've got to just try and enjoy themselves. When they first came onto LAN, you could see how much fun they were having. They were just, so happy to be there and to be playing against the best teams in the world. And they were beating some of the best teams in the world. They were putting up numbers and taking names. And now they just they've come in with the wrong mindset. I think putting far too much pressure on themselves in the most stacked event in Rocket League history.
Well, Pioneers, they need to reverse sweep the Swiss system. They need to reverse sweep Quadrant. Need to reverse the mental as well. Quadrant right now, just keep it going. And you will have punched your ticket to play in front of that crowd. To play in front of Lando Norris, who will be joining us tomorrow. I'm sure he'd be very happy if he at least had a team that was on the broadcast that he's around for. Pioneers would love to spoil that right now. They'd love to turn this and their fortunes right back around and not only let Power be the dominant relating wave. Welcome to the major.
What a read.
That's unreal.
Corner read from Relating Wave at pace. He is showing up huge. We talked yesterday about the lack of offensive fire from Ixo. It's usually Cash and Ixo who are that combination in offense. I mean, Ixo did some work in defense against version 1, but it was mostly Cash who was able to pop off offensively. I mean, maybe as Ixo started to take a back seat, start farming saves, let Wave up front a little bit more. It's for 1-0. It's Relating Wave with a huge goal. That could easily be in a little top 3 tomorrow, depending what else we see on the mainstream.
There's Scrub on the scramble. He's got Lucky right on the side of him, but instead just kind of handed it over, and it's Cash on the ball, the last one they wanted to see. Ixo caught out just a tiny amount. Low boost in field. Cash once again, far too big. That Dominus looking mighty in the hands of Cash.
Yeah, you know me, I'm heavily critical of all you ranked teammates playing the Dominus, but Cash,
he's not allowed to play another car.
I don't think I want to see him ever play a different car. I mean, he's just so hard to read, and in pro play, everybody's used to Octanes, everybody's used to Fenix. Not many Dominus players around, so when Cash is coming at you, spinning and spiraling towards the ball, it's something that you're not as used to. Much harder to read, and that's a great beat by Ixo. Cash decides to send it high. That was something Banana Head was ready for this time.
3 minutes left. It is only 1. Cash would like to make it 2. He's saying it's only 1. Is it about to get worse? Yes, it is.
Wow.
Ixo has the post read, and Pioneers now need to score more in this game with this little time left than they have in the entire series.
A nice little touch there from Ixo off the sidewall to bring Wave back into the play. Wave very kindly gives Ixo a goal to join the fray by hitting the post. I'm sure that was intentional. Relating Wave's such a nice guy, such a nice teammate. Yeah, Quadrant will be delighted Jorg will be delighted to see how easy it's been for them today. Oh, look at this.
That's so good.
Ixo with a point-blank range redirect. That's more awkward to hit than you'd think, especially if you flip. He connects perfectly.
Beautiful camera angle and beautiful angle from Ixo. The double whammy over here. Quadrant 3, Pioneers 0. And for Quadrant, this is big. This needs to be a statement win. Whilst Pioneers have caused their own problems, it is a shark tank in that 1-2 round.
Oh yeah.
You need to be going over there with as much confidence and as much momentum as you can possibly muster.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Quadrant, upon winning this, if they continue to win and do sweep Pioneers out of this, they're right now running into the club. However, that could change to the loser of Team Liquid versus FaZe. I think that crossbar bounce sums up Pioneers' day today. It's all gone wrong. You know, a little bit lower it's in, a little bit higher. It's easier for the follow-up player to get a touch on. Pioneers actually just pre-jumping here. Oh, hold on a second. It almost works. Well, there you go. What do you do when it's all lost? You pre-jump for absolutely no reason. Super lucky flying in behind his teammate for this. And at least that's gotten Quadrant to think, wait, hold on, what's happening? Where's the ball going? It's in the back of your net.
A lot of long-term viewers as well, we do not need to remind you that as much as we have been harping on how dominant Quadrant have been, and wait a second, I'm not going to finish this sentence until this play is done, and that's the reason why.
Tonight.
Well, hope taken away, just like that. Relating Wave not having any of it. That he doesn't want this to be a tight end. He wants this over and done with. And with shots like that, very well should be. Cash, somehow the only one without a goal on Quadrant. I'm sure he would like to change that.
You know, this is just a great chance for Quadrant to build some momentum. They're going to have a very difficult 1 and 2 round elimination match on the stage in front of the big crowd
We kind of theory crafted this earlier on, Johnny. 1-2 and 2-2 rounds are just going to be some of the most entertaining Rocket League we've ever seen.
Oh yeah, I mean, first time in front of this big crowd. And the 1-2 round is still stacked, already in there. Space Station Gaming, Falcons. You've got the club from South America, #1 team, undefeated team from South America coming in here. The winner of this, G2 Esports, and the loser of FaZe Liquid. That 1-2 round, it contains teams that many people throughout the world were putting in their top 8 coming into this event. And Quadrant, they were the team who were the most doubted coming out of EU. But when they can get it all together, I don't think anyone doubts that they can beat anyone. It's the ability to produce the online level on a LAN setting that's been the question mark. Quadrant have answered it here, and it's absolutely stomp Pioneers, denying them even a single game victory throughout the entire tournament.
For OCE, a little bit bittersweet here. I'm sure they will absolutely love what Power are doing. They would like to have had a second team. It's been the one thing OCE's always missed. They've always had maybe a team up there, but they've always struggled to add that second one. Does not look like it is going to happen at this tournament either. Ixo, Cash, Relating Wave, they've run rampant. 20 seconds left. And it is World Cup season. One more goal for the Brazil.
I mean, at this point, Pioneers just have to wait for this final 20 seconds of torture to end. It's been a tournament to forget from them, but at the same time, so much to learn from defeats like this. I think Pioneers just have to figure out where it all went wrong mentally, what they can do to show up at the next international event, and I think they will show up at the next international event. They are a phenomenal team. A young team who still can improve so much. Play of the day there, that's fantastic. They don't want to be in this lobby any longer. Just get it over with. Why are you scoring? Just get the ball into the ground. That's the only surface that they care about right now. Pioneers wanted that to be over just as much as Quadrant did. Unfortunately for them, that's the end of their tournament. They have completely got it wrong this week so far. Quadrant, finally, something to be happy about.
And a happy Snasky behind them. That's how they would have dreamed it up. Come over here, eliminate Pioneers, 3-0. They only conceded 2. And probably most importantly, and we do not know yet how this is going to look against other teams that are maybe a little bit more in form, but Ixo and Relating Wave, got to just settle into this tournament a little bit more. Now maybe when they face these other teams, because round 1 and 2, well, rounds 1 win 2 losses, and maybe even that 2-2 rounds, that's going to be brutal. You need all 3 gears turning on that one.
Yeah, it's just so stacked at this point. And you know, the next opponent for Quadrant, if I'm not mistaken, has to be either the loser of Liquid FaZe or the club who lost to the OCE counterparts, Power, earlier on today. It's going to be a tough matchup, no matter who it is. Quadrant have not looked brilliant up until now, but when they have a little bit of time to get rolling, boy, did they build up some momentum. That was by far the best that we've seen from them all tournament long.
For Pioneers, they could not solve the Cash conundrum, and it was Cash all over games 1 and 2.
He's a monster.
And he's been that way in all of their matches. Whilst Quadrant have struggled, Cash has been all the way up there. Take a look at that. And then we went over to game number 3, and Cash, a lot less involved in this one. He got to take the backseat and watch his teammates go ahead. Leaf is over with Quadrant.
That we are, and they are on something else. Specifically, this man right here, Cash. You are feeling it today.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Obviously, it showed in that last performance, so yeah, feeling good.
2 hat tricks, I think, to start it off. Are you sad you didn't get the hat trick in the last game?
Yeah, a little bit, but all that matters is we won, so it's a good experience so far, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's really good you won. I was talking to you just before the camera came. Lando's coming tomorrow, and did that have any kind of pressure on you guys? Like, okay, we gotta win today.
Not really, no. To be honest, it's our first LAN, so we just need to have fun and do the best we can.
And you guys are doing the best you can right now, at least. I want to ask, because you and Ixo both rookies to LANs, right? This is your first time. First off, how's the experience? Because it's a lot different than playing at home, right?
Oh yeah, it's completely different. I mean, we've had a great time so far. It's been a blast. Just playing on stage is a different feeling, so it's just having a laugh. And yeah, it's been good.
It's all been good, or were there any nerves at the beginning? Like, do you feel a bit of that?
Yeah, a little bit of nerves at the start, but at the end of the day, we're just here to do our best, so here we are.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious because like it's a different perspective coming in, especially with an established game and an established lands like this. Was there anything you had to learn to adjust to specifically that was like unexpected about being in a live environment?
Not really, no. I think, you know, LAN's great. It's been, I mean, as I said, it's been amazing so far. So it's just making sure you get comfortable with the setup you're on and just making sure you're all happy and ready to play.
It seems you're comfortable now, yeah?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm ready for the next game.
I'm just curious, looking at this split as a whole. You guys did top 4, then you were in second, but obviously no top 8 for the finals. Did that cast any doubts with the team coming into the major at all? And was there like a grind to really make sure that you guys were ready?
There was no doubts for us at all. I mean, we obviously got very complacent at the start of the Regional 3, so we made sure to work really hard, do a lot of replay analysis, keep grinding, and perform as best as we can here.
Hey, and just as we usually do this for later matches, but since it's your first time and you guys got great backing with Quadrant, I just want to give you, if you want to shout out to the team supporting you.
Shout out just to Quadrant, yeah, they've been amazing with us so far. Just everything they've done for us, I'm extremely grateful. And shout out to the boys as well with all the support. It's been amazing.
Killing it. You're killing it, that's for sure. And you guys get to keep on playing. We got to wrap up this round, so let's get back to the desk for some analysis.
Thank you so much, Leaf. Dazzrin is currently casting on the B stream, so we've welcomed Cole to the desk.
Hello. Like musical chairs around here.
It is
I know.
A little bit.
Who's
It's
next?
a little bit. CJ, what happened, man? What happened?
I think unfortunately the Pioneers boys' mental might be in the bin after that one. So unfortunately, Pioneers 0-9 as well, and I'd hate to say, but I think James Cheese might have looked the best out of the 15-16 teams. So not great for Pioneers, but they can rest, reset, and back into a next split, Cole.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was said on the cast that they are going to be back, more likely than not. They're still one of the top 2 teams in OCE. That's not up for debate, but this just wasn't them. And I think that's the main disappointment, that they weren't playing as themselves. I expected a lot more explosivity from them at the very least.
The cannon, though.
The cannon, though. It's raining catch.
8 goals.
Raining catch.
764
8 goals.
per
They
game.
had about 4 assists out of 14. I mean, like, come on now. CJ, I told you, it's hard to bet against him.
Yeah.
And when he's on the pitch on the dominance, when he's out there, when he's screaming louder than calm as ever screamed ever. My goodness.
Well, folks, round 3 is almost concluded. Liquid versus FaZe is currently in game 2 over the B stream. We're going to head over there and watch that one to finish out the round.
Chronic, and a good clear by First Killer.
Close, but again, not enough here for Liquid. And to see the offense kind of slow down from them has been quite shocking, I'd say. But if they're trying to spin it up as the game ticks down, the pace of play is starting to speed up here in Aquadome. As Liquid know, they don't have too many chances left to bring this ball to the orange end. They got to do something if they want to equalize.
Oski, a little acrobatic move to push that over towards Atau inside the final minute. Here comes Liquid again. Certainly not out of this, though. Chronic's at a half flip to get back. First Killer lining up a double tap, and he could not convert. This opportunity keeps Liquid in this game. Oski now trying to dish it off to the side, misread it, but it still goes deep into the corner here. Oski waiting for this ball to come down. It does not for him, so Atau now has to try and center. He cannot, thanks to the defense of FaZe Clan again, and this is exactly why they've built this team the way they have, to defend in moments like this, where in past seasons, this has not gone this way. They've crumbled under pressure coming down the stretch as we get to the final 15.
FaZe have built a wall on their own half. The question is, how strong is it as Liquid trying to slip through the cracks? Are they going to be able to get something going here on this drive? Chronic plays it out. Atau does get a good touch, but it's not good enough. And First Killer will ground it. FaZe Clan, it can equalize the series.
And what a statement that is from FaZe Clan after giving up 18 shots in game one. Only the 7 afforded to Chronic and Atau. Nothing from Oski there. He was left very quiet. Couldn't get his presence known there in the offensive zone. And for Team Liquid, a team that is so hyper-aggressive, then had to feel almost like whiplash from being very comfortable in FaZe Clan's offensive end to just kind of being sent away with nothing to show for it.
Yeah, Oski was quiet. Sip was quiet on the side for FaZe Clan. Not really doing too much here, but getting some smart touches that I think that really kind of kept FaZe either in pressure or just kept Liquid off the ball. And sometimes that's all you need to do to be able to get some of these disruption plays, because in the end of things, for FaZe Clan, yeah, they got the one, but if they're able to stop Liquid and really limit Liquid's opportunities, 7 coming from 18 is a big gap there.
Yeah.
Now I think this one was the more closer games where FaZe is starting to figure out Liquid's play style, and Liquid know that, okay, we have to make some adjustments here because FaZe is also adjusting to us. So big swing game coming up.
Yeah, big swing game. These two teams 1-1 in the Swiss. 1-1 here in round 3 as we get ready to go to the iconic backdrop of DF8 Stadium. And again, a huge momentum swing for either of these teams. And we talk about it not just in the micro of, all right, this event, but what it means to these teams in the entire tournament, or not, yeah, the entire tournament, their entire season, because we know FaZe's history. They don't keep rosters together. And again, a strong performance under pressure right here can create diamonds. Here's Atau trying to throw one ahead for a Chronic. This will let that one go by. First Killer's got it. And that opening goal, 8 seconds into game 2, that was the difference. As FaZe Clan leveled the series, Team Liquid, not many quality looks. They had those 7 shots, maybe what? 2 of them you think had a legitimate chance of getting past the defense?
That's the way it looked, especially for the Liquid side of things too. Just not necessarily looking as much of a threat as we saw from Liquid in game 1. Now in this game, it's been a bit of a stalemate as both teams have traded possession in the start. Atau gets a solid redirect, but you can see FaZe Clan starting to understand, okay, instead of just trying to play up to that speed, let's maybe just try to pull them out. That way, you can have some more space to create some offense here in the front.
Typical burned a lot of boost there to try and slow down Team Liquid. Nobody central for that. And the timing's been off for Team Liquid over the last 6 or 7 minutes of gameplay. A lot of passes thrown mid. Nobody's been there for them. There's a Chronic trying to create and denied right at the goal line. This is a little bit more of what we're used to seeing out of Team Liquid, but First Killer, Classic at the back, able to bail them out again. Missed it typical, got tangled up, and the demolition critical there as First Killer had to play it to his own backboard. Atau trying to leave it for Oski. A Chronic is waiting for a rebound that never got to him.
It's so close, but still so far away for Team Liquid. You can see FaZe chilling at the goal line, but Itachi picks it up and is able to push this one in the back of the net. You see Typical here with that initial touch. Itachi wins the 50. FaZe was expecting Sip to have that win. You can see it because everybody turns and tries to race back. Too little too late though. Liquid set the tone. 2:47 left on the clock, and they're up by 1.
And the instructions from the coach behind Oski there as Itachi gets his 3rd out of 4 goals that Liquid have scored here in this series. Oski lobbing one ahead. There haven't, again, been many quality looks. Itachi trying to create one of his own. There it is, and it's sent away off the flip reset. Now it's Typical. Sometimes it almost feels like an NBA All-Star game where it's just one person takes over and all right, okay, well, we didn't get there, so now I guess it's your turn to have to.
That's what it does feel like that too, in my opinion.
Except they're playing defense.
Well, yeah, for FaZe playing, at least in this game, it's been a lot of defense too. For me, seeing this, look, as Chronic takes this one, tries to send it to Itachi, they go all in. I think Oski in the back end has been very important. He's able to get to the ball after it looks like FaZe can set up a counterattack and slow them down to where they Liquid have kept possession here. We have been camping on the FaZe side of the map here for over half the game. And FaZe don't really show too much signs of really threatening offense. And you start to get a little worried if you're a FaZe fan. They have just not been producing.
They spent a lot of time in the offensive zone, do Team Liquid. As a result, that's why they have all those shots. But not nearly as many, only 4 here in the 3rd game. They have the one that matters. The strike from Itachi that has given Team Liquid a 1-goal lead. A Chronic from inside his net, able to send this one away. No follow-up there from FaZe Clan. It comes very late from Typical. And Itachi up ahead to Oski, trying to catch him napping there, but missed. Sure-handed at the back as ever.
That's still good though. The fact that that was on target, forcing a save on the defense, really well done there from Oski. But a minute remaining. FaZe Clan trying to find a way in, but Oski and the rest of Liquid have been holding on the defensive side, and that's a big win, and Mist has to stretch to clear that away.
Oh, first killer just ahead of Itachi. Won't get much further forward. There's Mist though, the first killer. Tried to take a little bit off the shot to get behind the defense, and Typical just around a Chronic to make the stop and keep this manageable. Inside 30 seconds now with Itachi looking for the knockout blow here in game 3. Mist won't allow it. Now Oski lost possession, so it's a Chronic dishing that off to the corner. More importantly, able to find Itachi, but that's a dangerous ball. Give it away to Mist. Initial save, and then Oski clears it up. Oh, Team Liquid created a real mess for themselves, and FaZe Clan could not punish them. Final seconds tick away, and this is barely kept in the air, but they've got to go the length of the field, and well, they had the wrong guy on the ball. Everybody else had boost except Typical, and he couldn't keep it in the air. Team Liquid, 1 win away from getting another match today.
Yeah, look at this from Liquid, just again, able to kind of weather the storm. Well, I mean, it didn't really feel like a storm, more like a drizzle from FaZe Clan. Right. Only 4 shots coming out from them. But Liquid, great control of the ball, great pressure, even though Liquid didn't really put up that many shots. It was 2 apiece from everybody. It felt like they had the ball most of the time. And again, it's about playing with intent versus playing from behind, with the like playing catch up basically. And once Liquid got on the board, it was just FaZe Clan. We were expecting more offense from them. We didn't get it. They limited first killer to 1 shot in that game, which is not easy to do. It really isn't. But again, it goes back to Liquid being able to get that prep work in on FaZe. They know it seems like they know how to shut them down. FaZe Clan shows some signs of life. Remember, we saw that the play towards the end. I think it was in the final minute where a Chronic last back. He got a good touch. First killer goes for the bump instead of trying to turn around and play for the ball. But that gives Oski enough time to get there before the third man can follow up and try to take a shot at it. So I think that Liquid kind of got away with things there. But that being said, a win is a win. And they need 1 more if they want to move to the round 4 high matches.
Sometimes we can make maybe too much of a thing. We can make kind of a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah.
I was not a fan of the body language I saw out of FaZe. I don't think anybody ever is a fan of
what FaZe kind of shows outward there. Didn't look like anybody had anything to say at all. It's like they just kind of sat there in silence. Maybe Roldiz was talking to him the whole time. Couldn't really see, but certainly none of the players said anything. And, you know, the only time I ever experienced that when I played sports was when everybody was really upset and we lost by a lot of points afterwards. A Chronic just dancing through the air here, and the silence is going to be deafening for FaZe Clan now. 40 seconds in, the clock is ticking.
Look at that flip reset. They're smiling and laughing across from them. It seems like Liquid have started this game with intent to close out the series in a dominant fashion, as this opening minute has just been all Liquid. 4 shots, 3 of them have been saved. You know what happened to the one that wasn't. Uh-oh, chance here, missed, gets the double, but he doesn't put it on target. The net was wide open. You had Sip on the back wall as well. You just feel like that should have been a FaZe goal.
You feel like it absolutely should have been a FaZe goal. That's the one that's on target, and a Chronic had it lined up all the way. You can see, where, even though you can't see the players, you can see it slipping away. There's one, exactly what FaZe Clan needed. First killer, taking matters into his own hands. Off the feed from Mist, he'll get the job done himself. Itachi just not able to get there in time, and FaZe Clan levels the score line.
Mist could have scored that. I think he could have scored that. And the fact that he placed it above the net when it was wide open gave Liquid a chance that they could have made a save. If Itachi, I think, had an extra second, he's making that save. I'm not necessarily liking what I'm seeing here from FaZe, but they do end up tying this one up regardless. This is a very interesting development. I'm trying to figure out which way this is going to go. Mist on top of the ball, able to get a beat out on one. I will say Liquid's defense has looked very shaky this game. They've been giving up a lot of space, and there's a lot of open net opportunities FaZe have had this game, more so than we've seen Liquid give open net opportunities to anyone.
Yeah, this has not been a lockdown defense at any point in the season from Team Liquid. They've very much kind of subscribed to the theory that the best defense is a good offense, and their offense has been stellar, as it's looking here. Itachi, first shot sent away. Chronic trying to keep this around as Oski cuts at midfield. Lob another back in, and Typical got to have this all by his lonesome with Mist underneath. Here goes Itachi. Right there for Oski, and that's well done by First Killer to just get ahead of him. First Killer is always going to be a factor there, no matter how bad or good FaZe Clan looks. First Killer just got this away and trying to get a little help from Typical.
Oh, there's Oski. Puts a shot towards him, but look, the double commit actually works out, turns into a pinch. This is a Chronic looking for the solo effort. It's that first touch. Second one almost past Sip, but it's a good read from Typical. Mist clears it out in his space, and First Killer has to try to push it forward. Can't afford to control it as Oski was bearing down on him. Oski's raised too slow. Typical again, another cutout. First Killer tried to get there quickly, but Itachi had a great read. Another chance. First Killer scores. FaZe up.
Whether they want him to or not, First Killer is going to drag this team kicking and screaming across the finish line if he has to. Great drop down there. First Killer recognizing where the ball was headed, made the cut, jumped in, 2-1 inside 2 minutes. FaZe Clan looking for any signs of life here, but that's the guy they need to get going. Mist. After missing that double tap, you wonder where his confidence may be. First Killer, another, and Itachi couldn't catch up. Here comes FaZe Clan.
I'm now busy worried about Mist when First Killer's doing everything. This ball off the ceiling, great setup for Typical. First Killer, lots of power behind that. He is continuing to put shots on target, continuing to test the Liquid defense. And now it's Liquid who are caught on the other side of things. FaZe looking to force a game 5.
FaZe Clan giving themselves a little extra time to try and right the ship. They're still got to hang on for 90 seconds here. There's still that potential that Liquid could come alive as well. Itachi's going to give up that midfield boost to a teammate. Try to get this to the backboard. It almost got through cleanly, but now here's Oski. Flip reset. Tried to get a second, just couldn't quite get under. And that pinball's around for Typical to clear away. Still no boost for Typical. He's been in that position a lot. He's had to work extra hard. And Atao has got through. Oh, first killer was starting to come up in midfield. Atao got that touch, threw everything for a loop, and nobody else could get back.
First killer expecting Mist to get that touch there on the sidewall. It was an awkward position, and you talked about someone having to work hard. Atao didn't have to work hard on that goal.
No, he did not.
That one just kind of rolls in. Liquid back into the game now, a minute remaining, as all they need is one more to be able to tie things up. I say that, I lied. It's two.
Who but first killer, who does it yet again, picks Oski's pocket and still finds a way to drop that in. Back to a 2-goal lead with 55 seconds remaining. He's got 5 out of the 6 for FaZe Clan. It's been a similarly one-sided story over on the Team Liquid side. Oski has no goals, no assists. It's been Atao who's been carrying the squad. He's got 4 out of the 6 that Liquid have scored. As first killer will need a second touch, doesn't have it. That's taken away by a Chronic, and there's Mist, doing exactly what he was brought on to do, making the save there, and he'll clear that out to the side. Oh, good demo there, and it's available. A Chronic couldn't tuck it in. Mist just got there in time. Liquid want that one back, and they've got to go the length of the field to get it.
Not enough time here. A Chronic, high ball, Atao, a little too late. Typical's gonna get there in time. 15 seconds remaining in this game, and the adjustments from FaZe have been well noted. I say adjustments from FaZe, adjustments from first killer mainly. Now Mist playing in that back end, and it feels like they're finally filling into their roles as, guess what? Champions field bound between these two. One more for the road, pinch goal from FaZe.
Sure, why not? Continue padding the stats. Mist officially gets his 4th assist out of this as they pinch that one home. And FaZe Clan make the adjustment of, quite simply, give first killer the ball and get out of the way.
Yeah. First killer, once he was able to get his space, but it wasn't even getting space. It was more so once he just started commanding the field here. I mean, we saw exactly what happened there with Liquid, where they're playing the ball off the sidewall. You see Oski, and first killer comes out of nowhere, says, nope, that's mine, that's going in the back of your net. Again, so many different opportunities that were controlled and created all by first killer. That impact performance is huge.
And you can see the spirits are much higher now for FaZe Clan. After they got shut out in game 3, again, it just looked like it was all silence. We saw it just Rolldiz crack a little smile there, and now it's Team Liquid that are all dead serious as we get set to head to Champions Field under probably some of the more unlikeliest of circumstances, right? I mean, it looked like FaZe Clan was going to be dead in the water going into game 4, and then they got that jolt of energy out of first killer.
Oh, yeah. A jolt is, I mean, that's more of a lightning strike.
Right.
Shot 5 for 6 that game. Very well done for first killer, and FaZe only had 8 shots as a team total, so it was a Herculean effort, that's one of your words, that got FaZe here in this moment, but it's not over yet. Champions Field, game 5, Team Liquid versus FaZe Clan, and only one is going to go to the high match. No one eliminated, though, from this, but you just don't want to go into the crowd playing for your life.
Exactly, that's a lot of pressure you just don't need. As first killer, I think able to grab that midfield boost on his way back, contesting, I think it was with Oski. And now it's Atao trying to stop him. All he could do was slow him down. Here's the Chronic with Oski waiting underneath. Atao running ahead. Oski waiting, just could not pull the trigger. And FaZe Clan will get out of this unscathed.
Touch downfield. First killer going up for that one. Good follow-up as well. And first killer show cut short by Oski. As Oski, I will say, over the course of this series, has been doing a good job of being able to manage first killer. Anytime first or FaZe start to get going, Oski is usually there to cut off in the midfield. As I say that, he's there to stop that one. And it's those types of things. He may not be a person who is lighting up the scoreboard or even getting a lot of demos, but if he's able to really get these midfield cuts and connections, it could slow down FaZe Clan or even catch them off guard.
Well, again, Atao and Oski have been two of the faster players in the first couple of rounds. Just haven't seen that materialize in any hard numbers for Oski here. The chances round 1, trying to play table setter here, at least facilitate Liquid's attack that has been tamed by comparison. Again, the 18 shots in game 1 and kind of held in check the rest of the way. Oski, second touch, easily dealt with by Typical. And Itachi is right there to stop first killer, but he'll still run forward because where else is he gonna go? Waiting mid, and it's never gonna get there, so he'll have to retreat. So too will Typical. First killer around 1. And the pass over to Sip, and Oski made the save.
So close. Oski with the ice as he's able to make that save on the goal line. Looking for a bump on First Killer as First Killer was trying to bump him. And First Killer able to do the same, dodging out these demos. Meanwhile, demos still happening left and right. You can see Oski and First exchanging. Itachi, he holds off the ceiling trying to get another piece of the ball, but it does go straight to Typical. Bump on the play. Oski last back again, gets the boost, gets the ball, does not get bumped. Halfway through this game, it is tense as ever as Oski puts a shot on target. Won't be able to get a follow-up here. Itachi played into the corner, but it's straight to First Kill. We've yet to see him really wake up in game 5. All it takes is one right setup for him, and he can will his way through and even potentially will FaZe to a game 5 victory.
There are a lot of signs of maturity beyond their years for a lot of these players out there. First Killer, after having really to hard carry in game 4, putting a lot of faith in Typical and Mist, willing to pass the rock, willing to set them up. It's not like he's just completely abandoned all faith. And over on the other side for Team Liquid, they're still trusting Oski in really difficult situations. He's on his way back now, grab that midfield boost, and he will be able to grab this out of the corner as well. FaZe Clan might have wanted that opportunity back as Itachi waiting in midfield, missed over him, and Itachi there to stop Mist there.
It feels like FaZe have Liquid on the ropes.
Yep.
The way this is looking, a lot of pressure here for FaZe, and Liquid have been caught in some really uncomfortable spots. Sip plays it low. Itachi can't win a challenge. That's 250s won. And now you got to look at what Liquid can do because it doesn't really feel like they're in control. They finally put a shot on, but it is easily saved. FaZe Clan covering the net well.
Chronic just got a piece there and missed. A little too slow on the challenge from Itachi, but now he'll get a shot well high. Again, those shots just have not been on target, and maybe some by design. Here's Itachi, denied by First Killer.
Oh, First Killer, 3 boosts. That's a big flick, though. Oski was in trouble, but he was able to recover. A great recovery from Oski. Now, leading his way downfield, leading Liquid downfield. Missed, plays it to the side. Oski gets a demo on Sip, and First Killer's gonna have to carry this downfield. Will do well for that, but not until it is cleared back in. The battle from midfield has been so close. There have been some uncomfortable situations on both teams. Everybody's held firm. Game 5 coming down to the final seconds.
One team preserves their second life in this event. It could be FaZe Clan with Mist coming through. What a time to score his first of the series.
Look at this drop down. Typical gets a piece and Mist with the shot. Oski he knows Typical's behind him looking for the bump. He tries to get up early out in front of it and throws himself out the play. 19 seconds left. Liquid are gonna need some magic off the kickoff.
Liquid at one point had to have felt like they couldn't possibly lose this series, and FaZe Clan is about to rip it right away from them. Oski to the backboard against Mist. Oski kept it close. It's available and denied right at the goal line by First Killer. No time on the clock. First Killer trying to end it. Chronic. All the time in the world, but he couldn't get underneath, and FaZe Clan survives.
You can see the faces on
Well, FaZe Clan, in 5 games, able to defeat Liquid. A 1-goal game there at the end, and they're going to improve to 2-1.
And of course, it's the man that they picked up, Nick Costello in the clutch. He holds down the back line, and when it's money time, of course, it's right underneath the crossbar. That's why you picked him up.
I mean, another coin flip game 5. Liquid 2-1 up in the series. FaZe taking their next 2. Anyone's game. Liquid, though, they still have to bounce back. FaZe move on.
They'll be all right. Liquid, they're used to the 5th series in a Swiss. They've done it every single time so far in EU this season. And FaZe on Game 5 and Game 7, they are just so good. They are a very clutch team when it matters. I mean, they seem down and out, right? Like, T-Base, surely not even you would disagree that that was not the FaZe that we've come to expect for a long time, but they stepped it back up.
I mean, it doesn't matter about what I'm expecting. It's about what they're doing. And what they're doing is that they had to clutch up against a Liquid team who doesn't lose Game 5s too often. That's a young Liquid team there with nothing but confidence, nothing but poise. But this FaZe Clan roster, you added miss for a reason. You don't want to be in a situation where down 1-2 backs against the wall right now. They were trying to make it all the way to Championship Sunday.
I mean, it was good to see as well. Like, there's some questions about FaZe when they do go down, their mentality. So to see them bounce back 2-1 down in that series and taking out Game 5 as well, maybe T-Bates it is that, that miss factor.
Maybe indeed, and we'll get to see them. Both those teams survived. They have not been eliminated yet from the event. There's Liquid will drop to 1-2, and we'll see FaZe playing in that 2-1 situation. Yes, tomorrow's live. They get one more win. They are through to the playoffs. We had quite a series of sweeps here on the main broadcast today. We'll kind of do a recap there. Let's talk through the last one we just got done watching before Liquid versus FaZe. Quadrant versus Pioneers. I wrote down in my notes just Cash lol.
That's all you need.
He's so good. I've been banging the drum of Cash for years. He is brilliant, outstanding mechanically, capable of doing anything, and finally we're seeing it on a LAN. It's also the first time Relating Wave has got a LAN series victory since Seiko left Endpoint. So a huge relief for Relating Wave. That was winter last year. The poor guy has gone to 2 LANs, not won a series until this day right here, T-Bates.
Wow.
That's crazy. That's crazy indeed. CJ, I know you got something to say.
I mean, the cannon. 8 goals, 760 score per game. And I believed in him, T-Bates, the whole way.
It did seem like you did.
But he took on Oxygen. This was the first series of the day. It was anyone's game 2-0. Who was going to be the first team through to the top 8? And T-Bates, it was Oxygen again.
It wasn't anyone's game. Oxygen, I've never seen Archie walk around. Listen, chat, for those of y'all at home, Archie, he's at the same hotel as the talent. He's walking around like Conor McGregor. I said it earlier, and it hasn't changed. He's got his chest out. He's pumped up and Joreuz. I've never seen him talk so much after an interview.
Look at this.
It's just nothing but confidence for these boys. The mechanics are on full display. They have nothing but full control.
It's the home team buff at the moment for Oxygen, but this is just the Vatira buff for KCorp. Astral's old team. He's joined Moist Esports to try and get them back to where they were last season, and actually where they are right now is not as good at KCorp. They're just a better team at the moment.
Yeah, it felt like a close series, but still on paper, that's a 3-0. It was comfortable, I guess, enough. Moist had a little bit of a fight back there in game number 3, but again, it was the Vatira show closing it out. KCorp move on, and they, Wave, are the first seed here in the tournament moving into Championship Sunday.
G2 versus James Cheese, though. One of the other 0-2 matches on the day. James Cheese putting up a good fight. We saw a 4-3 game 2, and they went 1-1 into overtime in game 3, but ultimately G2 able to get it done.
Probably the best 0-9 you've ever seen is what I said after that series, or after this tournament here.
0-9 too.
It's tough for these guys. I feel like they nearly deserve that game number 3 against G2, and I don't know about you, Cole, but I'm still not too hot on G2 right now.
Yeah, they'll improve as it goes on, but that's not exactly the sort of performance that makes everyone say, wow, G2 is back. But Wave Funk, they beat the Hurling.
I do want to, you said a really difficult 0-9. James Cheese played KCorp, Falcons, and G2. There's plenty of teams in this field that could go 0-9 against that lineup. So I'm not surprised at all that they were not able to find the wins there, but a valiant effort put up by them. Here are the results from round 3.
Look at those sweeps.
Look at all the
we were due though, weren't we? We were due on the mainstream after yesterday. We had none. Now we've got them all.
The B stream was popping though. The B stream was so good today. I think we've chosen wrong.
Twitch.tv/RLEsports. Hit the follow button. They are done now though for the day. We will be only continuing on with the A stream, so keep it locked right here on Twitch.tv/Rocket League. Let's take a look at the Swiss and see who's playing who now in round number 4 in the upper bracket, and the 2-1s here. We'll see version 1 versus Power. We'll see Moist versus Secret and GenG versus FaZe. So
the NA Titans coming in together. T-Bates, what do you think about that on LAN in the Swiss?
I don't know how the heck that ended up happening. Who's making this? GenG should be playing Secret or something. I don't know. I don't know. We don't want to.
You've hedged your bets. You've guaranteed another NA team qualified for the playoffs.
That's true.
So you should be happy.
True. It does guarantee a team through. Meanwhile, in the 1-2s there, Falcons versus G2.
Gosh.
I think G2's runs over, man.
Nah, bro. We're only going to get to see one of those two teams make it to the 2-2 rounds.
Yeah, that is just crazy. This is the same matchup we saw last year in the Fall Major where Falcons, that was the Ahmad goal that introduced the Middle East region to the majors. And here they are again, Cole. Can they do it? Can they knock out G2?
I mean, they did it last time at the Full Major with a sub with Zenzo stepping in. This time it's their full roster, their best roster. So yes, to answer your question, they very much can. G2 are in trouble. The club against SSG won't be easy for those teams either. I mean, it's looking rocky for SSG
They do
right?
they do get to sleep on it though. We'll see those ones tomorrow. So
in the same fashion, we have one North American team guaranteed through. We have one European team guaranteed out with Liquid playing Quadrant in that 1 and 2 round. That will be happening tomorrow there. Here's the schedule for the rest of the day. We're only going to play the 2 and 1 matches. So we will have GenG Mobile 1 versus FaZe Clan to finish off the day. Moist versus Secret will be in the middle there. And version 1 versus Power will be our next match here on the broadcast. Which one are you most excited about, Bates?
The last one.
The last, of course. Okay. CJ, which one are you most excited about?
Power. Can they go 3-1? OCE's first top 8 this will be. From last season, we didn't get a top 8. We made it 9-12 in the OCE region here at the International Major. Can they do it in a 3-1 fashion as well? That'd be incredible, but V1, they're going to be a tough opponent.
Just for balance, I'm really excited for Moist versus Team Secret.
The other one.
All the series looking absolutely brilliant, guys.
Chat, which one are you most excited about? Let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat, the comments. We're on Twitch over here, folks. We're also on YouTube, though. Let us know in the comments as well, folks. All right, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the 2 and 1s of round 4 right here on the Fall Major. Don't go anywhere.
Here's one for you. Who's the mastermind most likely to make a crowd do this? The answer? Version 1's Com.
Version 1!
Com takes the pantomime villain role to a level rarely seen or heard in esports. Even his org privately encouraged him to keep playing the bad guy. So, how has Com managed to bury so deeply under the crowd's and his opponent's skin?
Teammate, you thought he was gonna get the touch with Tira. What's going on?
He's laughing at him!
How much did they actually do? Squishy able to clear that ball, and he gets another demo. Toss going for Garrett at the midfield, but still it's not enough to get version 1 possession. How do you let that go in?
Now Calm looking for Torment running interference. Oh, no! It in!
Robert Com Kaiser. Not just a demo-hungry support player, but also a key man in V1's all-important mental game. We dare you to boo this man, Rotterdam. It'll only make him stronger.
starting things out. UNLV finds the back of the net off of a monumental double.
In the way and get the save. Not going to be in the end of the offense. So it's Kingsley sends one to the backboard, tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my!
This time, fire, try to clear this away. Let me go with the back. Picked up the steam. It's still there for Kingsley. He scored!
Go wandering eyes, that I seem to follow, can only stay still for some time. I've never aligned with the city's pulse, so that makes it easier to leave behind. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing.
Certain but death. To make it out of here, take a certain finesse. Down trying to earn him a rep. It's coast, gotta learn to respect. Really, I turn up for less. Like who now? It ain't even worth it to guess. The man going now, you looking nervous and next, and you gon' end up right with him on a shirt with some text. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little buddy cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cup, but the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardio sucker. You know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your flight with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winter net fang, got his ass flame. I told him mirror bust it down, lead the back plane. That's why this in my whip got your last name. Two down, one on top on the phone. Lead the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee saying with your chest when you talk to the goat. Gotta learn to respect. Say it with your chest when you talk to the goat. Gotta learn to respect. Say it with your chest when you talk to the goat. I'ma burn up a check. Have my little buddy cook him, he a personal chef. Learn from the best. Got a plug in the Carolinas I ain't personally met. But if you ain't paying homage, I'ma service the debt. You know I'm loud with the step, loud with the pressure. That bully ball from the cupboard, the fully stock on the dresser. I put his cardio sucker. You know we rockin' the letter. Not finna let her be on your block with the extras. Little Twizzy on the stand, you get ass gang. A little winter net fang, got his ass flame. I told him mirror bust it down, lead the back plane. That's why this in my whip got your last name. Two down, one up top on the phone. Lead the car running, little cutty knock on the door. Why the ones ain't bad to stay talking the most. Lee said with your chest when you talk to the goal. Close to the shit, gotta learn to respect.
We're done sending teams home. It's time to send 3 more teams through to Championship Sunday. Version 1 not able to get the job done against Oxygen earlier. They'll be looking to reload for round 2, taking on Power. The big dogs coming in now. They have knocked off 2 teams, taking down the club 3-1 in the round of 3. Then their 1-1 match that we had earlier today, though. Power on some high momentum coming into this game here, CJ.
I mean, they are. They found their rhythm in that series, coming up against G2, sweeping, I guess, the NA 5 seed. Perhaps not a crazy thing, but it was G2, so that was impressive. And then Club as well. They took down Pioneers. Pioneers, obviously, maybe not the best form reference now. They've gone 0-9. But everything to play for here, Kel.
Did you give them any advice of being an OCE, SAM, team takedowning kind of fellas?
I think it's Fever. Well, Fever went 3-0 last season, and now he's 4-0. So he's tying Kami for the undefeated versus South America. And Torsos as well has never lost to the South American region. So there's something in that still, the OCE versus SAM rivalry.
Do you think that there's something, is it something like cultural or region specific about how loud these teams are? Or is it more just how much it means to them?
I think that it feels like we're like the brothers, the OCE and SAM, because we're the first 2 regions to come in outside of North America and Europe. So I think there is some sort of brotherhood there, which gets that friendly rivalry back and forth. And I know that previously when we'd play Furia, it was that mental battle. I mean, every time we beat them, they just tap their heads thinking we're inside their heads. So I love those, like, battles within the battle, which we see.
Yeah, for sure. I've loved seeing the energy from these teams, though. Even in losing situations, when they're scoring goals, they are yelling loud enough to be heard across this entire massive room that's going to be filled with fans tomorrow. I hope to see you there. I think we could take a look at the schedule for what is coming up over the next few hours here on our broadcast before we close things out and get things ready for the fans to come in tomorrow. Version 1 taking on Power will be the first match we have here. Moist versus Team Secret and GenG versus FaZe. Honestly, Bates, given how GenG's road started here and the way we saw them play yesterday, I feel it feels weird to me that I'm saying this. I'm surprised to see them in this spot where they're in a winning in.
You're surprised? What, you expect them to be worse?
Just after how bad they looked against KCorp, man, I don't know.
I mean, KCorp's been doing that against everybody, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. KCorp's been sucking the life out of everybody, absolutely taking them down. Vati's controlling the pace, exotic Itachi. I've been talking about him the whole entire stream. So, yeah, them losing that, it happens. And GenG, they bounce back. They've got a couple quality wins, and now they're going up against FaZe Clan. The number 1, the NA1 versus NA2. All the way happening already, a 2-1 matchup. That means one of them could be in danger come tomorrow.
Jeez, NA's got some problems for themselves there, but they'll be all right. They'll get at least one team through here, guaranteed. Because we have only 2 teams in right now, both from Europe. But right now, we got a South American team, an OCE team. We got some European teams. Do we have 2? No, just one. One South American team there. So 3 North American teams in the 2-1 round. 1 Europe, and then 1 OCE, 1 SAM. So a lot of representation here.
That's what we want as well. We want as many teams from as many different regions in the playoffs as possible. It brings more excitement. It brings different play styles. It brings new names for this crowd to get behind as well. So the fact that various regions are doing well is perfect for the esports.
I mean, last season as well, we saw South America make top 8s, top 4s. Falcons got top 2 at London. I think it could be OCE's turn to crack into the top 8. And do some damage, hopefully.
Have you just jinxed it?
No.
Oh, no.
Hopefully it'll be their turn. I'm not saying it will be, but
hopefully.
That'll be exciting.
I mean, I think how big of a win it was, Secret over SSG as well there. I mean, this Pay Station, we know that they have not necessarily, they're not where they want to be right now in the 1 and 2, but still, I mean, there's such a strong roster.
SSG's in a struggle bus right now. Daniel's been absolutely performing. LJ's been okay. Arsenal's been a little shaky, not playing up to his usual standards. They need to get their mental together because the skill for SSG's there, but now it might be too little too late. Who they play tomorrow? They play somebody that's good.
They're going to be playing the club, so they're going to have their hands full as well. But they got some time. They got some time to figure it out. Let's get our next match of the broadcast underway. Version 1 taking on the big boys here from Australia, from OCE, from the Oceanic region, excuse me, their Power going to be taken to the stage. Can they get that win and push themselves through to the finals right now through the Championship Sunday? Version 1, we've seen them we've seen them so many times on the main broadcast here. Version 1, still looking for that 3rd win to send them through.
I mean, this is what they've done before as well at previous majors. They go 2-0, they drop the qualification game, and then they just have a cruisy one to go 3-1. Power trying to change that here, but Beast Mode's still cold. I don't know about you, but we're still not seeing the beast mode that we know and love, which is scary for their opponents.
I mean, beast mode was actually particularly poor in defense earlier on against Oxygen. The amount of missed touches he was making, which is the last thing you'd expect from him, somebody who can just do whatever he wants with a Rocket League ball. So I don't know if something's going on with them a little bit, if they're just tired, time zone issues, whatever it might be, but they had a shaky one against Oxygen. That's not to say that Oxygen weren't playing brilliantly themselves.
V1 here, Calm, the man who you just did a whole video on before the break.
I did. He loves it. He loves getting involved, right?
Nothing but energy, nothing but passion, nothing but pride. But we haven't necessarily seen that this whole entire tournament so far. He's more mellow. I don't know whether that's more controlled, but it has got him into the 2-1 spot right here. They're trying to make sure they win this match.
He did do it once. He did it once in Game 5 after they beaten Liquid, where they just gone 2-0 with 4 seconds left. And then he stood up and went, yeah, you're rubbish. It's like, you got to do it at the start, Calm. You got to do it when it begins. That's trash talking.
Yeah, that's not the typical Calm type like energy, but of course this man right here, the only world champion present in Rotterdam tournament, still holding on the back line. He is the foundation of how this V1 teams play with the counter-attack block.
He's like fine wine, isn't he? Just gets better with age. In this tournament, he's been the MVP so far for V1. If he can put a strong performance here in the defensive end, Beast Mode shows up, this team's going to be looking strong, and Power have a lot on their hands.
Well, version 1's going to be ready to go, but Power on the other side, first time on the main broadcast, they're here to win.
It was great being here again, considering I didn't make Worlds last season. So back on top of our region, and it feels pretty good to be back. I'd say we hope to achieve top 8 out of this LAN. I think pretty doable because everyone just looks so bad right now. We feel really confident as a team going into this. Our scrims have probably been the best they've ever been internationally.
And under pressure, under duress, and right now towards it, trying to put it bottom right corner. Again, it's almost a split screen from last time.
Our team is the best team because we have 3 really mechanical players, the best coach in the world, Jimmer. I think when we're on, we can pretty much beat anyone. I'd say you could expect us to be very aggressive, play very aggressive game style. Maybe getting counter-attack quite a bit, leaving our net open.
Tire right now, and he's going to make everyone, placeholders included, look a little bit silly. Fever!
Winning's just going to be too easy.
We talked about the trash talk from Calm. Torsas for years, before Calm was ever in the league, has been punching up at his opponents.
He's very happy to speak his mind time and time again, but Power as well, I think just getting these 2 wins. You got to remember as well, Power last season didn't get to play in front of a crowd. They were at Sweden with no crowd. They didn't make the crowd at London either. They made 2 majors, but they finally get to play in front of a crowd. However, they want to do it in style here. They want to qualify and make their way through to Champ Sunday.
And they will be big favourites in front of the crowd as well over here in Europe. We love Aussie teams. We love the Oceanic region. Coming over here, supporting them. Since Season 3, since OCE joined, been a bit of a breath of fresh air. But as Torsos was saying, this is the team that is genuinely here to play. They don't want to cause a scruffy upset. Torsos tweeted earlier saying, isn't it amazing how we're going to go 3-1 today? He just knows. The man believes it today.
He's just talking nonsense, maybe.
He's
not that so Raven. You cannot see the future, Torsas. But I will say that you got a lot of confidence, and I like how the vibes for Power so far in the tournament have been nothing short of immaculate here.
And it's fantastic as well to see Amphis performing. He's been so superb online back in OCE, but it was a little bit rough on LAN last season. We're seeing him perform here, but I think the MVP that probably no one's talking about right now, well, the people are, but Fever has to be up there for the top performers of this LAN so far. He has been absolutely dominating, highlight clip goals, and yeah, he's just picking up where he left off. You know, last season when I was teaming with him, he was pretty good on LAN as well. We saw some clips, but it's great to see him here on this lineup with Jimmer in behind, the best coach in the world, the talk said.
So how will, I mean, a lot of these players you've played with yourself, how will they be feeling right now going into an opportunity to win? You know, this isn't like, oh, can we steal a series? They can go through 3-1 here.
Yeah, the worry is that they get a little bit ahead of themselves. They've still got to win this series, and they're in a great spot now, 2-1. However, Power were 2-1 as well in Sweden, and they still got knocked out in round 5. They ended up losing to Falcons in the round 5 and 5th round match as well. So they've been in a 2-1 position before, but still not made the top 8. So they need to not get ahead of themselves, Wave.
And I do want to bring our attention back to the man who was just on our screen a second ago, Beast Mode, a player that we keep on saying, like, oh, everyone's got to be afraid because Beast Mode hasn't woken up yet, and he might be about to do that. The dragons are coming. The dragons are coming. I promise you, they're going to get here eventually. And like, at what point do we start to go, Beast Mode's not a LAN player? It's like, it hasn't happened yet.
Whoa, that's a bit of a
That's crazy. Did you forget Worlds? Well, what series at Worlds did Beast Mode score like every single goal? It was somewhere. It was Championship Sunday, wasn't it? Or was it Saturday?
Nearly every series he has played previously at LAN, he has popped up. It is rare to see him put in a bad game, let alone a bad series on LAN. So it is weird here that he has started a little bit slow 2 days in a row now. But as we said, they're still in a 2-0 spot or a 2-1 spot now. It's just scary to think that V1 is still untapped right now, 2-1.
We're talking a lot as well about how, version 1 is struggling, they're not really getting going. But they had an 0-3 against Oxygen. So did GenG, and then we've seen GenG come out and win their last series as well. Yeah. Oxygen are doing that to a lot of teams. Oxygen are peaking, they're a team that have incredible highs, and they're finding it at the right time. So this is version 1's opportunity to just calm their nerves, settle themselves down. I mean, talk about calming nerves. Okay, getting a back rub, that's going to chill you out ahead of the big game, right?
It's a great game, and correct me if I'm wrong, last year, OCE did not get top 8 once, right?
No top 8s. We had some 9-12s. We had a couple of 9-12s in Sweden, so no top 8s. We're trying to make a Championship Sunday. As we said, South America,
MENA have both done it. But OCE, it's a time for them, CJ. We're going to be able to find out. This is probably, let me tell the people at home, is this OCE's best roster in the last year and a half?
What it's looking like so far already, yes, this is the best roster that we've seen. So there's a lot of confidence here. Fever hopping across as well, replacing Express on this lineup. Express, perhaps you could say, was a weak link. He was more a defensive player. They've just brought more firepower in with Fever, who can still lock it down defensively. So this is a scary lineup, and we saw them bring it together back in OCE in the final 2 regionals. They utterly dominated. They dropped 1 game in the final 2 regionals.
That's what I was going to say. So they are OCE's 2nd seed, but that's only because their first regional was such a poor performance. Yep. The maths are a bit warped, correct?
Yeah, they just bombed out of the first regional, basically. The nerves seemed to get them the first regional with maybe the pressure they put themselves under because they felt like they were the best team in the region. They did fall through. However, on the other side, T-Bates, top right, Tommy.
Top right, Tommy, yes indeed. But you talked about the pressure a little bit right there, CJ. And now it makes me wonder because the boys from OC, they're going to know. They're going to know to try and do history. Ever since coming out of COVID, RLCS 21-22, none of y'all have made top 8, and they know that they're on the precipice right here. And V1, this is just what they do. They start off 2-0, they drop 1, and then all of a sudden they go 3-1 in Championship Sunday, and we'll see what they can do.
It's the craziness of the ever-evolving, like, at breakneck speed game of Rocket League that, like, you're talking about, like, is this the best OCE team in the last year and a half? I'd say this, in my estimation, the second best OCE team ever behind Alpha Sydney and Chiefs. And I think that if you put this team up against Alpha Sydney and Chiefs, they would play circles around them. They're like,
it's
different generations.
Yeah,
it's so hard.
This team wins Worlds?
This team could go. They would have won Worlds in season 4 or season 6 when Chiefs did get top 4. But you know, it's obviously hard to compare. But this team, they seem to have everything they need right now to perform, to get a top 8, to crack in. And perhaps you could say with the previous lineups like Renegades last season, there was a player that was pretty poor in that team called CJ. So jumping over here now.
A couple unfortunate backflips in the matter.
A couple little backflips against Squishy Muffin. Shout out to NRG. When do they play? But here we are now.
Don't deflect, CJ, all right? Don't deflect on poor old NRG. They're not here to defend themselves. Very much so.
But with this power line, as you said, this is a strong lineup. There's no excuses right now. It's sort of like when you compile your dream team wave, there's nowhere else to go. You don't have an excuse, we can just get rid of this player or that player. This is the team. So the pressure could get to them. And as I said, they've been in this situation before, but it is a new lineup. V1, on the other hand, though, it's workmanlike is what I describe their performances.
I feel like for version 1, a team that are looking to steady the ship after that loss to Oxygen, any OCE team is probably the most frustrating team to face because there are random moments, there are misses, there are backflips, and you're thinking, why has he just done that? Why is he up there? How has he missed that? And suddenly you've conceded a goal. And when you're a team that sort of, they seem to be circling tilt a little bit at times against Oxygen, then that can really frustrate them.
Yeah, I think there's not many teams that wouldn't go 3-0 against Oxygen today. So I almost don't put any weight in the fact that version 1 got swept earlier. We'll see what happens. How do you guys at home feel about it? Hashtag V1, hashtag PWR power there for which team you're feeling. I'll start things off on this, and we can just go down the line. I predicted version 1 to beat Oxygen earlier, like an idiot. How anyone ever predicts against Oxygen right now, I don't know, but I am going to double down on this one. I think version 1 finally gets it done. I think they had the best warm-up possible against the top-performing team in the tournament. I think version 1 takes down Power.
I do believe that V1 will beat Power right here. It's a clash of play styles. V1 more counter-tag. Power, a little bit more offensive prowess, but it's not going to be enough. V1, too much poise, too much confidence. They're going to break their 3-2 cursing Swish go through them right here, making the championship Sunday.
Now you guys taking this all seriously. You got your little competition. I've already had my prediction competition. Shogun lost. He's getting pied in the next couple of days. Keep an eye out for that, okay? But that means I can go with my heart as opposed to my head. And my heart is very much with OCE right here. Power are a brilliant team in their own right. I'm backing them. I believe in the up.
That's also a head pick.
That's a head pick. See, about the big power.
Oh, no, they're rubbish. No.
Look, the V1 are coming off a loss. Power are coming off a huge win right now. They've got the momentum. This is the second. They've already played today. They're ready to go. If they're going to make the top 8, if OCE are going to make top 8, now is the time. We're seeing a trend right now. Forget it, the structure. Oxygen, no structure. Liquid, well, they're 1 and 2, but they don't have structure either. It's right now, it's about playing on instinct, playing with speed. That's what Power have. They have that in spades. They've got the offensive power. And the Power are going to win.
You're going to take Power on this one. We're pretty split up here, by the way. Gibbs has been sending in his predictions. He predicted Quadrant in the last one. He's predicted version 1 for this one. How does chat feel about it? We're split on the desk. Chat's pretty split as well. They've narrowly got version 1 on this one. Let's get in to the first match of the round of 4. We've got 2-1 matches on the docket. We're not sending any more teams home today. All the rest of these matches are sending teams through to Championship Sunday. Power trying to get OCE there for the first time in the season. Version 1 trying to make it out of round 4. Let's go.
3 rounds of Swiss have come and gone, providing top quality Rocket League all throughout. But now, round 4 has arrived. 2 teams have already qualified for the playoffs, and 3 more will join them. Up ahead, we've got version 1 up against OCE's Power, who, according to CJ, is the best roster we've seen in a year and a half. Jorby, do you think they make top 8?
I mean, Turtle, we casted that club Power match, and I think we know what this team can bring a little bit. There's a little bit of belief going on over on the Oceanic side, and you can understand why. Torsos, Fever, and Amphis have played excellently so far in the tournament. Torsos, they talk about Torment, a longtime veteran. Torsos, a longtime veteran himself, and he's been playing excellently.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a mirror we're seeing here between North America and OCE. Big demo from Torment already as he rotates back into the net, or excuse me, as the third man. And demos are going to be something that I feel like we're going to bring up quite a bit, the physical game, and that is what helped Power take on so many different teams in this Swiss stage and edge out several different wins, especially that win against Club. A lot of demos involved, utilizing Fever up top, taking out a player, and then Torsos would go in with some really great passing, with vision on the field, providing so much for his team as that anchor.
Beast mode, protecting the rock and taking it back. V1 known for their counter-attacking style. And Power, they are an aggressive team, so it will come down to who can execute their play style better. And maybe it does come down to the physical game, because you know you can't spell demo without comp.
Yeah.
So, you know you're always going to have to keep your camera on a swivel when he's on the pitch.
And maybe version 1 will listen to that interview with Torsos where he talked about maybe their weakness is going to be the counterattacks on their own team. They do like to push up and throw all 3 players forward, but right now we're on the perspective of Torsos, who's sitting third man, not throwing himself up quite yet, but he does go for the shot. And now the follow-up double tap attempt, really good looks for Power.
Oh, that touch from Fever, he just couldn't get the ball across. Torsos was playing a deep third man. Now Amphis, the last back, and Beast Mode puts it in.
And it is off the counterattack that we get our first goal. Torment high up in the air, going for the air dribble, just opting to provide a better 50-50, which sets up Beast Mode. It was a tight angle, but he's the striker, he's the player you expect to hit.
Version 1, they do strike first, but you like the structure on offense for a second. Is just that touch that ended up killing the drive for Power and allowing version 1 to march right back in.
Yeah.
Now Calm working his way here for version 1. Power on the redirect, Beast Mode following him closely. And another one set in front of the box, but version 1 holding up well here on defense. Oh, and he caught him out here, and he does. Calm gets the go-ahead, 2-0 for version 1.
Nice little chip shot from Calm, and this is another counterattack starting in the defensive end. Torment has been the supplier for all of these passes. First it was Beast Mode, now it's Calm down a little bit outside of the box of Power, but still up in their face. Chip shot over one of the defenders, and we've got the second goal, but oh my goodness, I think that might have been a fake kickoff too. Now setting up Beast Mode. This looks very elegant and well thought out, but not gonna yield a goal regardless. I like the attempt.
Power get it right back. Amphis not gonna be able to drill that ball beyond Calm. Can Power work the middle of the field here? Working laterally, they're getting boost steals. But now they got to find a way to win these 50s against Comp. And, well, it's a little difficult. Fever and Torsos get tied up, but Torsos going to buy him time on the reset. That's all he's got as Torment lobs it away. Good setup here for Power. Some more pressure. Again, forced to the side. Torsos next up. And version 1 there at the punch again.
And they're so stoic on the defensive side. I've seen Torment staying steady on that backboard, not biting early, waiting until the time is right to go in for a challenge. They're not giving a lot of space to Power. Their only option really is to keep this ball to themselves, go up in the air, but even that's not working due to the challenge game. Although we have seen some good shots, some good possession from Power, nothing too top quality to get in.
The ideas are there. It's just breaking down the structure of the version 1 defense, something that Team Liquid had tons of issues doing earlier on in the tournament when we were casting them. And version 1, they can just hang on their back line for so long. And you were talking about the physical game.
Yes.
Power are going to need that to get through this version 1 defense.
And this is when you implement it, because you can get some possession, you can hold some pressure. That's a good pass from Torsos across. But if you're holding that pressure, make sure you're at least rotating in or looking for those demos, because like you said, Jorby, they can and will just stay on defense and are more than comfortable holding this ball in their own end. I mean, even if we look at the shots, we've got 8 shots for Power, but only 4 for version 1, and they're the team that leads 2-0.
Beast mode, tried to track it. All of version 1 retreating back, and Power were happy to dive forward, and he saw Amphis trying to chase Calm around, and Calm hasn't left the play either. Power can get something on the turnaround here. Fever pumps it high. Torment not gonna get the touch, trying to fall back down onto it. Beast mode up to it, but he lost to Torsos up in front. Well, Fever just wanted to beat Calm to the ball, but that wastes more time.
Oh, but look at the carry out from Torment. That's past one player, past another, taking the midfield boost, and gets the toss into the midfield. That is so much work from Torment. And then maybe another goal, Beast mode off the post. I don't think it's gonna matter at the end of the day, because game 1 locked down from version 1.
Power, they got a lot of offense out, but the output could not result in any goals in version 1. Their defense handles business yet again. That counterattack, so lethal against so many teams in the RLCS.
Which makes it a tough matchup for Power going up against version 1, and I think Torment has been the rock. This is something that we always say with him, and I know CJ on the desk was saying he's aged like fine wine, and that is very true. Still competing and performing and being a pivotal part of any team he's on. Look at him in the replays. The first one we see is him getting an incredible save, a double commit from version 1, and there's still not a goal from Power due to those rotations and that initial save from Torment.
Well, those initial goals that version 1 got, I think did catch Power out a little bit, but I think they started figuring out, okay, they like those downfield touches. They like finding people in the midfield. They always go down early to try to find each other. Power started relaxing the rotation a little bit, not sending the entire house if they didn't like what they saw. So there were some adjustments happening for Power in the latter half of that game. They didn't get scored on again, and I think that was step 1 for them on protecting the counterattack from version 1. So now, how do you set the tone here on Aquadome and get back into the series if you're Power?
And there's a lot of good things to build on if you are Power. And Jorby, we were casting the first round of Power's run throughout the Swiss stage. They were up against GenG. They did get swept, but I remember specifically in every single game that Power played against GenG, they were adapting, changing their playstyle, doing everything they could to move the chess pieces around and battle back against the team that had their number, basically.
And they weren't blowouts either. Power, they found a way to keep the games close, and they might score here. Drop down, taken away by Torment.
We're gonna say that so many times, I feel like, throughout this series, taken away by Torment. He just continues to get every save imaginable. But keep knocking on the door, and you might just find an answer.
Beast mode, starting from his own corner. And Beast mode just gonna take it himself. Calm playing closely, trying to push Fever off the ball. He pushed the ball off of Fever. Now Torment got the ball, wants the 50, pops it back out, but Calm is late, so Beast mode comes up, makes up for lost time. Now Calm off the ceiling, got a touch, but not awkward enough, and oopsies, Amphis ends up punting Torsos out of the way, but Power able to get reset on defense, and they bump into each other again. Oh, Fever gets there on the save. Power have to settle down.
And they're starting to feel the pressure, but they're thankful that no huge gap was opened up or given to version 1 that they were able to take advantage of. That's a very interesting flick off the backboard, and an even better setup. Amphis doesn't have a proper clear. There's been some mechanical issues on the side of Power.
Well, they've been happy to let Beast Mode carry the ball beyond the midfield line and just try to play it around him. But eventually, you're going to have to just start meeting Beast Mode in the midfield line. Amphis picking up the first demo for Power.
That's what's needed, Jorby. That is what's needed. Every single series when they've had, those demos have been so impactful.
They just got to come at the quality moments. It's not good enough just to get a demo.
Yeah.
It's about the timing of it as well.
Well, and sometimes those demos, we're seeing Power bunched up. I'm sure they're used to going for demos and extending the rotation. Maybe they're playing too passive, and that's why they're stepping on each other's toes here. So if you're getting more physical, extending, that's going to change things up and stretch the field more for this Power offense.
Beast Mode helping calm out, but Power have retained midfield possession. Work the ball to the opposite side of version 1 territory. A loose one for Calm, he can't get a hold of it. But Power having difficulties getting quality shots on net. Here's another one. Torsos trying to lob that one over to Amphis, and he just didn't have anywhere to go with that touch. Driving too far over to the middle. Fever, nice little wave landing back onto the ball, but Torment gonna keep it close. Power trying to find a way through. Torsos on the reset, denied by Beast Mode.
Main thing we can note, though, from this Power offense, letting in 0 counterattacks, and as I say that, there's a big clear down the other side. I can't make this up. I'm talking about counterattacks. I'm giving them a compliment. They haven't let one in, and then here comes Calm with a massive clear all the way down the field.
Torsos stretched for it. Just didn't have enough in the tank to get to it. He ran out of boost by the time that he jumped. And the ball sailed right over his head after all that pressure. Wait, on the kickoff, it's a runaway, and he can't find the net. Torment is always in the way.
You've got to come up big in those moments. You might not get another chance. Just under 2 minutes. And it looked like Torsos did have the flick, but there's more pressure from Power against V1, Jorby.
Pushing it back into the corner, trying to shake Torment off the ball. Calm having to stretch. Version 1, this is their MO. They're comfortable playing for as long as they want in the blue half, as long as that goal counter is in their favor.
Yeah.
And it is. Amphis gets the dunk. Can he deliver something? No, he doesn't get another follow-up touch, and now Beast Mode is given space. Beast Mode under, slips, and well, Torsos able to get the ball after the challenge and moves it across, but there's always someone on the back line for version 1 ready. Power aren't doing enough to make version 1 uncomfortable.
How do you break the rotations? How do you make version 1 uncomfortable? You can try demoing, you can try taking their boost, but more importantly, you need to figure out how to get Torment out of the play.
They're really moving the ball effectively, and they have the right ideas. But yeah, it just comes down to the challenge. It comes down to the challenges, the approach, the structure of version 1. High ball again. Time just chewed off the clock. Calm misses the demo against Fever, but Beast Mode pops up high. Amphis real awkward, and he can't make it happen. Beast Mode gets 2.
Pay attention to this first touch from Beast Mode. There was a player challenging Fever. Beast Mode could have gone for the early shot, but instead he chips it over that first defender, sets himself up for the best look at the net he could gather. And just like that, 2-0, 40 seconds left. Version 1, happy to stay on defense, happy to get some counterattacks, and let Beast Mode do what Beast Mode does best.
Now 4 unanswered goals for version 1 in the series, despite the outpouring of offense from Power. Another ball back out. And it's really just those long field shots that are catching Power off guard. It's not even the carries on the transitions that's really beating them badly. It's the, let me dump the ball to you into my own half, and then version 1 will just punt it, and somehow it's through the entire Power rotation. Now it comes down to how do you adapt again, because you put yourself in a 2-game hole. Version 1, 1 game away from qualifying for the playoffs. Power still trying to find their way.
Shutout here in game number 2. Amphis looking for something creative off of his own backboard, but this has been a quick and speedy series. Nothing too threatening thrown at version 1's defense. I can't imagine one of them even having a droplet of sweat right now coming down their forehead, because they have been in the driver's seat the whole game, even on their own end.
There were a couple of attempts at bumps and demos from Power, but again, it's not just enough to just get the demo. Version 1, they gotta find a way to crash the box and make life chaotic in front of the net. How many times we see Calm, I mean anyone on version 1, just kind of park it in net, wait for the ball to come towards them. Oh, the middle of the field is wide open. Power aren't covering the middle of the field at all. They're covering the edges well, and when they have possession, they're able to move the ball edge to edge. They're carrying the ball well. The movement is good.
Right.
But then when it comes to the actual execution of getting a goal, there doesn't really seem to be any life there, despite them being able to hold on to the ball.
Right, and that's the difficult issue sometimes with Rocket League and with this playstyle that Power love at being super aggressive and throwing all three members as far up as possible. If the opportunities you're getting and creating aren't quality opportunities at the net, especially against a team like version 1, which has one of the best defenses in the world, you're going to get counterattacked. You are going to get scored on. They can move and transition downfield so fast in the blink of an eye. You've got to be prepared for it. The decision-making on when to overextend has got to be flawless. Let's see if anything changes in game number 3. And it has to change because version 1 looking at match point and a potential sweep.
And there you saw trying to get the soft touch on the ball, trying to bump Beast Mode off the play. Fever also, or Torsos got a demo on the backside. Good movement from Torsos here. But again, they have to screen across a version 1 defender who's got the net covered. Here's another push. Decent catch from Amphis, a drop down, but nobody from Power's available. They do get the touch from Beast Mode. More pressure, he just goes straight for the bump. They know it, they're feeling the frustration of getting through this version 1 defense.
At this point, it feels like that's their last-ditch effort, looking for bumps. A big miss from Torsos, but it's okay because Fever's got him covered. Off the corner, of course, denied by Beast Mode, right to him. And a good dribble from Amphis. I like this approach, very composed, not panicking. But now we start to see version 1 trickle out to the offensive side, start to outpace them. Couple of challenges, one in their favor, but still, only one shot for version 1, 2 now for Power.
But this is a little better. Those little dump and boomer shots that version 1 were doing earlier were sneaking through the entire Power rotation. Version 1 have tried it twice now, but Power, they relaxed the rotation and they've been able to receive it both times. They gotta keep that up. Version 1 can switch it up on you real quick, especially with that guy Beast Mode on the other side of the field. Amphis trying to drop it down in front. Beast Mode and Calm.
Wow, look at the patience from Beast Mode. Did you see him bait out that challenge? He was feathering his boost in the corner, didn't want to flip into it, made Power panic, throw it off the backboard, and then you got an easier clear.
Calm's 50 is, that looked interesting, but it was a call off. Demo on the backside by Torsos, but Calm's racing towards it. Again, version 1 happy to let Power work the ball to the blue and then just chuck it right back to the orange.
They're happy to let them chase, get behind the ball, waste their boost. I mean, think about how much boost they're wasting, and think about how accurate of a shot this is from Beast Mode.
How about the drop delivery from Calm? Hello! One-day delivery, Beast Mode, off the post!
That is ridiculous. Top corner and in version 1. They don't get too many chances, too many looks at the net, but they are so high quality, it doesn't even matter.
Touch away for Power. Now 5 unanswered goals for version 1. We are in perfect sweep territory right now. Power have been completely shut down. Calm, a bouncer, and it's taken away, but Beast Mode's got plenty in the tank. He expends all of it.
Another
staying
fake
on top of that ball.
So many fake challenges, waiting behind the ball. Beast Mode doesn't even have any boost. Torment's immediately rotates. He's waiting. He is waiting. He has time to wait for the midfield boost, then push up forward. Ridiculous stoicism from version 1. And they've got plenty of time to react and change things up. Power just under 2 minutes, but they can certainly do it. It's only a 1-goal game.
Beast Mode challenged, but unaffected. And that's probably the only way you'll affect him is by deleting him. Calm, forced up on the play, and a nice touch to a freshly spawned Beast Mode. Back over to Torment, more time burned. Torment's flick denied. Amphis stuck on the back wall, but he's got the drop and keeps it close. Fever says, go ahead, Amphis. Amphis says, go Torsos. Power, can they actually get something on net? Nope, stolen by Calm. And just another day at the office on defense. Torment, though, a little bit of trouble, and Torment, he's never in trouble. Who am I kidding?
I don't know. That looked pretty spooky to me. I'm not going to lie.
And he got away with it anyway.
Yeah.
But Fever, he blows through one.
Okay, here we
he
go.
drops it off the torso.
Chaos.
He wants the bump, but Comp comes in anyway. Power, they have the ideas, but they just don't have the paper to write it down.
And the hard thing now is you think about what Power are trying to do. In the back of their minds, they don't want to get counterattacked because of how much it's happened. That third man has got to have a little bit of hesitation, just given the history of this series alone. They pushed up, they threw everybody forward, immediately counterattacked. Is that providing any issue to Power and making them less committed on offense when they get any chance?
Version 1, such a strong Swiss stage for them. An excellent performance so far against Power, where it could so easily lose the momentum to a Cinderella story. But Version 1, they've killed many of those runs, haven't they? Beast Mode, he's killed a lot himself. And Torsos trying to keep close to the ball, but Calm crashes in front. No time left for Power. Version 1, 10 seconds away from the playoffs. Beast Mode, he knows it. He drops down underneath. He's laughing. He's over him. Off the bar. No! Version 1, convert, and they find themselves a spot in the playoffs.
For the first time this split, Version 1 are not going to go to the 5th round of Swiss to qualify for a playoff spot. They have done it in the 4th round. It's got to be a huge relief for them. And as that ball hits the ground, Version 1 officially qualify and make it to the playoffs. What a performance. Absolutely did their replay reviews. It seems like they had Power downloaded for this.
I mean, you heard T-Bait say the clash of styles. He felt like the counter-attacking style was going to win out over this aggressive team, and they couldn't get enough going. Version 1 were so happy to let Power, okay, go, dive the corners. Cool, play up the sidewall. I don't care. You're not better than Beast.
Yeah.
You're not better than Torment. You're not better than this team. That confidence and that swagger is part of what makes Version 1 so fun to watch and such a fun team to just witness on their runs. And now they get another playoff berth at a major. Calm. Does a little dance. Look at him go. Look at him go.
No.
Oh, can we make that a goal explosion?
He must have been practicing that.
I
saw that on the
how many
V1
takes
Twitter.
in the mirror?
At least several. He has improved his form immensely since I saw it on Twitter for the first time. So shout out to Calm putting in the work behind the scenes, and also all three of them getting the dub. Perfect sweep in Power. And this was just, I don't want to say simple for Version 1, but they knew the playstyle they had to go in with, and they stuck to it.
They never really had to change up what they were doing.
Yep.
Like, despite, the thing was, Power was changing their approach, but it came down to execution. They just weren't consistent on the execution. And Power, it's not over for them. They'll go to round 5. The OCE dream is not dead.
No.
But Version 1 certainly put a couple of holes in that dream. So Power, we'll have to try again. And I am excited for the rest of this tournament. But we have Leafex likely with one of, I said Calm last time, I bet it's Torment.
Wonderful guess. We are down here with Version 1's Torment. Good win. It's nice to be able to bounce back like that.
Definitely feels nice. The first series against Oxygen was, but it kind of killed the vibes a little bit. But getting to bounce back on the same day, we didn't really have much time to think about it, and we also had a bit of a gap to like think of a game plan, or mostly we had to figure out stuff about our own, play style, and I think we did good with that and played a lot better.
Yeah, clearly you did. You did good with that. I was going to ask, what's the process to bounce back like that? Because I feel like it's really hard to get back from mental after, losing a series like that to come back and make sure that you win the next one.
Well, we hit the replays. Like, we downloaded the replays against Oxygen. We were obviously focusing on ourselves. We had a bit of, like, rotational errors, like comms stuff. We noticed we weren't always on the same page, and it makes it pretty hard, especially to be the team at Oxygen. But we were definitely way more fluent this time. I think there's still some stuff to work on. We'll probably maybe watch again or watch our opponents' games and think of stuff we could do. But yeah, I mean, it felt good. We definitely changed a lot and improved.
Com said he called you guys the Day 1 Demons. Can we call you guys the Day 2 Demigods since there was one loss? Is that a fair assessment?
Sure, yeah, you could do that.
God.
Yeah, we were definitely Day 1 is our best day. day 2. I mean, most lands we haven't actually played on day 2. Like most of the time we'd be done on day 1, but this one the format was a little different, so I had to show up on day 2. But I'm glad we were at least able to get a win.
I want to ask about Fireburner, because he was talking a lot during that. Do you guys rely a lot on Fireburner to help make sure you guys are doing the right things while in the match, not just while you're watching replays, but in the match too?
Definitely, Fire's talking a lot. You know, he notices things that we don't notice while we're playing, and he's one of the smartest coaches in the game. You know, but yeah, he's talking a lot. He knows well, yeah, we were talking about our stuff in between the last series and this one, and he's just always there reminding us basically the same things. You know, because it's good to just like drill it into our brains. You know, the more we hear it, the more we'll think about it while we're playing and do it. So yeah, he's talking a lot and a lot of help.
Now, I'm sure Com would have a lot more to say about this, but I still want your thoughts on the whole matter. But you've been confident, to say the least. They've been talking. Do you have any thoughts on the whole matter between these two regions right now?
Look, I mean, KC and Oxygen look better than everyone else right now, but going to the bracket, I mean, it's a different. I mean, everything resets. Like nothing matters in Swiss besides the matchup that it gives you and going to the bracket. And now we're going out into the stage and it's Championship Sunday. Everything's different, so that definitely opens it up. I don't think NA's look great so far with only NA team to qualify, and I guess we'll see later in the tournament. But I mean, it resets. I think NA will improve when it comes to the playoffs.
Hey, who cares about them anyway? All that matters is you guys right now, and you did it. So congratulations, Torment. V1, they get the dub. We got more Rocket League dough to come your way. A couple more matches after the break. We send another team to Championship Sunday. Our hopefuls are Moist and Team Secret.
And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face, I know. No more racing, we got it. We could reach it, yeah, we got it. Oh, I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
I stand back and I watch you explore. Imperfect visions, like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see
Another series down, another series without a game 4. Sweeps all the way through the day. Moist, though, taking the stage for the second time now. Going to be taking on Team Secret. First time seeing Team Secret here on the main broadcast. Excited to see which of these teams advances to the playoffs and through the championship Sunday. They'll get to skip playing tomorrow. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're here at the Fall Major in Rotterdam, and we got 2 more matches for you on the day there. Version 1. Make a pretty quick work of Power, CJ.
Perfect sweep it was. Power did not score. So, look, I'm getting made fun of here in the predictions now. I feel like I'm turning into T-Bates. I've got to stop predicting with my heart. No, V1, they were too strong. Power seemed to struggle against defensive sides. They were great against the offensive powerhouses, G2 and South America, clearly the club. But V1 too strong. A great bounce back as well, Cole.
I mean, I did say I was voting with my heart, even though my prediction was wrong. Everyone said, that's not a heart vote, it's a head vote, it's a fair vote. But I was right to say that I was voting with my heart. So even though I got it wrong, I'll claim that I got it right. So I'm going to put myself 1-0 in predictions if I can join in your game.
I'm still trying to work through that whole
You know what I'm saying.
reasoning to
It makes
see
sense.
What you actually... there was something in there, folks. Moist Esports taking on Team Secret. Let's get into the next match on the day. Moist coming off of a sweep themselves, or being swept, rather, by KCorp. Team Secret, do you think that is this a revenge? Are they going to be taking out their frustration for the way things went with Carmine Bates here? Are they going to be taking that out on a Secret?
It's tough. It's tough to say because this Moist team, they started to figure it out in Game 3, but Secret, and we can say whatever about SSG, but a W is a W, and they're going to be having momentum. A lot of people probably thought SSG was just going to roll Team Secret, and Team Secret being able to get that W right here really puts them in a good spot against this Moist roster.
Yeah, I hope that Moist aren't coming into this one thinking, oh, let's take out some frustration against Team Secret, because that will backfire, and it'll do so very quickly.
It could, or I don't know, it could have lit a fire under them. Moist here, back on the stage, ready to go again. They're getting the wave started early here. I think it's starting to rub off on the others.
Are they not just talking to you when they're waving? Maybe that's what Rise is saying.
Maybe.
He's saying the host.
No, he's waving everybody.
Yeah.
Wave punk. Yeah,
Instead of wave or whatever. But yeah, Rise is someone who has been a stalwart for Moist Esports and KCorp before them. He is just so consistent. He's the player that controls the speed and pace of this team. If he's playing well, they're playing well.
Just a little bit quiet, however, against KC in the previous series. Not sure if that is the Vatira sort of mental...
They definitely have a block against
Vatira,
don't
they do have a mental block against KC.
Wait,
Joreuz as well. Give us a wave. Give us a wave.
Wave.
There he is, Joreuz the man as well. He was a bit of a little bit quiet as well. I guess the whole roster was quiet against KC, but great chance to bounce back. We saw it with V1. They got swept out of the water by Oxygen, and then they bounced back with a sweep of their own. Moist get a chance here, and Astral's looking very cozy.
Hey, I don't blame him. It's cold up in here. If you're coming tomorrow, make sure you bring a coat. But Astral and this whole time Moist roster, what I'm looking forward to seeing if they've improved on since the last time they played is how they're adjusting, just giving teams space. KCorp, especially Vatira, was just attacking from the blind side every single time, really capitalizing off those little errors. And Moist, they started to correct them eventually towards the end, but it wasn't enough.
Well, on the other side of the pitch, the second seed out of South America, coming off of a win over SSG, it's Team Secret.
Eu me sinto aqui em Rotterdam com muito frio, principalmente. Então eu me sinto feliz de ter classificado pro Major. Espero pelo menos dar trabalho para as outras equipes. Talvez passar para os playoffs, que é a principal motivação pra gente agora.
E não pode perder essa partida, porque senão, meu amigo, vai empatar e complica. O toque do Joreuz, meu amigo, toque pro gol,
Estar aqui em sonho de ter esse evento, classificar pros playoffs principalmente, até ganhar, né? É um sonho. A gente ganhar é um sonho. Vem pra cima que aqui é Team Secret.
Deu contra a parábola de Davi Insano, Léo Deus KN e também o talentosíssimo Creulha. E olha o cabelo. Que golaço!
A importância desse torneio pra mim é que desde que eu tinha 10, 11 anos eu sonhava em jogar várias LANs, consegui concluir esse objetivo esse ano e poder estar mais uma vez aqui me deixa feliz. Para as pessoas que duvidam da gente, a gente vai provar que a gente pode ser melhor do que elas pensam.
To make the playoffs is the dream outcome here for Team Secret. They're one match away.
I mean, it's just amazing to me that it's a dream since being 10 years old to play at LANs. It seems that esports is so pervasive in that life.
Yeah.
You know, for a lot of people, it's something they discover a little bit later. So even getting to this point is already amazing for Team Secret. But now they've beaten SSG, they'll want so much more, CJ.
And I wonder if Fury have sent their South American brethren some advice on the Moist matchup, T-Base, because that was a classic series at the World Championship. Sad back again from Worlds as well. They've got a good record, I guess, South America. They took down Moist.
I mean, they do.
It's a different lineup.
It's a different lineup, and also Fury they're trying to send a little bit of support. Fury has a Yan. I don't know necessarily the Secret team has that person.
They got KV1.
He's been pretty solid. Leaving the club last season, joining this team, it's been hit or miss for them. The club has dominated basically the whole entirety of the South American split. But Secret, they're improving so far here to beat Quadrant, take out SSG. So they got a little bit of momentum, and once you're on the LAN stage, they bring in energy. Every South American team does.
Is there a player that they need to wrangle here? Can Team Secret, if they're able to shut down a Rise, does that change things for them, or is the triple threat here from Moist going to be too much?
It's three. It's all three.
It's all three, folks. It's too much. That's what Nate says. Anyway, what do you guys think at home? Do you think the triple threat's going to be too much? Let us know in the fan vote. Hashtag MSD. Hashtag Team Secret. We'll start on the end and kind of work our way down. CJ, who you got?
Yeah, this seems pretty favourable here for Moist. I think they're going to get the dub. Team Secret isn't a Furia, and Fury had to get them in a Game 7 just at the World Championship. So I've got Moist here. I think for Secret, though, watch out for Knight back up on the mainstream if you haven't seen Secret yet. He's a player to watch. He's a superstar.
Moist had also beaten Fury in Game 7 at London beforehand. So even these Game 7s between Moist and South American teams had been traded throughout. I agree with you, CJ. Moist, I think, are going to have a little bit too much for Team Secret. They will have a good chance in the 2-2 series, but not going through just yet for me.
Bates?
My heart's upset because I really want to go with the South American team right here. I really do, but I think they're a major off from getting to where they need to go. They've been playing for a while. Some of it together, but have had LAN experience. But I think the Moist roster, it's gonna be too much to handle. So let's get it wet. Let's get wet right here.
Guys, it's a monochromatic team from South America going up against Moist. Like the stage could not be more set for them to get the upset, but I'm going Moist.
You got me.
It is 100. This is absolutely Moist's match to lose. They could not have a better warm-up against KCorp. I've got to say, it's amazing to me how focused Joreuz and how well he plays with how much he's thinking about the cameraman at all
I'm also
times.
curious about Astral, like how much of the potential Secret, like cheering and stuff, he's not going to block out because those noise-reducing headphones are not designed to work through hoodies.
Oh, that's maybe
there you go. You might regret
that's the X factor. They've got him right where he wants him, folks. Moist is the favorite in chat as well. Let's get into our second match of this fourth round. Send one of these teams through. Secret, they want to make the playoffs. This is one of the best chances they're going to get. Can they take down Moist? Moist trying to make it through the playoffs again. Let's play some Rocket League.
Both these teams already guaranteed to be playing in front of the crowd, but both of them would also like to be a little bit fashionably late, make everybody wait over until the Sunday to see them take to the field. Moist Esports, Team Secret, and can Team Secret just make Moist relive some not-so-fond memories?
Yeah, not the first time today, perhaps. Moist starting off the day with a 3-0 loss against them. Secret, of course, with a very nice win over SSG, so they've got the momentum on the day. Of course, both teams have landed on the same overall score, with Moist going undefeated yesterday. Team Secret had to bounce back from an earlier loss. Moist don't seem too bothered. Joyo looks so comfortable on stage. Rise has been, well, in every matchup apart from KCorp, I think best player on the pitch. So let's see what they can do. Can they get back to work? Can they keep proving to everybody that they are just different when it comes to LAN matches?
It's also be one of those matches as well where we get to figure out even more where KC kind of stands, because they were mightily impressive against Moist, and that was, well, mightily impressive maybe for the wrong reasons by Rise. Joyo does clear, should have the reset, couldn't quite reach for it. A couple of demo attempts, but sad. Just undeterred. One play for me, Johnny, as I do see Astral go back up, flip, reset. And this is the player I am looking at the most. KV1, I was so excited to see him at Worlds. It just didn't quite click during Dallas for him. I would love to see him start to come online during these live events, because I think he could be a very special player.
Oh, absolutely, and you know, Knight and Sad, of course, played alongside Astromic. These two teams have made a swap since the World Championship, where the club and Secret had the same 6 players, but now we've got Astromic and we've got KV1 out and Bems in. KV1 will actually open the scoring here. Well, where was Moist defense on this play? Knight lobs it up to the backboard. Astral was in the area, but not able to get the read.
Astral believed in the double tap. Unfortunately for him, he believed wrong. Team Secret have got the first goal. This is the skip. Those terrifying matches. That will be on tomorrow. The eliminations all day. In front of the cheering Rotterdam crowd. And also up against teams that are coming in from a win. You do not want to be in that position. Johnny, we were looking at this before we came in as well. In the case that Moist Esports were to lose, either 3-1 or 3-0, they'd be pretty down there when it comes to seeding.
Yeah, their overall game win-loss will not be good if they lose this. They'll be in the negative, which means they're going to be playing probably against one of the better teams coming up from that 1-2 round to meet them in the 2-2. And like you mentioned, a very key component is that these guys will need to wait. The loser of this match will need to wait until the end of the day and play against a team who have already got a win on the main stage. So, you know, in many ways, you might be favoring the team with momentum on their side there, especially if it's Moist down there. Because that would actually be 2 losses back-to-back against a team who's starting to regain, but oh, they're almost able to tie the game here. Rise receiving the infield pass. Team Secret are able to stop that one. Can't let Moist get too many more of those though. Moist have been extremely deadly in any matchup except against that Kryptonite KCorp.
Team Secret, it's just going to be about keeping Moist in that mentality of that they have been on a losing trend coming into this match. Yes, it is against KC, but Moist this season haven't had quite the rebound that they used to have with Vatira. On numerous occasions during the regionals that they just don't figure it back out. If they don't put games behind them, as Joyo now needs to get this one away from his own goal. 90 seconds left here in game number 1, off the backboard. Joyo takes away the double tap opportunity, but it has been Team Secret for the most part pressing at a time that Moist Esports need to be the ones finding chances.
Team Secret flexing their mechanics in this matchup. A lot of people watching might think that Moist will just be able to dominate, beat Team Secret to everything. Just style on them with their aerial prowess, but that's not what Team Secret let you do. Moist now double committing in offense. It's not a disaster, but it's far from ideal. Team Secret are a team I've gained a lot of respect over the past 6 months. Internationally, they haven't really produced the best results in the actual tournaments, but in practice, they're a scary team. They're a fast team. Everybody knows that when they could play aggressively and confidently, they could take down anyone. And they played a fantastic game here, knocking on the door of Moist once again.
KV1 decides to wait. He's got Astral charging him down at the moment. That is a little bit dangerous, but Team Secret will be very happy to see that nobody on Moist was available to move that one onto the net. KV1 just test Rise. 30 seconds, pass, not going to make it anywhere. Knight takes back over. Delays. Team Secret are not forcing the issue here. Just playing the safe options. Safest option for now is back into the corner. Moist Esports going to have one final shot at this before time runs out.
Team Secret really starving Moist of chances. Just 3 shots to talk about so far. Team Secret still in an excellent position at the end of the game. Boost running low, but they've got everybody behind the ball. Astral having to pull off some acrobatics to keep it up, but keep it up he does.
Knight with Joyo right in front of him. They just need to get the ball to hit the floor. They will do exactly that. And Team Secret made Moist look slow. I don't think I've ever said that.
I mean, the key here is trying to keep them on no goals, because you know as soon as Moist score a goal, Rise is going to be yelling at Team Secret across the room. He's going to be, you know, probably yelling at them in Portuguese. Rise from, well, he's from England, but he lives in Portugal. He can speak Portuguese, of course, the national language of Brazil. So he had a lot to say to the club when they matched up against him yesterday. He was even singing to them in Portuguese at one point, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he couldn't get in. There's nothing really to sing about in that game for Moist. One decent chance at an infield pass, but Team Secret, like you mentioned, quick to cut it off. They were very fast in this game. They're starting to produce that scrim level that we've heard about on the main stage. They're looking for their 3rd straight series win here.
I want to talk to you about that as well, because there's been an awful lot of events that we come in and we hear, this team's doing great at scrims, this team's doing fantastic at scrims. Throughout the course of Rocket League history, doesn't usually mean anything. There's been a lot of teams that are playing well and then the tournament starts and it's nowhere. This feels like one of the first events where those scrim results, you look at Power, you look at Team Secret, are becoming more relevant.
Well, you know, I'd say practice, scrims, one-off results don't really matter in my opinion. I'd never really weigh a team too heavily because I heard that they won one time. They, you know, took a scrim session against a good team once. But when a team's doing it consistently, when a team like Secret can pull that off, I do believe it. I think that really tells me something. It's if they're consistently winning in practice, really the only difference between that and consistently winning on a stage in a situation like this, it's all about confidence. It's all about consistency. It's always about being able to play under pressure to your normal ability. But if Team Secret can put the pressure to one side and play like they do in practice, play like they have played in practice, you know, KB1 on the roster now, but Saturday night have been doing this for a long time. KB1, of course, in the club, fantastic results.
Oh, you're not stopping it.
Joyo will open the scoring though. Now finally Moist have something to make some noise for. What's a pass from Astral, slinging it off the reset towards Joyo.
Well, if that's the level that you're going to have to pull off in order to get that ball past Team Secret, then Moist will be okay with that, because they can produce that level. Just need to find it more consistently. 2nd goal of the series. Both teams have taken 1 each. Importantly now, it's Moist Esports that can try to do it to Team Secret what they had done to them in the previous game. Joyo, solid challenge, and that boost does not comply with Sad trying to go and take it on its way through. This is going to be the 2nd one. No Rise, can't win the challenge by enough. That boost still not around. Sad is the one with the most right now on his team. He's the one that's going to have to work this one away. Not only that, he might actually come up with an opportunity, but Astral having none of it.
Still clean movement coming up from Team Secret. I'm liking what I'm seeing from them with their recoveries, with their landings, with their aerial efficiency. This is going to give Moist consistent problems. Nothing Moist can't handle, but they'll need to keep playing well if they're going to subdue Team Secret and come out victorious today, which, as you mentioned earlier, is such an important thing to do. The teams who are down there in the 1-2 rounds are all incredibly gifted teams, and if they're coming in with momentum to a stage match tomorrow, you could be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, that's huge.
Looking to air dribble the open net here before Rise retreats, and he's not able to sneak it through. Just not quite enough momentum. Rise recovers, denies the tie.
It's just sort of horrible timing for him. Demo came in as he'd already lifted the ball off the ground for the air dribble, but
oh wow,
Sad will still get the goal back. And Johnny, where is everyone gone?
I mean, it's a nice recovery from Sad, but Astral should be able to see that coming. He should be able to position himself to intercept the shot, or maybe just jump up and block it. You can see that he was kind of stuck in no man's land there. Paused, started reversing, realized that there was no way he was going to catch up to it. Just a slight misposition there. I mean, usually Moist will have that figured out. They're going to be following up the initial challenge with a second one before Sad can get back to the ball, but you've always got to look out for that. When a player's near the wall like Sad was there, the recovery's almost instantaneous. You've got to absolutely nail the timing of the second challenge, or you're just both going to get outplayed like we saw there.
There was a lot of excitement yesterday as well from the Moist fans that it looked like the rotation was a little bit crisper than what we had during the regionals. Not want those questions to start popping back up again. Rise back into the midfield. Taking his time. Sad can't get a huge amount of contact. Joyo for Astral. Astral to net. And KV1 gets away with it. Still got a decent amount of boost. Now it's Team Secret looking to try and break away. Moist Esports plenty of time. They've got the demo. Rise will chase. And he's got it in.
Okay, just sneaks it in. Rise for the second goal for Moist. Key demo at the back there to give Rise an open net. Obviously, he should be scoring that one, but I think he might not have. I think the defender might have put it in for him. Obviously, defender doesn't have time to wait and see where that shot goes. They've got to jump up and try to block it. Rise does get the touch to bounce in eventually. Take the 2-1 lead. Team Secret really making them work here. Oh my goodness. Surely Sad will get the goal. Moist immediately lose their lead. And it's Sad who gets a huge dunk on Rise to make it happen.
Astral just left. Astral believed that his teammate was going to get some extra contact on it, but Team Secret, they sprung the surprise. They went for it early. They got the challenge. And before it drops down, Astral could not respond.
Yeah, they were also trying not to own goal. Both Astral and Joyo on the goal line, trying not to slam it in their own net because 90% of the ball was already in. Any touch in the wrong direction, you've owned goal. And in an attempt not to do that, they ended up just missing, and the ball sat there long enough to roll in.
Talking an awful lot back at Worlds about how teams that managed to get themselves the 3 games always went on to win the overall series. Well, today it has been whoever gets the first game has gone on to win the overall series, as long as you've been on the A stream. Or on the B stream, a little bit more chaotic. Team Secret, they would love, adore if that continued on. Sad almost found Joyo, who had to have his head on a swivel to make sure that he avoided that hit. Now KV1 taken out, Rise ends up missing. Sad reacts well as well. Knight, KV1 in the midfield, realized that was not going to be an option for him. 40 seconds, all to play for, and Astral possession of the ball.
Well, this is not looking great for Moist. They're already down by 1. They've lost the lead twice now in game 2. Rise, who was the Iceman yesterday, I think the most impressive player outside of Oxygen and KCorp, has made a couple of unnecessary mistakes there. They're panicking. They really need this win. If Moist can't get a game win here, what pressure they're going to be under? 5 straight game losses if that's the case. On the day, like you mentioned, all sweeps in the mainstream. That does not bode well for Moist Esports.
There is not an easy match down there. Joyo off the post, and they could put it in first time. Shot afterwards is going to go wide. Are we going to require overtime? It was a double commit. Knight gives that to Rise. He's put it wide as well. No chance that was supposed to end at a 2 each. Yes, somehow, Johnny, we've made it to overtime.
Well, the team who are these days the most famous, and for last year the most famous for their 0-second antics, unable to hit the net with 2 consecutive 0-second plays.
Surely.
Now, Joyo puts it in for the win. It took a few tries, but Moist got the goal they were looking for. KV1 trying to clear the ball, just gets it right out to Joyo. Shoots it behind Sad, who was waiting on the goal line. Well, that was far from easy, but such an important win there for Moist. Team Secret, had they won this, would have had the fan favorites in huge trouble.
Made that a lot more difficult than it needed to.
I'd say so.
That was... yeah, that was certainly a thing. And I think Moist will be fully aware of that. Team Secret got back in. More importantly, got to see Moist make quite a few mistakes. They'll still be encouraged by what they saw in that game. Take a look at that, though. What a play it was from Astral. We fought right there. Wow, okay, that was good. Moist back in it, and not quite so much.
Yeah, I think the issue Moist have had in these games is Team Secret's speed to the ball. When they decide to go, they're getting there very quickly. They are very efficient with their aerial challenges. They get up so fast for the play. That is starting to make Moist panic. They're thinking every time they turn to go for the ball, every time they jump for the ball, they're thinking, okay, anything less than max speed, I'm going to get beaten, so I've got to get up quickly. That actually forced Rise to completely miss a routine aerial in this game. He just jumped up in the wrong direction because he thought, I've got to get up now or else I'm going to get beaten. That's the constant pressure of Team Secret that causes that. But hey, well played Moist. Even in a game where they were struggling, they got the job done.
And they broke the streak. We have a 1-1 series. We were speedrunning through this broadcast. It really did feel like another European land, didn't it? London was, yeah, certainly quick during the opening rounds. Wasn't quite up for the day where we decided to try and beat that. One each.
Well,
it's all up to seeing who can now make those mid-series adjustments. KV1 takes to the air and he's wiped out Joyo. Decides to send him, and now Rise to the opposite side of the field. Here's that previous sending. That meant KV1 was in position.
Yeah, Team Secret still look very fast to the ball. Moist know that though, and they're playing at max pace as well. About to see very speedy matchup. Some teams prefer to slow the game down when they notice their opponents trying to beat them to everything. I don't think that's what Moist want to do here. Rise had to really stretch to catch up to that heavy hit towards the goal. He managed to get it clear. Team Secret look very impressive right now. You know, a lot of teams in that 1-2 round are probably thinking, well, I hope Moist wins. That Team Secret come down and maybe we can get them on our last match before the top 8. I don't know, like Team Secret, they are a scary team, a very, very scary team. Remember, this is a Moist who have taken down FaZe. A Moist who have looked very impressive all weekend, even beating Team Secret's regional counterparts, the club, yesterday. Team Secret out here looking for revenge for their brethren.
KP1 off the wall. Joyo decides to go and meet him in the midway. Esports though starting to enjoy a little bit more possession. Team Secret fully aware that mechanical players cannot be allowed to get started. They've got to meet them at the first point of contact. Because once the resets start coming in, and they can come from any one of that trio, you are in a lot of trouble. Now from the corner, Joy was kind of surprised that Rise even got that ball over to him. They keep on going, but KV1, there's no falling for the tricks from Team Secret. They play the ball every single time. Now off the backboard, who's first to it? Astral loses the challenge to Sad, who gets it wide of the goal.
Well, for a moment there, it looked like Secret were going to get away unscathed from Moist's attempt to boost starve them. They collected both back corner boosts, while Moist were taking the ball one way and then the other way across the box. They didn't steal the boost away, so Secret were actually in a good position, but suddenly a double tap from Rise had their crossbar rattled. Secret did survive, but those early challenges that we've become accustomed to didn't come through there. Moist given an opportunity from close range. Crossbar to the rescue. Team Secret, there's another one this time. They're forced to make the save. Knight did.
This is becoming more and more of Moist's style of game. They have not got the goal to show for it just yet. KV1, oh, didn't collect the boost on his way through. Knight does.
I wonder if he left that for a teammate. That's extremely brave if he did, not knowing exactly who's behind him. If there's any Moist players lingering in the area. He's got great boost management.
Oh, there is!
About it, and he's going to have an open net here. What a 50-50 by Knight.
Just waiting for it. Team Secret knew. Look at this, Knight goes, and barely any movement needed from KV1. He was fully aware that that was his opportunity, that his teammate was going to barrel through the challenge.
Oh, how has Knight managed that? Joyo must have been thinking, let me just make sure that I block the potential shot here, but Knight completely manipulated that in Team Secret's favor. And I can't Joyo read the down bounce. Not quite, in fact.
Knight is unreal right now.
From Knight, that's insane. We had two players from Moist flying in at that one, trying to connect. Knight pre-jumps it, and keeps the score at 1-0.
Oh, in the space of 30 seconds, Knight is starting to harvest glips for himself. Joyo looking for the outplay. One of the most consecutive touches Moist have been allowed without a Team Secret challenge. Rice back in. KV1 wins the challenge, puts Joyo in an awkward spot. They've got rid of one player. Astral has to go early. I see exactly why. Knight was going for it. It was almost a guaranteed win, but they've managed to go for the pinch and just wide of the net.
It's another quiet game in offense for Moist. Secret are defending so well. They're limiting Moist opportunities to get excited, start yelling at them across the other side of the room. Something that works so well for Moist against FaZe, something that works so well for them against the club. It's Team Secret's defense that's been so impressive. Their midfield control. They're starving Moist of opportunities once again, and they've scored with their only shot of the game.
Oh, there we go. Rise, 1, 2. Is there anyone left? Yes, there is! And of course, it was Knight.
Hold on, Astral's pitched this the wrong way. Oh, what a save. Astral pitched it back, and Knight had to catch onto it. KV1, of course, you're going to put your money on him in most 1v1s in that position. He needs some help here. Sad's giving it to him. Still, 1 goal in it. Moist trying to up the pace even more. Team Secret are okay with it.
Oh, infield, Knight is already around. It might be to the opposite direction. Sad double tap, back of the net. It will be double match point for Team Secret.
Yeah, Moist just trying to take the game to a mechanical level that Team Secret can't play at. I don't know if there's such a thing. Is there a pace that these guys can ascend to? Is there anything in Moist's exquisite mechanical arsenal that Team Secret haven't seen before? I don't know if there is. South America is a region full of such top-class mechanical merchants. They are handling everything Moist throws at them. I mean, some spectacular saves this game. but it's the challenges. It's the ability to survive the Moist pressure that impresses me most. 2-1. Team Secret just a game away from top 8.
What's really impressed me is that it's timed. They're not, you see a lot of teams see what Moist do, and they just try and get there. And they're hoping that just having a car around is going to be enough to stop it. But for Team Secret, they're comfortable, they're happy, they know when to make the challenge. So not only make life easy for their teammates, but they're outright winning it overall and starting the counter-attacking plays. Moist Esports, maybe for the first time ever in the org's history, the mechanics aren't working at all.
Yeah, do they have another game plan? I mean, this is...
It's like, are they going to get passing plays?
Well, it's like you mentioned. I mean, even passing plays for Moist are usually fast and flashy. Everything's all about outpacing, outstyling, just being the aggressor.
The actual goal.
They've never really been a team to just sit back and let the opponents come at them. They've never really had to switch up stylistically, ever. I mean, even when they have been beaten, it's been right down to the wire at the tail end of a tournament. Thinking of G2 at the Winter Major, thinking of Furia at the World Championship. Those are the only losses that Moist have late in an event, and this is new territory for them. And obviously they don't need to win this, but you almost need to win this. Look at who's below them. If Moist lose this, they're going to be facing one of the 1-2 teams right now. You look at that list, it's crazy the level that's down there. You've got Liquid, you've got Falcons, you've got G2, you've got Quadrant and Space Station Gaming. I mean, who do you want from that list? I don't know if any one of those teams were expected to be in 1-2 coming into this event. Most stacked LAN in Rocket League history. Moist needs something here. Oh, they've not got any favors from Secret, who once again denied the shot on the goal line. Joyo can't get the follow-up. Just brilliant defense from Team Secret. They're standing composed and strong in the face of danger.
It's one thing to be losing when the other team is just outright dominating and you haven't really had the chance to play your style of game. Moist have been playing their style of game.
Yeah.
And it hurts differently because it's not working. Nothing gets through. Team Secret, stylistically, have matched up brilliantly to Moist Esports. That can all change.
They're also quick. I mean, there's constant pressure on Moist. If they don't move the ball, Team Secret will. So they've got to
And then the pinch clear. That just hurts.
They've just got so little time on the ball before someone from Team Secret is on top of them. And as soon as one challenge lands, it's another one, and then another one, and the recoveries keep coming through. Team Secret's ability to sustain themselves in these situations really is so impressive, and it's such a wonderful thing to see a team that's got so much potential live up to that potential. They've had a struggle this season. It's not been easy for them in South America, making it to this event on a tiebreaker in the very last day of the season. And now look at them, about to go top 8. If they could just get one more game here. That being said, this game has been all Moist. Now, it's kind of following the same script that we had last game. Team Secret survived. They just kept on defending and defending until they got one chance and they took it. Can they do it again?
KB1, despite being almost rugby tackled out of the air, still able to find contact on the ball. It has still been all Moist. But the boost management from Team Secret has been on point. Now finally going to see the opposite side of the field. KB1, good challenge. Sad ends up getting clattered into. Gives the ball back over to Moist.
Just notice how Team Secret rotate back. They're always lunging in from right behind the play. They're not giving Moist easy angles to work with. As soon as they're out of the game, they're turning straight back towards the ball, and they're putting pressure on it. That allows the goalkeepers to just wait for the ball to spill loose and then make a free challenge or take the ball for free. And that's open for a moment, but not long enough. Rise unable to get the shots off before KV1 closes the gap. Once again, every time Moist fire on net, shot 9 times now this game, Team Secret have answered every time.
Oh, wait,
no
there's no way!
It's happened again!
Well, if the mental wasn't in the bin just yet, that'll do it to ya! Team Secret 1, Moist Esports 0, and I don't even think that registers as a shot on target.
That didn't register a shot. We got one shot for Team Secret and they've scored once again. This is the same as last game. Moist have had all the opportunities, but Team Secret are just defending so well. This is not something South America are known for. They're all about the offense. They're all about the pace in the midfield and the aggression. Well, look at South America's #2 team surviving one of the greatest LAN teams of the past year.
look towards the roster move, the change, Vatira out, Astral in, Astral has a tremendous CV when it comes to LAN events. You look towards Season 8, how far he went with that Dignitas roster. This is not a player that you come in and just say, oh, it doesn't quite work. Now the double commit. First one to it is Sad! 60 seconds! Moist Esports, where you at?
Team Secret, R2 Clinical, what an aerial shot by Sad. Wraps himself around it to slam it into the Moist net. They just score when they're given the chances to do so. Moist trying to retreat and recover the position. Couldn't get there in time. Can Joyo get one past? Of course not. This time it's Sad to the rescue.
Every time they get rid of one head of the Hydra, another one just turns up. Team Secret, they've got bodies everywhere. Even the misses are going for them. Sad now controls the ball, pops it over the top of Rise. More time wasted. Another 5 seconds before Moist Esports could even get another bit of contact on the ball. Now they pop the ball up, Sad's already around, and he will just float and dance and dare anybody to come his way. 25 seconds. Moist have got to get something, and Rise will be tasked with that.
They scored off one 50-50 in the last game. They opened the scoring in this game with a 50-50. That's all you need to do sometimes in Rocket League. It's not fancy, it's nothing special, but it's so effective. If you could just get the ball to bounce off a challenge the right way, well, you might just beat Moist Esports. They've done it. Team Secret have made top 8. And to do it, look at who they've beaten. Quadrant, Space Station, and now Moist Esports, all defeated. Back to back to back. No Mickey run here. Team Secret are here to play.
Do you believe now? South America keeps producing world-class talent at a rapid rate. Complexity, Furia, Team Secret,
the club,
you just keep adding on.
And Crew,
incredible
Team Secret beating a tiebreaker to get you. The list is really such.
A quick reminder, by the way, they usually are playing after we finish on the NA and EU RLCS broadcast, okay? Just so you're aware, you can keep up with this amazing region that is developing incredible talent.
It's just such an entertaining region to watch, to see the rapid improvement. They've been entertaining since day one to watch. The aggression and the offense, the style and the flair that they've had in their gameplay has never been questioned, but defensively, I think that might be one of the best performances we've seen out of a South American #2 team. Furia have really shown what South America can do. Now Team Secret showing that it's not just one and done, it's not just a lucky lineup that you're never going to see again. That's just the beginning. They're here to carry on the story.
Quite importantly as well, that now puts Moist Esports on a -2 game differential. To give that some perspective, Power are at -1.
The Moist are going to get a tough matchup coming in to the stage tomorrow. That's going to be a tough one. I mean, everybody's going to have tough matches.
It's 4 tough matches, no matter what happens. Moist have got to win out from here on. Let's head over to Leafs Lounge.
Welcome down to the pit. We still haven't figured out a name for it. Leafs Lounge, maybe? I don't know, is that good enough? It's the last time almost we'll see this. But we do have KV1 joining us from Team Secret to talk about the victory. I want to start off by saying you guys started a bit slow with Team Liquid. You know, it's not a fun thing to lose like that, but what was changed to make sure that that didn't happen again?
O que mudou para vocês desde que vocês começaram esse Major um pouquinho assim abaixo, né? Perderam aquela série, mas o que mudou de lá para cá?
Olha, eu acho que depois da derrota da Liquid, a gente teve uma conversa um pouco séria, né? E a gente chegou numa conclusão, tipo, é que a gente não estava em sincronia. Depois que a gente teve essa conversa, analisou o que a gente estava de errado, a gente conseguiu se ajeitar e agora trouxemos playoffs.
After losing that series, they got together, regrouped, and then, you know, just talked about everything. And we're like, okay, we want to be serious about this. Let's change things up, focus, and then this is the result.
It's a good result as well. Yeah. Now, the club came in as the favorites of this, but you guys are doing better now. Are people sleeping on you guys?
Club, você sabe, eles vieram como os favoritos, né, da ação. E agora vocês estão pegando protagonismo, né? Como você se sente quanto a isso?
Eu acho que, tipo, tá como favorito é, querendo ou não, uma coisa ótima, né? Mas eu tenho certeza que a The Club vai conseguir passar, eu ainda tenho 100% de fé.
He's saying that being the underdog is not a bad thing, you know, but also being a favorite, like, that's good too. Like, they don't care about that. They're sure the club's gonna make it no matter what.
Good camaraderie. I like that for sure. Now, KV1, you got brought onto the team. I'm just curious how easy of integration it has been into the team to make sure everything's gelling nice.
Quão fácil foi sua adaptação vindo da The Club pra Secret e agora tá aqui jogando um Major junto com eles, só que pelo lado da Secret?
O pessoal da Secret eu já conhecia bem antes, né? Desde quando eu comecei a jogar. E depois que eu saí da The Club, eu entrei na Secret e foi muito tranquilo, porque eu já, querendo ou não, tinha amizade com todos. Então foi tranquilo.
So he's saying that pretty much like already knew all the Secret players and everyone pretty much. So it was a super easy, you know, process to get like he's feeling just at home. And, you know, it's just easy and it's fun.
Easy. Let's hope that's the rest of the games go for them as well. Now, on to Championship Sunday. I just got to ask one final thing. You're ready for the crowd?
E aí, tá pronto pra torcida bem grande lá?
Mal posso esperar.
Can't wait.
Awesome. Well, you're going to have to. It's in a couple days from now. Yeah. But we do have another match to get through before we end off day 2. Our next 2 teams have gone back and forth in regionals, but now they face off on LAN. FaZe Clan takes on GenG as both teams vie for Championship Sunday.
Ooh, some spicy things for the upcoming season.
Base being right.
Wrong. You know what I'm looking forward to?
What are you looking forward to?
A minor region winning the major. One of the emerging regions, a non-NA EU team taking out a big one. I think it's going to happen. That's why I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, that's what you're looking forward to. Players to look out for. Ooh. I mean, some people find this obvious, but I do think that people need to start looking at what Chronic's doing. Abjack and Nola got a lot of love, but Chronic, I do believe, by the end of the season will be just as good, if not better than both of them.
What about Dan? Is he finally going to be, well, we know how good he is, but like #1 in the world? That's what I'm thinking for Dan.
That's a good shot. Anybody from EU?
EU. Vatira's obvious, but someone coming up. Let's go Archie.
Archie's a good one. Archie finally has like that team that he can really like start stepping. I think we've all known about what he can do, but now he has like that real roster that can really bring him.
And he did say like his former teammates, none of them could flip reset.
Oh, well, now he's got somebody who can do triple resets.
Now he's got the whole package. So, or a Liquid. Could we see?
Yeah, I think any of the Liquid boys can really start stepping up as well. It's gonna be interesting. I am looking forward to the Winter Major because the location of the Winter Major is pretty darn fire. That's all I gotta say. You'll see.
You can't leave them hanging on that.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Otherwise, I get fired.
There are all kinds of amazing esports opportunities out there for everyone to play, except if you happen to be disabled. So what if we made a tournament that was specifically designed to allow adaptive technology to enter the tournament and to allow you to play the way that you need to?
One of the things that we're always striving for is just increased participation, increased acknowledgement of people with disabilities, and really centering the voices of people with disabilities.
This is an annual thing. We have over $50,000 in prizes. This is not a one and done. We're going to do this every year now.
Hit over top 1, over top 2. Does it have the drop? Yes, it does!
So a Kingsley sends one to the backboard, tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my!
This time, fire, try to clear this away. Let it go. Put the back. Picks up the steam. It's still there for Kingsley. He scored!
We gon' make you move. We gon' make you lose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's up it tonight. Let me get funky. Let me get funky. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's all bet tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's all bet tonight. Let me get funky.
Let's lose our mind.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's all bet tonight. We gon' make you move.
One more match to go before we close out our broadcast for day 2 of the Fall Major from Rotterdam, and it's a regional rivalry. GenG taking the field against FaZe. One of these teams will advance through to Championship Sunday right here, right now. Welcome back to the desk, folks. We finally got to Game 4. Finally saw Utopia. You know,
what a map. Lovely map. I've forgotten how green it was, how pure the grass looks. It was everything. And Team Secret, I mean, good luck scoring against that team. They've quietly been going about their business. They got 3-0 at the start against Liquid. Everyone's sort of saying, oh, yeah, South America's second team. Then from there, they're just stomping everyone.
Yeah, obviously an expected result as well from everyone on the desk. Yeah, Secret just too good.
We begged you. We begged you, babe. And you should have listened to us.
I thought they were a major away. I didn't think they were there just quite
They
yet.
were a
but
series away.
They proved me wrong. They were a series away, and they've absolutely handled business, clinching Championship Sunday wave.
I memed on them. I was like, oh, sure, they got... No, I'm going moist, right? Like, come on. They That was disrespect if in its finest of all. That team absolutely has deserved the top 8. This is their dream. The dream outcome for them.
I think that's the second time the desk has gone.
That is the second
team.
It's 0-2, right?
And that was the second time we were wrong.
Oh man.
0-2.
And I'm part of that now. I'm not liking this. Hurry up and
Don't
come
worry,
back.
Gibbs probably picked him too. Did Gibbs pick Moist as well?
He
So
did.
He would have been a part of it regardless.
He did.
I wouldn't lie.
So,
man,
you should just go with your heart. Just go with your heart, folks. That's the answer here, folks. Let's again remind you of what's happened so far, and we only got one more match to go. Here for round 4, we've gotten through 2 of our matches. GenG Mobile 1 coming up against FaZe Clan here. We've seen this match in grand finals galore over the course of the fall split, but this time it's to play on Championship Sunday. Not quite the championship itself, but sort of feels like it. This has been a wonderful matchup every time we've seen it in North America.
Sure has. These two NA teams, NA number 1 versus NA number 2. You expect this to happen in a 2-0 game, but they're going up against each other in a 2-1 right now, trying to make Championship Sunday. Let's see what they can do.
They hop the pond to try and dominate another region. It's GenG.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be here in Rotterdam. Obviously, we've played all around the world now in these Rocket League events, and Rotterdam's just another place to be in. It's a great place here. So obviously this tournament we are coming in as the #1 North American seed. We're looking for first place. I want the top 2 at least in the grand finals. I think anything less than that I'll be a bit disappointed. But it's our first event together, so we'll see how it goes. Obviously we have our plans, in order to win these tournaments that every team has seen but no one can really get used to so far. I think we're just going to keep grinding. We're putting in more work than everyone else at the moment. We've done it all season and we're going to continue to do so.
Transition for GenG, back to Chronic. Chronic towards the net. Chronic.
So this feeling in the team is probably the best that I've ever seen out of any team in this game. I can't say how happy I am with this team. It's just great to be with these guys. People who say we don't stand a chance, just watch, because like I said, we're playing better than all your favourite teams, so just watch out.
Well, they have not had the cleanest road to get to this point, but they are 2-1, and they are 1 away from advancing to Championship Sunday. One of the LAN rookies here, Chronic, playing in his first RLCS LAN.
He sure is a LAN rookie, and he's actually about 6'2" tall. I know on his camera online it looks about 5'6", but let me tell you, this young man, he's very stout. Not stout, stout being short? I don't know. But he's been playing absolutely phenomenal so far, but they're led by the North American MVP so far in my books, apparently Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's going to be a lot of North American teams kicking themselves for not picking up Chronic, but a couple of players coming over to Canada, to North America, saw something in him that he was able to be shaped. Apparently Jack's such a good leader that Nolly is following every step of the way, and he is capable of some stuff that could break down their opponents right now.
He is, and he's good on LAN as well, Nolly, isn't he, with KC last season as well, always stepping up in the big moments. However, Abjaki was the online MVP T-Bates, but it's still the jury's out. Can he do it on LAN as well?
I know, he's trying to really define and really show that we can bring that online presence onto the LAN stage. But you gotta do it against a good team, a great team even.
A very good team, a regional rival indeed. FaZe Clan waits on the other side.
We gon' make you move.
Being here in Rotterdam is kind of important for us as a team because it's our first international event together. I'm hoping to achieve, obviously, a first place win because I've been getting top 4 for my whole career, so I want to get first place. The feeling as a team has been pretty good this past week that we've been in Europe boot camping. So I think this tournament we're going to perform really well.
He's in free play out there. That's how you know. He literally just stopped looking at blue cars. He's freestyling. Let me give oh my. Yeah, killer. That's illegal. Psionic. Somebody do something.
I think we have one of the best offenses in the world, and we can also have the best defense if our communication's on. If we're working well as a team, we're super dangerous, and we can be the best in the world.
And FaZe Clan still have that game 4. Come on, baby. That was sick.
Rotterdam, we're ready to put on a show for you guys.
FaZe have played this team in so many different moments across the fall split, but this one sort of feels like it matters the most.
It does, and it's on LAN, so we don't really know. FaZe had the edge in the matchup T-Bats earlier on in the online season, then GenG.
Oh, you want the numbers?
Oh, yeah, give it.
Listen, I can give you the numbers.
Oh,
This matchup is so even. These teams were 2-2 throughout the whole entire split. They're actually 38-38 in goals.
Wow.
GenG was 4-2 in overtime, and then they're 10-10 in games.
Someone's going to be ahead now after this one.
That's a lot of information we've just got. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about it all on the pitch. Mist is going to do that for them. I bet he's thinking, right, so you have to take them to overtime, but not score too many goals, because then they'll score more as well. There's a lot of calculations going on inside their head right now, so thank you for that, teammate.
It really just shows how close the NA1 versus NA2 matchup is. GenG, they came in, they made the grand final basically every single time in NA, and everybody just saying, there's Cerebral, but FaZe, they're right there with them. They picked up Mist for a reason, but now GenG, they hopped the pond for a reason. They thought they could just do what they've done, be the best in NA. FaZe, they want to be the best in NA, and now they're trying to see who makes Championship Sunday in the fall.
This is such an even matchup. You just heard it. Heard all the numbers down from Bates there. Who do you think is going to win, though? You got to pick one, chat. Let us know in the fan vote. Hashtag GGM1, hashtag FaZe. Bates, I want you to start on this one.
Man, by the way, I got those numbers from our statistician, D-Rect. Shout out D-Rect. But this matchup is so hard. Guys, I just believe that there's really a coin flip in between both of these teams. FaZe, it's just about how they're feeling on the day. And GenG, they play a solid style that might be able to capitalize on FaZe in this moment. But I also believe that GenG, they go 3-2 in Swiss more than they go 3-1 in Swiss. So I think that I'm going to roll with Roadiz and the boys in FaZe. Give me FaZe Clan. I believe in First Cut. I believe in Mist. I believe in Step.
You can make an argument for either side here, Cole, but you got to pick one.
I'm going to go with FaZe Clan as well, I think. Again, it's a gut feeling thing. There's not too much to say between the two of these teams, but coming in against a 3-2 win versus Liquid, that to me is the perfect setup for a tough series. You want to come in here after a baptism of fire. You don't want it to be too easy, and maybe it was for GenG earlier on against Falcons.
Well, Falcons were my underdog at the start of the day, and GenG took them down in style 3-1. So I want to go over to GenG. I think this is a perfect matchup here. They're playing the team that they've, as T-Bate said, played so often online, and I think they'll feel comfortable in a way playing this team now on LAN because they know exactly how they play. So GenG.
I could be proud to say to claim either of these teams as the winner, but I do think that Falcons victory is big. I think FaZe sort of squeaked by in that game 5. Mist was able to show up in an important moment, and then clutching up against Liquid's important, but I think GenG's win was a little bit more convincing today. I'm going to go with GenG on this one. We're split on the desk. How are you guys feeling at home? We've seen some fans on both sides. GenG going to be the favorite, chat, pretty decisively there. Let's get into the final match of the day. 2 North American Titans, but only one can skip playing on Saturday and go straight to Championship Sunday. FaZe on one side, GenG on the other. Let's play the last game of the day.
James Botton-Corelli here to cast the action. GenG and FaZe, 2 North American teams. I guess if you're a fan of NA Rocket League, you can go home happy that at least one of these teams will be guaranteed into the playoffs.
Good news, NA's moving on. Bad news, NA has to lose here as well. And GenG, I love that the desk was bringing up their previous matchup against Falcons. They looked really good. Probably the most complete I think we've seen GenG look here at this tournament so far. FaZe, it's been up and down. That previous series against Liquid, there were some high moments, there were some low moments. Let's see if they can even out here against GenG.
Chronic had such a big game in that final game of the series against the Falcons. He had an incredible goal off the ceiling and then a flick off the ground that was perfectly placed upper 90. We'll see if Chronic has that same offensive impact here against the regional rivals FaZe. Chronic with the ball, first killer will challenge him and skips across the field. Miss slowing it down, Sypical up. Chronic as well gets the defensive read, rebound out to First Killer, and First Killer starts the series off with a double tap.
It's automatic from First Killer. When you see him get that clean first touch off the back wall, you know exactly where it's going next. Straight to the back of your net. And FaZe Clan starting off strong here in the first 40 seconds, showing a lot of poise here against a domestic rival. They've traded blows throughout this fall split.
They have. And you know, the desk T-Base specifically said they split them 2-2, but the 3 playoff matchups, which are the most important series, we saw FaZe Clan win the first matchup against GenG in the Fall Open, but then GenG took them down in the quarters at the Fall Cup, and then in the Fall Invitational, GenG
4-0'd.
They destroyed them. And they even Braziled them in the first game of the series. So you know that FaZe Clan is ready for revenge.
Oh, absolutely. you could tell in that video beforehand when we were talking to First Killer, he's tired of finishing top 4. He wants to push further into the tournament. He wants to crown himself. And certainly getting through GenG here would prove FaZe to be worthy to the next step. Here's a shot turned away by Mist.
Well defended by Mist. He was creeping on the backboard. The most patient defender that you'll see in North America. Rarely does Mist panic. Ollie sees Abjack in the middle. A double commit from FaZe. A Chronic, a bit too hesitant, leaves that. First Killer, go for a flip reset clear. A miss, lets it by still. Typical going for the 50, and Abjack now chasing the ball down. He's out of boost. Black can tail out. Missed a little pop. You saw that challenge oncoming. And there's the bump from Chronic, but Typical, he had the redundant defense.
Some patience there from FaZe. Mist doing a great job buying some time with the first touch. He knew he was going to give up possession, but he had bought time for his teammates to get back. He cleaned it up himself, but here comes the shot from apparently Jack, slotted to the left side, and we're tied up.
This is playing out just like the scriptwriters hoped. You've got the #1 scorer, and apparently Jack getting the first goal for GenG, and First Killer, who finished second in scoring in North America, got the first one for FaZe. Will we see a shootout?
It's very rare to see First Killer not at the top of North American offensive stats. It's been apparently Jack to dethrone him. So apparently Jack tries to drop this one down. A good pickup here from First Killer. Trying to turn this one back around.
Ooh, nice 50 attempt from First. That's going to leave the ball out. Typical could possess it. Nolly open that ball downfield. Boost steal as well. Will Nolly turn? He does. Gets the hit, but Chronic, you see Chronic having to retreat all the way back for a boost. That gives space for FaZe.
You can see the patience coming out from FaZe, but still not making the right decision. It was too obvious, and now the bumps come through, and it looks too easy for GenG to take the lead.
Chronic, he was retreating for boost, but quickly got back involved in the play. It was hovering along that goal line. That ball battled in by GenG.
And that's good work from GenG. Again, there's been multiple times for FaZe Clan where they've been able to bring the ball down, and they have space in front of them, and they've still given it back to GenG. It's good that they're trying to be patient with it, but you have to make the right decision, and now the pressure is coming on from GenG again off the kickoff. Back in the final third, attacking FaZe Clan once again.
First Killer got a piece of that ball on the challenge with Nolly. Chronic side flip 50, going for a second effort. And not the best touch from apparently Jack, but Nolly will bail out GenG. Still in harm's way. Rebound is scored by Typical.
And that's how the FaZe Clan offense works. If you give them just a little bit of space, they're going to come through and make an awkward touch and then punish you with the shot to the right side.
And we were so far away on director cam from that touch from apparently Jack, but you wonder what happened on that touch and how that one got away from him. FaZe Clan back into it. There's a bouncer. Clear attempt from apparently Jack, the First Killer, flipping into the flip reset. That second flip almost doing damage.
9 shots on the side of GenG. They've peppered the FaZe Clan side. 6 saves have been forced from FaZe, and now apparently Jack was the boost. Can he go all the way? That shot's wide. Chronic was there. Miss makes the save. Nolly was all the way back, and now he chooses to go through, gets a touch. Follow-up is late from apparently Jack. Chronic, great positioning, and now the demo from Nolly opens it up. Miss has to dive across. Typical's there, can't make the save, and apparently Jack will put it away for GenG.
And this was GenG stretched. They get the demo. Apparently Jack doesn't rotate out, quickly turns around, goes for the 50, and what a 50 that was. We even saw that against the Falcons. Apparently Jack, when he's on the goal line like that, rarely does that ball get away from him.
That attack from GenG has been so strong. You can see the challenge game from him has been even stronger. Right in front of the goal line there for FaZe. Now FaZe have got to go. Just over 30 seconds left. First Killer can't get a touch. Chronic will blast it downfield. As missed all too often the last man for FaZe. And GenG just do not let FaZe out. You see all these balls lobbed into the air. And again, you can just see GenG players coming across the midfield and picking it off.
And they're not wanting to give First Killer specifically any space to go for those solo plays. quick challenges at the midfield. Now the final chance for FaZe. Mist will play it downfield. It gets by. Nolly trying to poke it down. Mist keeps the ball in play. First Killer will tap it up. Typical on the backboard. Mist getting jostled. No one's going to get there for FaZe. And GenG lock in game 1.
Yeah, there's no boost there for Mist to get up after it. And GenG, they looked very poised here in game 1 offensively. If you were watching their previous series against Falcons, it felt like Falcons were getting the better of them. Despite them coming out 3-1 in that series, offensively, Falcons were all over them. This time, I think GenG did a great job of keeping their presence downfield, and I think it's been too obvious from FaZe. You've seen players just from GenG diving across the field and intercepting a lot of these passes.
It's going to have to be more creative. We did see a really nice start to the game. First Killer with that double tap. You thought it would be an omen, but slowly and surely, GenG started fighting back, and this really was the trademark GenG approach. You got apparently Jack scoring the goals. Chronic also nice goal, but also 2 assists. Nolly, he didn't put up anything in the goal or assist category, but if you remember back on one of the plays, the demo that opened up the opportunity for GenG, that was created by the Nolly demo. And apparently Jack recognizing that quickly, and then Chronic putting a good ball downfield to allow apparently Jack to even go for that 50.
It's high quality from GenG. I mean, what can we say? We can only sing their praises here. They did a great job. I mean, FaZe Clan were able to break through a few times, but that's going to happen when you go up a team like this. And I think GenG, the offense was there. They certainly had the better of FaZe, not only because they came out on top, because their offense really proved to be a problem against this FaZe Clan defense.
GenG, as of late, they have had FaZe's number. Now another demo. Apparently Jack taking out Typical. Missed on the dribble. 50 will leak out to the corner for GenG. Apparently Jack trying to dribble it down to the backboard. Chronic going for the clear and gets another hit on it off the ground after Nolly's challenge didn't make contact. GenG trying to work this ball out of their half, and the shot from Typical hits the crossbar. And you know Typical's going to want that one back.
And now it's poked free by apparently Jack. Typical's not going to get through. And just as you thought Typical was going to put away the shot, apparently Jack goes back the other way, and it's GenG in the lead.
And the comfortability from Nolly. He goes for the flip reset, baits in the midfielder from FaZe, and as soon as the midfielder bites, he flip resets past him, gets that passed over to apparently Jack. Well done by Nolly.
And I was about to criticize GenG for allowing Typical to have so much space there on that shot, but he couldn't convert it. And great counter there from apparently Jack. The Des talked about him being the MVP here from North America, and he is trying to prove that now on LAN. That's been one of the biggest criticisms of apparently Jack, as he's been great online. When he comes to LAN, he's fallen off, and so far I think through this LAN he's looked fantastic, especially in the last 2 series. Here's Nolly getting a dunk. Chronic not going to get the read, and apparently Jack sitting deep waiting for FaZe to come after him.
The First Killer had a passing lane to Typical, and you see Typical even going for a bump there. Didn't opt to take it. That attack not mounting to much. GenG now trying to force this ball on FaZe's half, but FaZe break out once more. First Killer, the second touch off to the corner. We'll pop that up into the middle, but nobody up for FaZe.
That was actually a great pass from First Killer. I don't think anyone was ready for it. And FaZe having to go back to their own side here. And again, this one getting away from them. This time not even being intercepted by GenG, just the pass not on target.
Chronic to the corner, missed. We'll get help from First to Typical. Typical will launch it downfield. Gets a boost steal. But look how much boost GenG has. I don't know how much that boost steal will really do.
There's another shot from Chronic. GenG currently sitting 1-0, maybe make it 2-0, as apparently Jack will put it top shelf, and you can see he's hype about it. Fist bumps all around, and it's a double up here for GenG.
The quick turn from Chronic, and you saw Miss stuck on that back wall. GenG, they are running circles around FaZe, who offensively have not really showed much. We saw that double tap from First Killer, but that was really the only life we've seen from FaZe so far. They're going to have to start amping it up.
GenG currently up 2-0, but scoring first, obviously, here in Game 2. They're currently on a 33-game win streak if they score first. That is a massive streak, Jim.
Yeah, that does not spell good news for FaZe Clan. We might see another one. Nice save from Sypical. But defense will not help FaZe at this point. They really need something on the offensive end. A nice flick from First Killer. Sypical only had enough boost to shoot it, but it was blocked. Follow-up from Mist will be saved. The mid boost from Sypical goes for the challenge. Bounces high. Apparently Jack with a critical 50 win. There's a bump. Apparently Jack won't score it. Chronic on the rebound won't score it. But still precious time wasted off the clock after that GenG assault.
And you can see how fast things get flipped on its head when FaZe lose possession. GenG are all over. 2-3 shots are put on the FaZe Clan net. And you're just seeing these clears just to relieve pressure from FaZe. They aren't really holding on to the ball right now.
And for GenG, on the other hand, you saw that cute little fake from Chronic. Chronic jumping up, realizing, you know, I think my teammate's going to have a better line on this ball. Goes off of it. GenG retain possession. They keep the attack going. There's much more fluidity offensively from GenG.
Yeah, it just seems like everything's working for them, and it seems like FaZe, one guy will take it out of their side, and they hope for the best. There isn't a lot of follow-up. There isn't a lot of control. There isn't a lot of possession. GenG have been just better on the ball and better at protecting it when it's in their possession.
Chronic beat to that ball, however. The demo on Mist. It's going to put FaZe man down for a moment. Sidewall pass attempt, but again, Chronic is just faster. Oh. No, he goes for the demo! The selfless play. He doesn't need the stats. He just wants the goals for GenG.
And heat-seeking missile straight into Mist.
That is tilting, Corelli. And that is what I love about Nolly. That is what I love. He does not really care about the stats.
No.
And he doesn't care about playing your cookie-cutter Rocket League.
He plays to get the job done, James. And right now, GenG as a team are getting the job done. It is 4-0 in Game 2. Chronic getting credit here, but look at apparently Jack's challenge to pop it out into the box. And GenG are rolling over FaZe Clan right now.
And like I said, GenG has done this before to FaZe. If you remember, the Fall Invitational, first game, 7-1. Wow. GenG beat FaZe down, and we are seeing a similar game here. FaZe has been nowhere to be found.
Nolly has been going around blowing up FaZe Clan players left and right, getting demos. And with 10 seconds left, a formality here, as it is very clear GenG, the better team in Game 2. I know it's 5-0, but that was a great shot.
Oh my goodness. Chronic getting the pinch. Nolly. They are ruthless. The GenG did not need to score that, but honestly, that is what you need to do, especially in a competition like this. When your opponent's down,
yes,
you kick them, and if you notice they're bleeding, they got an open wound, you pour some salt. That is exactly what GenG has done.
Absolutely. There is no mercy here, and FaZe will maybe get a Band-Aid for Game 2, but it's not going to fix the broken leg that they're walking away with, as GenG have crushed FaZe Clan here in Game 2, and they're on match point.
Corelli, GenG, they've played FaZe quite a bit throughout this fall split so far, and their recent track record has been quite good, and it looks like they're going to be continuing that success here unless FaZe can get something going offensively. And you're looking at that man right there, First Killer. He was second in scoring, first in assists. When you think about the offensive player of the year for North America so far, you have to say First Killer. And we have not seen really any offense from anyone from FaZe up to this point.
Well, again, a point that we've brought up a few times now is FaZe are not holding on to the ball. And if they are, it's been a couple solo plays, which I think they need more of, actually, because the passing's not working. GenG have them completely red. I think the best chance that they've had was when First Killer was on the dribble and he passed it over to Sypical on the counter. That was the best look that I think FaZe had.
On that play, Sypical didn't even have enough boost to make a meaningful shot.
They had to stretch out for it, and the offense is not there for FaZe Clan. If you want to look at the flip side, GenG have outscored FaZe 28-10 in the last games that they've played against each other. They are dominating FaZe Clan at the moment through most of these series in the past.
Can FaZe break out of that slump that they've been having against GenG? They're gonna have to do it here. Game 3. Chronic. Flip pass to the middle. Going for a 50, an awkward flip, but Typical. It worked out for him, and that shot's rolling towards net. Typical couldn't 50 it in. Rebound out to First Killer. Chronic, though, getting a piece of it. A little tip from Nolly, he'll send that upfield. Apparently Jack to Chronic. Chronic didn't get the hit. But even the threat of Chronic was something to be looking at if you're FaZe, and you see another demo as well. Aggression in favor of GenG in this matchup.
I mean, they're just simply blocking FaZe. Every time they get a touch, there's a GenG player in front of them, and a lot of misdirection on the attack from GenG as well. You were just talking about Chronic. I mean, he's just throwing himself behind the ball and throwing off the defense there. The threat of the touch is what FaZe is trying to read. And when he doesn't come up with it, it's even more confusing. Now, apparently, Jack, a couple touches down the sideline is not good enough to beat First Killer.
First Killer down to Typical. Typical, the 50, and the rebound is cleaned up by apparently Jack. That looked like a promising attack for FaZe. FaZe just struggling to get these goals to convert.
You see how fast it fizzles out for FaZe. And here comes another attack. Here's Typical, double tap, and he puts it wide. Another shot goes wide for miss. First Killer dives in, it's just Typical back, and he turns away the quick transition. This one's still lobbed downfield, but again, FaZe, it's one shot and it's done. The attack's gone.
But that double tap, it feels like normally Typical's hitting those. So the double tap opportunity there, and it slips away for FaZe. Maybe another one here, missed. And do an air dribble. Chronic up early, doesn't bump miss. Miss can't stay on the ball, however. Typical. Trying to take time. Nolly up to Jack. Jack.
Demo.
Slowed down by First Killer. That demo is a nice one. But Nolly with the read missed. Was thinking about pushing that towards the backboard, but Nolly said no.
Typical lucky that one went wide of the net. That one was going to find the back of the net if it was on target. Now Nolly off the ceiling has options. Under and to his right and taking himself. Missed with the save. Still GenG trying to threaten that clear, not good enough here for FaZe Clan. Here comes Chronic, and he tries to put it to the left side. No one from FaZe Clan coming up with a touch. Nolly now to the right side. It's back to Chronic. Still no shot on target. FaZe Clan able to get out.
Typical. One touch over. Apparently Jack with a long clear, but missed, catches it. The 50 will kill it at the halfway point. But First Killer, he's trying to keep that ball going. Back-to-back challenges. First Killer digging that ball out of the corner, but still it's not enough for FaZe.
Still a tie ball game, less than 2 minutes to play now. First Killer looking for the back wall. And FaZe looking for a lead here in a crucial game 3.
Uh-oh.
It's 2 go there from GenG. They haven't shown too many double commits here in this series. Typical wants the pass over to First Killer, but it's completely read by Nolly.
And after that double commit, that's given this extra space. Miss trying to utilize it. Pass over to First Killer, but the shot's right at apparently Jack. And GenG prevent that FaZe goal from going in. First Killer, solo play attempt. Pinch off to the side, Nolly. Down the sideline. Slowing down, just enough for First Killer to get the demo, but the demo right back from apparently Jack, and it's slotted far post. Immediate revenge for GenG.
He's not real. He's so good. He's taking out players. He's cut and missed on the back line, and he's putting it bottom right from that angle. GenG, and apparently Jack, they earned that first goal, and they're up by 1 here with 1:07 on the clock.
There is not a more clutch shooter in North America than apparently Jack. Scored 10 overtime goals, which was more than anyone else, and he's just a precision shooter. That goal might be enough to put GenG through to the playoffs if this scoreline holds.
Here he comes again, and he almost gets the second touch. The FaZe Clan defense do not come up with a block, as it is getting ugly in the midfield. Nobody really holding on to it. Now missed, no boost though. Denied by Chronic.
Having any boost whatsoever in that situation would have done wonders. The miss is just flopping him out. He has nothing in the tank. Chronic pushing it downfield. The fake from apparently Jack. Rebound out to Chronic. Time winding down. FaZe Clan about to be swept. GenG about to punch their ticket to the playoffs. Nolly getting dunked on by Mist. The double doesn't come through from Mist.
Now he's just chasing him. He's just blowing up everyone in front of him. And it's not going to get anyone closer to the ball. FaZe Clan come up with nothing. GenG 3-0.
And GenG with pure domination over FaZe. There are no more questions anyone can have about this squad, especially in how they stack up against the North American teams. I think they proved it here with this result once and for all. And that, I mean, this was the #1 North American seed versus the #2 North American seed. The top scorer with apparently Jack versus First Killer, who's supposed to be the offensive threat. And GenG, it looked like just another day at the office, a sweep.
They looked so good here against FaZe Clan. And you can see FaZe there a little dejected after this series. I think they're kind of wondering, how on earth do we get swept like this? Especially at a major. You can see how much it means to apparently Jack.
Some relief.
Yeah.
And you know, when there's illusion, it's talking with Jack, and you know that GenG just has to feel wonderful about this. They've had a little bit of ups and downs. I mean, you look at their run so far, mostly ups. They finished 3-1 out of Swiss, but when they lost to Oxygen, they got
that was scary.
Smoked.
Yeah.
You know, and you could tell that was maybe a bit of a wake-up call.
Yeah.
And I feel like they've woken up.
Yes. They got straight real quick here. And this is, again, another very, their most convincing win here. They swept Power earlier, but, I mean, over FaZe here, it means a lot more, especially when it's a domestic rival that knows you so well. To sweep them out here. Is FaZe still in it? They moved to 2-2. But for GenG here, a dominant win and a statement win, and they only get better, James.
No doubt.
They get better into the playoff brackets.
In all the series they've won, they only dropped a single game. That was to the Falcons. They swept Power, now they sweep FaZe, lost to Oxygen. But overall, GenG, they have recovered. They've made it into the playoffs. And to talk all about it, we've got Leafex down with an interview.
That we do. What an incredible win over FaZe. This is definitely a statement made by GenG, and to talk about it is none other than apparently Jack. Last time you played them, you guys dismantled them in regionals. Just curious if you think they've learned at all.
They're an amazing team. I mean, I don't want to discredit them. They played really well even in the finals. We just had the upper hand in that match and in this match again. So yeah.
I want to take it back a little bit because at the beginning, after you guys played Oxygen, you guys looked devastated. Like you did not look like you're having a good time. And I'm just curious what the talks were like after that to get yourselves back in it to then have an incredible performance.
So obviously after the Oxygen series, the mentality was a bit low. We will admit that it was a rough series, and we just literally said we're not losing now. So Chronic woke up and was like he had a new mentality. Same with Nolly. And they hyped me up, and after the win against Falcons, it helped a lot. Scrims going well, so yeah.
Now I want to ask a bit of a real question here too, because sometimes we've seen it when teams do hit a devastating loss. It can affect just how the players interact with each other. Do you guys fall victim to that as well? How do you bounce back from that? Do you find that doesn't affect you as much? You guys are good with the mental to get back into it.
So no team is perfect, of course. We're all human. I think after such a bad loss, that can affect the team quite badly. I don't think that I wish I coped a bit better with it myself. I was quite sad about that loss, felt quite bad about it. I felt terrible. But obviously we bounced back. 3-1 versus Falcons, 3-0 versus FaZe. I think the results speak for themselves.
And I'm just curious, back into that game there, it looked like demos were helping a lot. Was that a thing you guys said specifically? All right, let's take them off the field.
So don't want to speak too much about tactics, but everyone saw, playing physical in that series helped a lot. I tried to make it one of my main aims for that series, so yeah.
Well, you guys made it through to Championship Sunday. I got to ask everyone, you're ready for the crowd? You're ready to feel the hype?
Of course, yeah. I can't wait to see it.
Now, a little bit more on you just before I let you go here. Content creation and then being on a professional team that's dominating the region they're playing in. Is that a hard balance for you? Or do you find it, something that keeps you motivated to keep that grind going?
No, Pro Rocket League players are just lazy, so it's very easy to do what I do. I work one of the hardest in the scene for sure, but that's because the bar is very low. I think that it can be hard, but it's easy if you just manage your time well.
I think those are the words I was looking for, to be honest. I hope to see some more YouTube videos come from professional players very soon. But we have just finished day 2, so we're going to wrap it all up, get ready for the rest of the weekend. And to do that, the desk is going to take it.
Thank you so much, Leaf. A one-sided day 2. Kind of just down the board. Didn't have a single Game 5 here on the main broadcast. B-Stream had some highlights, but my goodness, GenG, in what was a statistically dead-even race, going to take a decisive lead here against FaZe.
Yeah, the one statistic I left off is that GenG, they have won the last 2 matchups. Even I believe CJ kind of said that before I started listening on my statistics. FaZe Clan. I gotta say something about these teams. FaZe Clan and a whole bunch of other teams here. There's too much plan not to lose going on right now. The fact that apparently Jack can score that goal in Game 3 when the ball was rolling with no boost, that should never happen. Don't let that happen, man. Jack's gonna take that every time.
And you weren't happy with the Fennec first killer, T-Base? No. As soon as that came out, you were devastated.
No, I'm not a fan of the Fennec first killer. Fennec first killer does not do the same damage as Octane first killer. I do not know why he's playing it. Cars do matter. People do play differently when they're on the Fennec in comparison to the Octane. About enough of it.
But I mean, we don't need to talk about this series if you're a Power fan, because it was a perfect sweep for V1. They dropped down into the 2-1 matches after getting swept by Oxygen, and they handled Power with ease, Cole.
Yeah, I'm happy version 1 are playing well again. You know, they're a team that adds so much to the scene, especially when Com is doing his thing, is getting in players' faces. It is exactly what we want to see. But after that, it was Moist Esports Team Secret. And Team Secret, the undefeatable defense. It was just shocking. You know, Moist, even if they lose, they tend to score a lot of goals. But Secret just blocked them out at every avenue. Such positive defending in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, we all predicted Moist, thinking this team, they're back. They've found something on land that we didn't see online this split. But perhaps, T-Bates, it was the loss to Vatira, the loss to KC that it's shaking this Moist lineup a little bit.
Yeah, it sure has. They've lost a little bit of their identity without their lead man in the back.
Yeah, you can see there, version 1 Team Secret, and GenG Mobile will be our top 5 qualifiers there, coming through in the round, or the 4th round there. So we have our round 4 halfway concluded. We've gotten through the 2-1 matches. The 1-2 games, though, are the other half of this, and we will play those first thing tomorrow morning. Every match from here on out for the rest of Rotterdam is going to be an elimination match. You lose this match, you go home. For the round 4 matches there, those teams are just trying to get through to the round 5. You see down there at the bottom. We don't know who's playing in those. We do know that Power, Moist, and FaZe will be in those final 3 matches of the day. It's a matter of who's playing against them. They will be the winners of the first 3 matches. So, I don't know, Club, Space Station, Quadrant, Liquid, G2, Falcons.
I mean, Quadrant Liquid intrigues me because Liquid, who are the final winners of the EU, versus Quadrant, who reached a semi-final and a final in EU as well. You know, 2 teams who've been battling at the top of their region, have been inconsistent as well. You know, they have had some shockers. So neither team you would expect to always make it through a swim.
And Space Station as well, they dropped down to Secret. Now they've got to play the Club. They've got to play the number 1.
Not easy. Tough run.
It's crazy. It's first up as well. I mean, they're going to be able to sleep on at Space Station, but first up, not too much sleep. They'll be up pretty early.
Tough runs and tough opponents make for excellent stories. So many stories being crafted as this event goes on, but the best stories are worth retelling.
What makes a goal more than a goal? A save more than a save can cause even the tamest shot to light up a packed arena. The answer is Farmstead. Oops, I meant Champions Field. The deciding game of a series where every hit matters. One pivotal Game 7 now stands tall above the others, capturing the magic of a marathon season all in 5 electric minutes. Long after Furia and Moist's World Championship quarterfinals gold dust had settled, its result would have lasting ramifications on Rocket League esports across the globe. This is what came before, during, and after the greatest Game 7 in RLCS history. The story starts with Furia, whose eventual trio of Card, Kaio and Yan were forged in the fires of South American Rocket League itself. While Rise, Joyo and Vatira were still barely old enough to hold a controller, South America were finally allowed at the RLCS dinner party in Season 7, and Sam's early days saw 4 teams scrapping for the spoils. One group eyeing up the feast was Loki Esports, featuring the then 15-year-old Card.
Y en ETZ tienen que hacer todo entonces para forzar que se reinicie la serie. Por ahora es Card.
Card, Renan, and Tanda lost just once in online qualifiers. The international game, though, was a different beast that the Brazilians weren't quite ready for.
Oh, he got it! He falls on it, securing the game.
Well, they couldn't get a win in Newark, making the extraordinary scene routine gained them global recognition. Still, they pushed. A fire had been lit that only a roster change could sustain. Renan was out, replaced with an online MVP who'd had to watch from home as his compatriots took to the Season 7 world stage. Loki introduced the Great One.
No le permite que esa bola salga más lejos. Cuidado, Cayo. El rey del doble touch. No va a conseguir. Claro que sí.
Barely 6 months post Newark, new look Loki were back for Season 8.
Veloce is just too speedy, and Loki can't find the openings. The pitch!
They got it! It's Card there to clean it up for Loki. Off the back wall. Tander maybe one more. Holy smokes, Tander!
Losses to the world champs in waiting and some plucky Aussie org called Renegades, surely a one-off, sent Loki home. But that win over Veloce was the springboard. Season 9, in which they went through all of league play undefeated and were signed by 11's Esports, would be their time on the world stage. Only, it wouldn't. 2020's Season 9 would not be anyone's time. History agrees the land that never was would have been G2's to lose. But maybe, just maybe, our battling Brazilians would have blindsided us all and laid claim to the crown themselves.
I guess we'll never know.
Instead, they, like everyone else, were forced to take the fight online during Season X. Wins were traded all season between 11's in Brazil's corner and the multinational True Neutral, hailing from Argentina and Chile. It was a season where the whole world felt the frustration of a lack of lands. Card, Kaio, and Tanda got the next best thing, being signed by the biggest org by far in their country. Revered in Brazil, the prowling Panthers of Furia provided pivotal professionalism. Global restrictions permitting, they could bootcamp, train like pros, have it all. Their part of the bargain, keep performing on the pitch.
This one high and looping. There's a pass attempt there for Yanks. He's going to shoot into the top corner. Wow. And Rebel take game 2. Now scrumming from the side. Yanks slows it down. We know what his dribbles are like. Oh, he's done so well to set up Snips. It's got to go in surely. It will from Astromic. Rebel do so well. Can they do even better down the other end? There's a shot here from Yanks. It's into the top corner. And that could well be the series.
The team, for all their years of brilliance, were being overtaken. They knew what had to be done as the Season X curtain descended.
Gets over the top. Now Jan to the backboard again. Look at another one. Oh, make it 2 on the game. Approaching halftime. Nobody on the backboard. Jan. Oh, he's got the play. Oh, got it.
Ui, Yanks novamente ali, o Silly pro trip hit. Aquela nova mecânica no que é o wall dash, se não me engano. Opa, calma aí, calma aí.
The 21-22 season snowballed the stakes by giving us the one thing we'd been craving.
Lands are back.
Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
With new boy Jan, a Brazilian cheat code, they reached the first LAN in over 2 years with ease. And King Card would once more lead South America at a milestone LAN. Though there could be no crowd, Furia banked on his and Kaio's LAN experience to carry them through.
Get through. Would have had a numbers advantage. Here's Jan. Just getting around job set. Jan going to work and scoring.
G2 will quite happily take it. Sandrock, they don't want to go there. Ahmad!
And that's a great bump from Mario going forward. Hard trying to convert it into the top left corner.
And here he goes again, the 1v1 play around 2 players. And then Alden's above everybody else. No! Back to first killer.
It's a lot to ask out of your South American regional #1, and Jan will deliver.
Furia dominated scrims, but other than a spirited win versus G2, buckled to the pressure of the big stage. The fact they went out to the same plucky Aussie org who'd spoiled Card and Kaio's last LAN would have hurt even more. Thankfully, that would never happen again. They got back to the drawing board for the winter split and returned to the world stage greater than ever. The Winter Major in Los Angeles was where Furia's Panthers would finally prowl.
Yanks tries to find Kaio, isn't able to.
Wave doesn't get the touch. Double touch from Khan. The opening goal falls to Furia.
And it might be left wide open. Kyle, the referee said Justin can't get there in time.
A shot underneath and a double! Kyle scores, Furia tie! But Kami's got the catch. Kyle coming to try to bump. Kami flip reset into the net!
Obviously, they still lost to Renegades.
Excellent job of at least forcing G2 to play.
And to be fair, it's a little scary with a couple of those goal line saves. They're going to need one here.
Introducing Team Queso!
Oh, yeah. Look, they already fan favorites. They are pumping up the crowd.
Pump it up. Pump it up.
Let's go, Batera.
Let me hear you. Mama, where you at?
Look at the crowd.
Don't know what that is, but all right.
Battery? Joe? Yo? Oh, wait, Rise. I know him. Because back in the fledgling days of RLCS X, before anyone knew the name Yan, and a lad named Kaio was turning the heads of Tanda and Card, 3 European unknowns were kicking up a storm of their own. Their name was Barrage.
I'm feeling the Barrage bus. Choo-choo, tickets are free.
Fine. Barrage were using the open RLCS X format to come out of nowhere. Though the team did eventually fade, Rise was on the map. In the post-RLCS X off-season, he scrimmed with a freestyler called Joreuz, who in turn scrimmed with a 15-year-old ranked warrior called Vatira, who was French. They signed up for a small tournament that featured RLCS regulars like Queso, RixGG, Wild, and Singularity. And they won it. Rise, Joreuz, Vatira. Has a ring to it if you ask me. And one org beaten by our talented newbies agreed, as Queso signed them ahead of the 2021-22 season, where the biggest teams in the world, including our new friends Furia, would soon have their eyes set on Stockholm's full major, the first RLCS LAN in 724 days. Queso wouldn't qualify.
Wait, what?
But, all barely 15 years old, they managed something even established teams like Guild and Liquid failed to do: qualify for all 3 of Europe's online full regionals.
Well, there he is!
Where heads really started turning though was in the 3rd and final regional.
I think Dig take this. I think Dig are looking to potentially win this event.
Oh my, Rise. Score that one.
That's it. That's it.
What a read. Now Rise is downfield.
Here we go. Here we go.
Pick it up. He'll just put it on target. Nobody's home. The overcommit from Dignitas. Queso have thrown everything at Dignitas. Maybe one more. But they just can't get the touch. And Dignitas will come back in the series and win it in 7.
While Furia were beating G2 and then losing to Renegades LOL in Stockholm, Queso was stuck home, scrimming, scrapping, shocking the sudden influx of worldwide talent on their EU servers, and putting their name out there internationally. Their big leap was an epiphany.
My team just told me, just do what you want, and I always play the best when I just am allowed to do what I want and I'm confident.
The best way to beat the best teams was to treat them like anyone else, to stop overthinking and play the same expansive style that broke them through the bubble scene. The wait for winter felt like an age. When the time finally came, they couldn't waste their chance.
But it's still an onslaught from Team Queso. Vatira! Oh!
And it's EG who can't make their touches count. The team who have been playing so simple are getting torn apart here.
Rise, he's up, he's unchallenged for the longest time. Over the top of one! Second!
Queso confirmed themselves as the EU #1.
This was no wintry smash and grab. A simple mindset shift had elevated top 16 regulars into Europe's premium team. At LA's winter major, this band of unlikely superstars was suddenly up there with the favorites, if they could perform on LAN.
Nowhere near well enough to break by Queso yet again. They're gonna add a 5th, far down. Everybody shoots, everybody scores for Queso.
It's gonna be one last chance for Vatira. He's got past one. The bump out of the way. The shot for Rise.
Vatira over to Joreuz. Rise is waiting.
Full boost. Oh my.
The Monday double. Oh, he got it.
Queso now held the fate of legendary reigning world champs NRG in their hands. Win this one series, and they, and unimaginably not NRG, would play in front of the first RLCS crowd in over 2 years.
Interesting cuts on the cross from Vatira that start to scare me a little bit. NRG's defense can't block that! But here comes Team Queso. Rise all the way to the backboard. Rise right down. It's the Reaper playing bingo! If you would have told me that NRG don't even make it to Saturday of the major, would have told you you're absolutely wicked.
The dunk isn't able to come in, however, and Catalyst isn't able to clear it to the side. A flip reset on the side to run, flips it beautifully up for the double. No! EG don't have that space in time.
Queso's sudden upsurge was about to collide with Furia's years of steady growth.
Get aggressive there, see if we can win a big challenge, come off the ceiling, put a little force behind it. That's a big demo and a quick follow-up. Normally I'd say that's a good double tap, but the only one there is Furia. That's a miss off the backcourt. That's on the floor. Card's gonna find a go-ahead goal.
That's a little concerning for Queso to have that type of miscommunication. Yanks.
Wow! Yanks! Little misdirection, and Queso's gonna snipe to the left post.
Europe stays alive, and Queso moves on.
The inaugural meeting between Cheese and Panther went the way of the Europeans. Furia could feel no shame. The entire lower bracket couldn't handle Team Queso. Only G2, after a bracket reset, could, winning an RLCS LAN on home soil and, arguably, righting a historical wrong along the way. But this is not G2's story. With Queso home and their tears fully dried, rumours swirled that Vatira would jump ship to form a fully French Team BDS. As it turned out, they were wrong. Very wrong. Instead, the trio were under new ownership. LAN qualification for both teams was by now routine. The Spring Major was back in the UK at the legendary Copper Box, where 4 years prior, a 12-year-old Joyo had been part of the crowd when Justin scored the most important goal in Rocket League history, sparking Joyo's own journey as a pro. 4 years later, he was ready to follow in Justin's footsteps. Furia were too. They just lacked a rowdy crowd of Brits to cheer them over the finish line.
Another save, and Moist will 3-0 Optic in our opening match.
Put Moist into Saturday.
They are sitting 9 seconds from success.
Can they do it? Oh no! A complete gap on the kickoff.
He's got enough to do it. What's the bump? Does he get it?
Boys can now play like that. They can afford to
16.8 years old. Moist's average age when they became the youngest team to ever win an RLCS LAN. Rise, Joyo, Vatira became burned in the minds of anyone with even a passing interest in the esports. The Copper Box had once more borne witness to last-second heroics, only this time, Joyo assisted the scorer instead of sitting in the stands. Top 6 for Furia was good, but nonetheless frustrating. Their time would come though. Soon. Like, super soon. I'm talking barely 2 weeks, bro.
It's all desperation now, and Furia's gonna run out of time here. To the backboard, double, it's in! Furia to the finals!
South America's jewel in the crown take international gold for the first time in the region's history.
3 years and 2 long months after King Card had tried to steal a series at South America's first RLCS, he entered Worlds for the first time under the banner of Furia. And this time, not only were he and his team one of the favourites, they were the reigning international LAN winners. As for Moist, so recently seen as skillful kids that could shock the big guns on their day, they were the biggest favourites of all. The reigning RLCS LAN winners, with impossible team-centric mechanics and the ice-cold resolve to back it up in the tensest moments. Clocking in at 10 entire days of Rocket League, the tournament was an endurance race in its own right. One by one, the results came in, fans filled the arena, and it came to this. If Furia could beat Countryman the club, their reward would be a spot in the quarterfinals. Against Moist.
Looking phenomenal against the best guys in the world. Now with the chance for the pass guard. Oh, he's gonna make it himself! Didn't need to come forward for that. He was in a good position to start with and just drifted away.
They can see this game going against them. They know the defensive power. And they know that is in their net.
Kyle stepping up really big on this game. Number 7. Hace el centro para Los con el disparo hacia la portería. Contra todo el mundo. ¡No!
A narrative narrative that had bubbled under the surface since South America graced Season 7 with its presence would at long last reach its concluding chapter. For the final time in the season, Furia faced Moist.
Dickies Arena, get ready. We have a wonderful battle inbound. Moist versus Furia. Europe versus South America. Looking to advance on Championship Sunday. Let's get down to the Verizon Skybox.
What's happening again, especially with less than 2 minutes remaining and 1 goal lead as Vatira comes in. Hooks it back around. 2 players go at it. Not enough. Tripped over themselves. It is going to be a goal. Boys securing his game number 5.
All omens aligned for Moist. The entire event had been best of 7, and yet 56 series in, and with just 3 left after this, the first team to reach 3 games had won the overall match every single time. What's more, Moist had won 23 of the 27 series-deciding games they'd played since winter. While Furia had been forged in the fires of South American Rocket League, Moist's young monsters had emerged from the deep for this very moment.
Furia, how much do you want it? You have to beat Moist, not once, but twice. Yeah, reset Vatira as a dodger. Yeah! Now Khan up against Vatira. Infield, that's over! 2-goal lead is back! Ladies and gentlemen, get up! Get loud as Lakewood would say! We are going to Champions Field! 5 minutes! Cement your legacy or go home! Let's get to it! Moist versus Furia! Furia found another level in the second half of this series. Instead of the shot, Rise keeps it out, but Furia are unrelenting! What a block, who's first? Joyo! Moist are holding on with everything they've got! Welcome to the orange side of the field, we haven't seen it all game. No back and forth, it's turn after turn, no After 2 minutes of holding on, Moist get the wall. Demo, Rise leaves it for Joyo! Rasta! Back to the midfield. What a laser beam! Next wheel Kai, he has Gaio up front. The back for Gord, and just Joyo with the save. Khan, infield, taken away. Kaio now, looking for the back one. That's the one for them. Kaio pops it off. Now comes the follow. And it's in the back of the net.
Furia tasted semi-final defeat to eventual world champions Team BDS, but this had been the breakout season of their dreams. Minor region underdogs had now reached parity with their European and North American counterparts, so much so that in the off-season Furia were able to fulfill a dream, becoming the second team to move from South America to compete in North America. Meanwhile, Moist's story came to a close. A bubble player, former freestyler, and ranked French warrior had inarguably become 3 greats of the competitive scene, but their time as a trio ended here. There was frustration following their spring major heroics as they couldn't quite translate them to Worlds. Perhaps they'd argue that 9-second comeback and any complacency it caused set in motion the chain reaction that resulted in their relative World Championship failure. Regardless, Vatira succumbed to the call of storied French org KCorp. With Astral taking his seat, it seemed like the move to give all parties the happy ending they deserved. The 21-22 season, and its infinite number of stories we haven't had the time to tell, is over. The good news? The new season's barely getting started.
Bye.